Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 26. Red Lightning, 2.5 years later. The main hall of the god's shrine was tightly shut. Enel sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, surrounded by golden arcs of electricity. Those arcs did not jump and spark as they usually did. Instead, they flowed slowly, as if bound by some kind of force. He had been sitting like this for 7 days and 7 nights. For 7 days, he had neither eaten nor drunk, neither moved nor spoken. The lightning within his body was being compressed, condensed, and purified through cycle after cycle. The gold color gradually deepened, from pale gold to dark gold, and from dark gold to golden red. The dawn of the 8th day. A low humming sound suddenly echoed within the main hall. The arcs surrounding him began to jump violently, darting about like a startled nest of snakes. The humming grew louder and louder, finally turning into a piercing screech that shook the entire hall. Outside the window, the sea of clouds surged, and an anomaly appeared in the sky. Golden lightning tore through the clouds, but it did not strike anywhere. It simply exploded in the air, turning into countless specks of light. At this moment, the lightning within Enel went completely berserk. The power that had accumulated for over 2 years surged out of his body like a breached dam. Golden electric arcs filled the hall, striking the stone pillars, the walls, and the golden throne. The stone pillars shattered, the walls cracked, and countless tiny dents appeared on the surface of the golden throne. But the rampage only lasted for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the leaking lightning was seized by an invisible hand and began to retract. It was compressed, condensed, and purified. The gold color gradually faded away. Replacing it was a pure crimson red. Those red arcs surged toward Enel from all directions, drilling into his body. With every arc that entered, his aura grew stronger. When the final red arc submerged into his body, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Enel opened his eyes, deep within his pupils. A flash of red light flickered. He raised his right hand, palm upward. With a thought, a red arc of electricity emerged from his palm. The red was as pure as congealed blood, emitting an eerie glow as it danced on his palm. The surrounding air was scorched by it, emitting a sizzling sound. The surface of a stone pillar 3 meters away began to melt, as if baked by an invisible flame. Enel stared at the red arc, feeling the power contained within it. This was no ordinary lightning. This was the embodiment of destruction. He stood up and walked to the window. He pushed open the window, the sea of clouds surged, and the night had not yet retreated. In the distance, Angel Island was still asleep, with only a few scattered lights. He raised his right hand, aiming at the depths of the sea of clouds. Release. A bolt of red lightning erupted from his palm. The red light tore through the night sky, pierced through the sea of clouds, pierced through the white sea, and extended all the way downward. Wherever it passed, the clouds were pierced, the air was scorched, and a charred trail was left behind. 3 seconds later, the red light vanished at the edge of his vision. Another 3 seconds passed, and a muffled boom came from the distant depths below. That was the sound of it striking the surface of the blue sea. Even from a distance of tens of kilometers, it was still clearly audible. Enel withdrew his hand and looked at the pierced cloud layer. The edges of the gap in the clouds were still emitting wisps of smoke. The surrounding clouds were slowly filling it in, but the gap was too deep and would take a long time to recover. In the distance, the lights of Angel Island began to turn on. The citizens, awakened by the loud noise, walked out of their homes and looked up at the sky. What had they seen? That red light descending from the sky, that distant muffled boom, and that charred gap in the clouds. Some began to kneel. 1, 2, 10, 100. A moment later, everyone on the island was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing toward the god's shrine. Divine punishment, miracle, divine descent. They used every word they could think of to describe what had just happened, but no one could truly understand what that red light meant. Enel withdrew his gaze and walked back to the center of the hall. Red lightning, awakening complete. Next, it was time to test its true power. 6 years of effort, a first glimpse into the heavenly Tao. It had been exactly 3 years since the day of his transmigration. 3 years. With the blessing of the hundredfold return, this was equivalent to 300 years of cultivation by others. What would 300 years of cultivation look like? In the early morning, Eneru stood on the plaza in front of the god's shrine. Sunlight spilled down, and the sea of clouds surged. The buildings on Angel Island in the distance were scattered in an orderly fashion, and the civilians had already begun their day's labor. Everything looked no different from 3 years ago, but only he knew how much he had changed in these 3 years. He raised his right hand and took a step forward, Soru. There was no stomping sound, no motion of gathering strength. His body vanished from the spot, leaving a few afterimages in the air. Those afterimages maintained his moving posture, lasting for a full 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. 30 meters away, he reappeared. He looked back at the spot where he had just been standing. The distance was exactly 30 meters. This speed had already surpassed sound. Ordinary people could not see his movement at all and would only think he was using instant transmission. He raised his right leg and kicked into the air, Rankyaku. A vacuum slash shot out from his toe, swept across 30 meters of space and struck a stone pillar. The stone pillar was severed in the middle, the upper half sliding down slowly and crashing into the ground, kicking up dust. The length of that slash exceeded 30 meters. He clenched his right fist, and a black luster emerged, Armament Haki hardening. The luster was deeper and thicker than a year ago, covering his entire right arm. He walked to a cloud iron steel plate. This was a new plate he had replaced 3 months ago, half a meter thick and weighing 1,000 jin. He threw a punch. Bang, his fist pierced through the cloud iron plate, emerging from the other side. The edges of the hole were neat, without cracks or deformation, like glass melted by high heat. He withdrew his fist and looked at the round hole. Ryuo emission, striking from a distance. He threw a punch into the air at another cloud iron plate 3 meters away. The moment his fist was thrown, an invisible shockwave flew from his hand and struck the cloud iron plate. A basin-sized pit, half a foot deep, exploded on the surface of the cloud iron plate. The impact force penetrated the steel plate, leaving a shallow pit on the ground behind it. He looked into the distance. 500 meters away was the direction of the Shandia village. He closed his eyes and unleashed his observation Haki to its full extent. The entire Sky Island and the surrounding sea area were all shrouded in his perception. The heartbeats, breathing, and emotions of over 1,000 people clearly emerged. The vendor in the civilian district who opened his shop early was in a good mood today, humming a song. The guard at the Divine Guard station, who had just changed shifts, hadn't slept well last night and yawned. In the Shandia village, Whipper stood at the entrance, staring in the direction of Angel Island with complex emotions. Hatred and unwillingness were still there, but there was a bit more awe. His perception continued to extend. The scene of the future 5 seconds later emerged. 5 seconds later, the vendor would accidentally knock over a fruit basket, then grumble as he picked it up. 5 seconds later, the guard would be reprimanded by his captain for being seen yawning. 5 seconds later, Whipper would turn and return to the village to discuss something with Braham. The 5-second future was clearly visible. He opened his eyes and released his Heishoku. It condensed into a single line, aimed at a giant rock 500 meters away. The invisible pressure swept across 500 meters of space and struck the giant rock. The surface of the giant rock exploded, covered in cracks, but it did not shatter. That was the physical destruction caused by Heishoku, more overbearing and unreasonable than Armament Haki emission. He raised his right hand, and a red arc of electricity emerged from his palm. Lightning. Pure crimson. He stared at the red arc, his mind shifting slightly. The arc turned into threads, extending in all directions. Those threads were as thin as hair but sharper than steel needles. They pierced through the air, through stone slabs, through metal, leaving tiny holes wherever they passed. He withdrew the arc and looked at the sky. Above the sea of clouds, the keel of that ship was being built, the Golden Ark Maxim. 3 years later, it would be completed. By then, he would ride this ship and descend from the sky to the blue sea. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the 4 people standing in the distance. The 4 priests. 3 years had passed, and they had changed a lot. Shura no longer had those complex thoughts, only awe remained in his eyes. Jidatsu kept his head down every time he saw him, not daring to breathe loudly. Satori was more silent than before, thinking for a long time before speaking. Ohm was still the same, as calm as a machine, but occasionally in the gaze he directed at him, a trace of anticipation would flash. Anticipation for what? Anticipating that he would lead them to conquer that sea. The corners of Eneru's mouth curled up slightly. He turned and walked back to the hall. Behind him, the 4 priests followed silently. Entering the hall, the golden throne was still there. He sat down and leaned back against the chair. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right, and the sea of clouds surged 3 years. His taijutsu had reached its peak, and Rokushiki came easily to him. His swordsmanship was divine, and his lightning blade was connected to his mind. Observation Haki could predict 5 seconds into the future, Armament Haki could achieve Ryuo emission, and Heishoku could cause physical destruction. Fruit awakening, red lightning destroyed everything, 300 years of cultivation. But he knew this was not enough. There were still 3 years left. Luffy had not yet arrived. There was still the Blue Sea, with the 4 emperors, the admirals, and countless strong people waiting for him to conquer them. Was 300 years of cultivation enough to face those monsters in the New World? He didn't know. But there were still 3 years. 3 years with the 100-fold return, he could train for another 300 years. 600 years of cultivation. By then, who could block his sword? Eneru closed his eyes. Outside the window, the sound of craftsmen hammering metal could be heard. That was the sound of the ark's construction, which had not stopped for a single day. In the distance, in the direction of the Shandia village, Whipper and Braham were still discussing something. They did not yet know what would happen in 3 years. On Angel Island, the civilians continued their day-to-day lives. They also did not know that in 3 years their god would take them away from this island, to that sea they had never seen before. Everything was still continuing. Everything had not yet begun, but it was soon, very soon. 300 years of cultivation was just the beginning. In the remaining 3 years, he could train for another 300 years. By then, I shall see who can block my sword. Chapter 27. The 3-year period at the top of the main hall of the god's shrine, Eneru sat cross-legged. Sunlight pierced through the sea of clouds, casting a long shadow behind him. Below lay the entire Angel Island, with buildings scattered about and crowds bustling like weaving looms. 3 years had passed, and this island had completely adapted to the rule of the new god. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Red arcs of electricity emerged from beneath his skin, dancing in his palm. That red was deeper and thicker than it had been 2 years ago, like solidified magma. For 3 years, he had been compressing this lightning every day. Compressing and compressing again. Purifying and purifying again. 1 year of ordinary lightning cultivation, under the 100-fold return, was equivalent to 100 years. And his foundation now was 300 years of cultivation. Practicing for another 3 years on top of that was equivalent to having practiced for another 300 years. 600 years. With a slight movement of his mind, the red electric arcs in his palm began to change. First they split, 1 into 2, 2 into 4. Those electric arcs were as thin as hair, yet they radiated terrifying heat. The air was scorched, emitting a sizzling sound. Then came the fusion. The 4 arcs converged again, but instead of returning to their original form, they condensed into a red ball of light. The ball of light was only the size of a fingernail, hovering 3 inches above his palm. It was as quiet as a gemstone, but the energy contained within it was enough to destroy the entire Angel Island. Eneru stared at the ball of light, and after 3 seconds, slowly clenched his fist. The ball of light vanished. Now, he no longer needed to unleash techniques to test his power. Every bolt of lightning, every thought, could be controlled to the extreme. This was the control power of 600 years of cultivation. He stood up and looked into the distance. In the direction of the Shandia village, smoke curled from chimneys. That tribe, which had still been hostile to him 3 years ago, had now completely integrated into his rule. The 4 priests stood at the edge of the plaza, waiting for his summons. A few strands of Shura's hair had turned white, and his aura was much more composed than it had been 3 years ago. Jidatsu still had that frail appearance, but the initial fear was gone from his eyes. Satori remained silent, standing behind the three of them like a piece of wood. Ohm still had that calm demeanor, and the sword at his waist had been replaced with a new one. Seeing him stand up, the four of them bowed their heads in unison. Eneru walked down from the main hall and arrived at the plaza. God. The four of them spoke simultaneously. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the four of them. It has been 3 years. Shura raised his head. It has been 3 years, God. You have changed a lot. Shura was silent for a moment, then said, It is God who changed us. Eneru did not respond and walked toward the edge of the plaza. The four followed behind, maintaining a distance of 3 paces. At the edge of the plaza was a cliff, with a surging sea of clouds below. In the distance, the sound of hammering came from the construction site of the Golden Ark, where craftsmen were busy at work. How are things over at the Shandia village? Shura stepped forward. Whipper and Braham have completely surrendered. The Shandians have begun to move back to the upper yard, and the first batch of 300 people has already been settled. Is there any resistance? None. Shura shook his head. They have seen God's power with their own eyes. No one dares to resist. Eneru grunted in acknowledgement. 3 years ago, he had allowed the Shandians to return to live in the upper yard on the condition of unconditional obedience to his rule. Whipper had stood at the village entrance, staring at him intently for 10 seconds, before finally kneeling on one knee. That proud warrior had ultimately bowed his head. In exchange, the Shandians were required to participate in the construction of the Ark. Their craftsmen were more skilled at handling stone and metal than the Sky Island people, which was a great help to the progress of the Ark. Where is Whipper? At the construction site, Shura said. He voluntarily asked to participate in the construction of the Ark and has been working for 3 months. The corners of Eneru's mouth curled up slightly. The man who had once sworn to kill him was now helping him build a ship. Time really is a wonderful thing. He turned to look at the four of them. You four have not been idle these 3 years either. Shura lowered his head. We dare not slack off. Show me. Shura was taken aback, then nodded. The four of them stepped back a few paces, increasing the distance. Shura was the first to act. He drew the spear from his back, covered the spearhead with Armament Haki, and threw it at a stone pillar 30 meters away. The spear turned into a streak of black light, piercing through the stone pillar and pinning it to the wall behind. The spearhead sank half a foot into the wall, its tail still vibrating. 3 years ago, his Armament Haki could only cover 1/3 of the spearhead. Now the entire spearhead was black, and his throwing speed was twice as fast. Jidatsu was the second to act. He took a deep breath and pressed his palms together. Armament Haki spread from his palms, covering his entire arms. Then he stepped forward and slammed a fist into the ground. Bang! The ground exploded into a pit 2 meters in diameter, with cracks extending in all directions. Those cracks were half a meter deep with neat edges, having been shattered by Haki. 3 years ago, his punch could only create a pit half a meter deep. Satori was the third to act. He didn't move, just closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, another stone pillar in the distance broke in the middle. The break was neat, as if severed by a sharp blade. Armament Haki emission, a long-range strike. 3 years ago, he couldn't do this. Ohm was the last to act. He drew the sword at his waist and swung it toward the sky. A vacuum slash shot into the sky, sweeping across 100 meters of space, severing a patch of clouds. That patch of cloud was cut in two, leaving a straight gap in the middle. The slash carried a black luster. He had integrated Armament Haki into his sword technique. Eneru looked at the cloud that had been slashed open and nodded. Not bad. The four of them were relieved. They knew that displaying their strength before God was a dangerous matter. But if they could pass, it meant they were recognized. Eneru looked at Ohm. You changed your sword. Ohm lowered his head. Reporting to God, the previous one couldn't withstand the Armament Haki and broke. What material is the new sword? Cloud iron and gold alloy, forged by craftsmen according to God's design. Eneru reached out his hand. Let me see. Ohm stepped forward, holding the sword with both hands. Eneru took the sword and examined it for a few moments. The blade was about 1 meter long, silvery white throughout with a gold thread inlaid along the spine. The weight was moderate and the toughness was sufficient. He gripped the hilt and armament Haki covered the blade. A black luster appeared and the blade emitted a low hum. Then he swung it casually. A red lightning bolt slashed out along the blade, sweeping across 100 meters of space and struck a giant boulder. The boulder exploded, turning into a sky full of dust. Ohm's pupils contracted. In that single slash, there was swordsmanship, Haki, and devil fruit ability. The three were perfectly fused into one strike. This was God's strength. Enel returned the sword to him. The sword is not bad. Keep practicing. Ohm took the sword with both hands and bowed deeply. Yes. In the distance, a loud noise came from the construction site. Enel turned his head to look. The keel of that ship had already taken shape, a 200-meter-long golden skeleton lying in the dry dock, shining with dazzling light under the sun. How much longer for the Ark? Shura stepped forward. According to the current progress, it will be completed in 3 years. 3 years. Just in time for when Luffy arrives. Enel withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance toward the Shandia village. There, the golden bell still hung at its old site without being rung. For 3 years, he had forbidden anyone from ringing that bell. It was a gift reserved for a specific moment. When that ship is finished, when that person arrives, when he tramples that guy under his feet, at that time, he would ring that bell himself, with red lightning. He turned and walked back to the main hall. Keep watching the construction progress. In 3 years, we will leave here. The 4 of them responded in unison. Yes. Enel walked into the main hall and sat down on the golden throne. The sunlight outside the window was just right, and the sea of clouds was surging. 3 years, 3 years remaining. Is 600 years of cultivation enough to crush that sea? He didn't know, but he would soon know the answer. Chapter 28. The Ark's prototype, the construction site for the Golden Ark, Maxim, was as bustling as a small town. Over 300 craftsmen were spread across the 200-meter-long shipyard, with the sounds of hammering, cutting, and welding rising and falling in succession. The Sky Island people were responsible for shaping the gold, while the Shandians were in charge of forging the cloud iron. The two sides worked together with decent synergy. Enel stood at the edge of the shipyard, staring at the massive keel. 200 meters long and 30 meters high, it was crafted entirely from gold and cloud iron alloy. Under the sunlight, the entire keel shimmered with a golden luster, like a sleeping behemoth. He raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. Lightning metallurgy. Red electric arcs emerged from his fingertips, turning into countless fine threads that burrowed into the keel. Those threads spread along the skeleton, and wherever they passed, the metal began to melt, reshape, and reinforce. Some connections that were not tight enough were refused, and some tiny cracks were filled and repaired. 3 minutes later, he retracted the electric arcs. The luster on the surface of the keel became brighter, and its overall presence felt more substantial. The craftsmen nearby watched in stunned silence. They had never seen such a technique in their entire lives. An old craftsman walked forward tremblingly and knelt on the ground. God, with you taking action personally, this ship will surely become a miracle. Enel looked down at him. Get up. Continue working. The old craftsman kowtowed repeatedly, scrambled up, and ran back to his post. Whipper stood not far away, staring at Enel's back. 3 years had passed, and he had changed a lot. The ferocity he once had was gone from his face, replaced by a sense of composure. His muscle definition remained distinct, but his eyes were no longer as fierce as a wolf's. He hesitated for a moment, then walked forward. God. Enel turned to look at him. Whipper knelt on one knee. I want to participate in the construction of the core. You are already participating. I am talking about the lightning pool, Whipper said, raising his head. That is the core of the Ark, and I want to contribute. Enel stared at him for 3 seconds. Whipper did not look away. 3 seconds later, Enel smiled. Get up. Whipper stood up. Do you know what the lightning pool is? I do, Whipper said. The craftsmen have said that it is the device that stores the god's lightning, equivalent to the heart of the Ark. Then you should know how dangerous the energy inside is. Whipper nodded. I know, but precisely because it is dangerous, it needs reliable people to guard it. Enel looked at him. This man who once wanted to kill him was now volunteering to guard his energy core. Time can truly change many things. Fine, Eneru said. Go find Ohm, he will make the arrangements. Whipper bowed deeply. Thank you, God, he turned and left. Eneru continued walking forward along the shipyard. Passing the middle section of the keel, he saw a group of craftsmen installing the lightning rails. It was a guidance device he had designed personally, composed of countless fine metal patterns carved throughout the interior of the ship's hull. The purpose of these patterns was to channel lightning, allowing electrical energy to flow smoothly from the lightning pool to every corner of the ship. A young craftsman was carving the patterns with a chisel. His hand was very steady, creating a straight line with every stroke. Eneru stopped and watched for a few seconds. The young craftsman sensed someone watching, looked up, and was so startled that he nearly dropped his chisel. God, Eneru waved his hand. Continue. The young craftsman swallowed his saliva and lowered his head to continue carving. His hand was even steadier than before. Eneru watched for a while, then turned and continued walking forward. At the end of the shipyard was the bow section currently under construction. That was the most complex area of the entire ship, requiring the installation of control devices, observation windows, and a main cannon. The blueprint for the main cannon was hanging nearby, featuring a 10-meter-long barrel engraved with lightning rail patterns on the inside. It could concentrate lightning energy and fire a devastating shot. Ohm stood at the bow, staring at the prototype of the cannon with a focused gaze. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. God. Eneru walked to his side and looked at the cannon. How far do you think this thing can shoot? Ohm was silent for a moment. According to the design, at maximum power, it can pierce through the sea of clouds and strike the surface of the blue sea. What about its power? Enough to sink a warship. Eneru nodded. That was enough. Once the ship was completed, he would test the power of the main cannon himself. Ohm suddenly spoke. God, I would like to ask a question. Ask. When do you intend to leave Sky Island? Eneru looked at him. Ohm's gaze was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation hidden deep in his eyes. In 3 years, when the Ark is completed. Ohm nodded. At that time, I would like to go to the Blue Sea with you. Are you not afraid of death? Ohm shook his head. I am, but I am more afraid of staying here forever. Eneru smiled. This man, who was as calm as a machine, had finally revealed his true thoughts. Fine, I will take you with me then. Ohm knelt on one knee. Thank you, God. A commotion came from the distance. Eneru turned to look. On the other side of the shipyard, a group of people were gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. He walked over, and the crowd automatically dispersed. 2 people stood in the middle. One was a Sky Island craftsman, and the other was a Shandian craftsman. In front of them lay a metal plate with 2 cracks on it. The Sky Island craftsman spoke first. God, he installed the plate backwards. The cloud iron side should be facing out, but he installed it facing in. The Shandian craftsman protested. You're talking nonsense. This plate is for the inside of the hull. It only makes sense for the cloud iron side to face in. Facing it out would affect the lightning rail connection. Both stuck to their own opinions, waiting for Eneru's verdict. Eneru looked down at the metal plate. 3 seconds later, he raised his right hand. Red electric arcs emerged from his palm and burrowed into the metal plate. The cracks on the plate began to melt and fuse, returning to their original state after a few seconds. Then he flipped the plate over and aligned it with the installation position. Install it like this. The cloud iron side faces in, but leave a 3-millimeter gap at the connection point. The 2 craftsmen looked at each other and bowed simultaneously. Yes, Eneru turned and left. Behind him, the argument subsided. He walked back to the middle section of the keel and looked up at the massive skeleton. 200 meters long, 30 meters high, crafted entirely from gold and cloud iron. Inside, there was a lightning pool to store energy, lightning rails to transmit electricity, and a main cannon to fire a devastating blow. Once this ship was completed, it would be his mobile fortress. He would ride it to leave Sky Island and descend from the heavens onto the blue sea. At that time, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned and walked toward the shipyard exit. Behind him came the hammering sounds of the craftsmen. The noise was dense and powerful, like some kind of countdown. 3 years. 3 years later, everything would be different. He walked out of the shipyard, the sunlight spilled down and the sea of clouds surged. In the distance, the civilians on Angel Island were busy. They did not yet know what would happen in 3 years. They also did not know where their god would take them, but they would know soon enough. Eneru raised his right hand and looked at his palm. Red electric arcs jumped, as if responding to his thoughts. 3 years ago, this lightning had just undergone awakening. 3 years later, he had completely mastered it. 3 more years, he clenched his fist. The electric arcs vanished. He lifted his foot and walked toward the god's shrine. Behind him, the sounds of the ark's construction continued to ring out. That sound would continue to ring out until the day of completion. Chapter 29. The surrender of Shandia village. In the main hall of the god's shrine, Eneru sat on the golden throne. Sunlight spilled in from outside the window, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor. The hall was so quiet that one could only hear the construction sounds coming from afar. The work on the ark never ceased. Shura walked in from outside the hall and knelt on one knee. God, Whipper from Shandia village requests an audience. Eneru raised his eyes. Let him in. Shura nodded and withdrew. A moment later, Whipper walked into the main hall. He walked very slowly, each step firm and solid. He was wearing traditional Shandian's attire, and he did not carry that burned bazooka on his back. A short sword hung at his waist, merely for decoration. Reaching the center of the hall, he stopped. He looked up at Eneru on the golden throne. 3 seconds later, he knelt on one knee. Shandian's warrior chief, Whipper, requests an audience with God. Eneru looked at him. 3 years had passed, and this man had changed a lot. The tattoo on his face was still there, but the ferocity in his eyes was gone. His muscles were still solid, but his posture no longer resembled a beast ready to fight at any moment. He knelt there, head lowered, his posture as respectful as an ordinary subject. Rise and speak. Whipper stood up and stood with his hands at his sides. What is it? Whipper was silent for a moment, then spoke. I represent all the Shandians and express our allegiance to God. Eneru did not respond. Whipper continued. For 3 years, we have witnessed God's growth with our own eyes. From the initial defeat of Gan Fall, to the awakening of Red Lightning, and now to this level of strength. The Shandians have fought for 400 years, from Sky Island to Shandia Village, and from Shandia Village to Upper Yard. We thought we were brave and that one day we could take back our homeland. He paused, his voice low. But these past 3 years we have come to understand. Before God, those 400 years of fighting were nothing. Eneru leaned back in his chair and looked at him. So you have decided to submit, Whipper nodded. Yes. Is it not because I have killed too many of your people? Whipper shook his head. God kills because there are those who provoke him. God spares our lives because God is merciful. These 3 years, God has allowed us to return to live in Upper Yard, allowed us to participate in the construction of the Ark, and allowed us to preserve our own traditions. Although the Shandians are proud, we are not ungrateful. He looked up, staring straight at Eneru. We submit. 3 words, spoken decisively. Eneru stared at him for 5 seconds. Whipper did not look away. 5 seconds later, Eneru smiled. You have changed. Whipper lowered his head. It is God who has changed me. What do you want? Whipper hesitated for a moment, then spoke. There is only one condition. Let the Shandians be free to ring the golden bell. The hall fell silent. Eneru did not speak, merely looking at him. Whipper felt the weight of that gaze, and fine beads of sweat seeped out on his back. But he did not shrink back, remaining where he stood, waiting for an answer. 3 seconds later, Eneru spoke. Very well. Whipper looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. But not now. The surprise froze on his face. Eneru stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the sea of clouds churned, and sunlight shone through the clouds. In the distance, the old site where the golden bell was located was faintly visible. The bell still hung there, having not rung for 3 years. Do you know what that bell signifies? Whipper walked to a spot 3 steps behind him and stopped. It is the faith of the Shandians. It is the witness to 400 years of fighting. It is sound. Eneru interrupted him. Whipper was stunned. Eneru turned around and looked at him. That is a bell. The purpose of a bell is to make sound. But sound needs to be heard to have meaning. You rang it on Sky Island for 400 years, and who heard it? Yourselves, nothing more. Whipper was silent. Eneru continued. The bell will ring at the appropriate time. When it does, it will not just be Sky Island or the blue sea that hears this sound, but the entire world. He stared into Whipper's eyes. Do you understand what I mean? Whipper's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely understood something, but the thought was too grand, too crazy. He dared not dwell on it. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head. The Shandians await God's will. Eneru nodded. Go back and tell them to participate diligently in the construction of the Ark. When that ship is completed, and the day the bell rings, the Shandians will receive the glory they deserve. Whipper knelt on one knee and bowed deeply. Thank you, God. He stood up, turned, and left. When he reached the door of the hall, Eneru's voice came from behind him. Whipper. He stopped and looked back. Eneru stood by the window, the sunlight outlining a golden silhouette behind him. You said earlier that you submit. Is that sincere? Whipper was silent for 3 seconds. It is sincere. Eneru waved his hand. Whipper turned and left. The hall doors closed, and the hall fell silent once again. Eneru looked out the window. In the distance, in the direction of Shandia village, smoke curled from chimneys. Those Shandians who once hated him were now preparing dinner, living a peaceful life. 400 years of hatred, resolved in 3 years. Not because of his mercy, but because he was strong enough that no one would even think of resisting. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his gaze cast further away, beneath the sea of clouds in the direction of the blue sea. There, the legend of Sky Island must have already started spreading, right? The version those people of the blue sea heard was probably, there is an island in the sky, a god lives on the island, and God will bring down lightning to punish anyone who is disrespectful. They thought this was just a legend. They did not know that the legend would soon become reality. Eneru withdrew his gaze and walked back to the golden throne. He sat down and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the sound of the Ark's construction continued to ring out. That sound was a countdown, training ground. The spacious hall had been converted into a training ground, the surrounding walls covered in charred marks. The floor was paved with thick cloud iron plates, each with holes pierced through by lightning. Eneru stood in the center of the training ground, eyes closed. The 4 priests stood around him. 20 meters away, Shura held a spear, Jidatsu pressed his hands together, Satori remained silent, and Ohm had his hand on his sword hilt. The 4 looked at each other and nodded simultaneously. Begin. Shura was the first to attack. He pushed off with his feet, dashing forward. His figure vanished from the spot, and the next instant he appeared 3 meters behind Eneru. He thrust his spear out, the tip covered in a black luster, aiming straight for his heart. When the spear tip was still 1 meter away from Eneru, Eneru spoke. Move 3 steps to the left. He stepped 3 steps to the left. The spear thrust past his right side, missing by a hair's breadth. Shura's pupils contracted, his wrist turned, and he swept the spear horizontally. Eneru said again, crouch. He crouched down. The spear swept over his head, bringing with it a gust of wind. Jidatsu was the second to attack. He rushed in from the side, Armament Haki covering his right fist, and punched toward Eneru's head. Eneru still had his eyes closed. Step back 1 step, then dodge to the right. He stepped back and dodged to the right. Jidatsu's fist grazed his left shoulder and slammed into the cloud iron plate behind him. A basin-sized hole exploded in the cloud iron plate, and cracks spread outward. Satori was the third to attack. He stood in the distance, projecting his armament Haki. An invisible shockwave blasted through the air, aimed directly at Eneru's chest. Eneru, jump up, turn in midair. He jumped 1 meter high and turned in midair. The shockwave passed under his feet and blasted into the wall behind him. The wall exploded, creating a 2-meter diameter hole, with stone fragments flying. Ohm was the fourth to attack. He drew his long sword, Armament Haki covering the blade, and swung it at Eneru. A vacuum slash wrapped in black luster came slashing from the front. Eneru landed, still eyes closed. Step to the left, lower your head. He stepped to the left and lowered his head. The slash passed by his right side, cutting through 3 stone pillars and slamming into the wall in the distance. A crack 1/2 meter deep was left on the wall, penetrating the entire wall. The 4 priests stopped attacking and stood in place, panting. Eneru opened his eyes. 8 seconds. Shura was stunned. What 8 seconds? The time I can foresee into the future. Eneru looked at him. 2 seconds before your first attack just now, I already saw that you would appear 3 meters behind me and use your spear to stab at my heart. Shira's face turned pale. Eneru continued. After you missed your thrust, you would turn your wrist and sweep horizontally. Jidatsu would rush in from the side at the same time you swept, using his right fist to punch my head. Satori would project his armament Haki after Jidatsu's failed attack and blast my chest. Ohm would attack last with his sword, slashing at my front. He paused. All of this I had already seen 8 seconds before you attacked. The training ground fell into a deathly silence. The 4 priests stood in place like 4 wooden stakes, 8 seconds, being able to foresee all attacks 8 seconds in advance. How could anyone fight this? Shira was the first to speak, his voice dry. God, this ability. Does it have any opponents? Eneru shook his head. I don't know, but at least in front of those monsters in the new world, I won't be too passive. He walked to the edge of the training ground and picked up a towel to wipe his hands. The 4 priests stood in place, looking at each other. Ohm suddenly spoke. God, may I ask a question? Ask. What does it feel like to foresee the future? Eneru stopped what he was doing and was silent for 3 seconds, like watching a movie that has already been played. He looked out the window. Each of your movements is already fixed before you attack. I see how you will move, I see how I will dodge, I see all the attack trajectories intersect and diverge. Everything is destined within 8 seconds. He withdrew his gaze. The only thing that is uncertain is what happens after 8 seconds. Ohm was lost in thought. Shira couldn't help but ask, God, can this ability be maintained constantly? Eneru shook his head. No, keeping it on all the time consumes too much energy. In battle, it will be activated at critical moments to see the opponent's attack path clearly and then respond in advance. He paused. But recently I have discovered that this ability is evolving. The 4 pricked up their ears. Before, I could only see movements. I could see what moves the opponent would make and in which direction they would strike. Now I have begun to see deeper things. He looked at Shira. For example, just before you attacked, a thought actually flashed through your mind. You wanted to try and see if you could force me to open my eyes. You didn't take this thought seriously yourself, but I saw it. Shira's face changed again. Eneru looked at Jidatsu. When you rushed over just now, you actually hesitated for a moment. You were thinking about what would happen if you actually hit God. That hesitation was only a 1/10 of a second. You didn't even realize it yourself, but I saw it. Jidatsu lowered his head, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Eneru looked at Satori. When you projected your armament Haki, you originally wanted to hit my head, but changed to my chest at the last moment, because you were afraid of actually hurting me by hitting my head. That change was too fast. You didn't even know why you changed, but I knew. Satori was silent, his hands trembling slightly. Eneru finally looked at Ohm. When you swung your sword, you used 70% of your strength. You wanted to test my reaction speed, but were afraid you couldn't pull back if you used your full strength. That weighing was done subconsciously. You didn't even notice it yourself, but I saw it. Ohm closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he knelt on one knee. God, this ability has already transcended the realm of humanity. The other 3 knelt down simultaneously. Eneru looked at them without speaking. He hadn't finished speaking just now. The ability to foresee the future was indeed evolving, but the direction of evolution was not just reading the subconscious. He had begun to see more things, such as a choice a person hadn't even thought through themselves, or those fleeting possibility branches in battle. 8 seconds into the future, as clear as 8 seconds into the past. He walked to the center of the training ground and closed his eyes. Again. The 4 stood up and put distance between them again. This time they attacked faster, harder, and with no reservations. But Eneru still had his eyes closed, calling out every one of their movements in advance, and dodging every attack in advance. 20 minutes later, the 4 sat slumped on the ground, panting like oxen. Eneru opened his eyes, his expression normal. He walked out of the training ground and came to the top of the main hall. Sunlight spilled down and the sea of clouds churned. He raised his right hand and looked at his palm. 8 seconds into the future. The next goal is 10 seconds, then 20 seconds. Then he clenched his fist. Luffy would arrive in 1 year. 1 year with 100-fold return was enough for him to practice for another 100 years. 100 years later, how far would his observation Haki be able to see? He didn't know. But he knew that by then, every move of that straw hat would look like slow motion in his eyes. The battle would be over before it even began. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In the distance, the sound of the ark's construction continued to ring out. The countdown, 1 year remaining, Chapter 30. Red lightning annihilation. In the center of the training grounds, Enel sat cross-legged. A black luster covered his entire body. From the top of his head to the soles of his feet, every inch of skin was coated in armament Haki. The luster was as deep as solidified night, shimmering with a dark texture under the sunlight. He raised his right hand, his thoughts shifting slightly. The armament Haki covering his palm began to flow, as if it had come alive. It surged from his palm, extending forward, condensing in midair into a black hand. The 5 fingers were distinct, the joints clear. Even the fingernails were visible. That black hand hovered in front of him, composed entirely of projected Ryuo. Enel stared at it, his mind shifting again. The black hand clenched its fingers into a fist, then it punched forward. The fist detached from the hand, transforming into a black stream of light, slamming into a cloud iron target 30 meters away. Boom, the cloud iron target exploded, shards flying everywhere. That target was half a meter thick and weighed 1,000 jin. Now it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Enel retracted his Ryuo and stood up. This was just the beginning. He walked to the other side, where 10 cloud iron targets were placed in a row. Each target was spaced 10 meters apart, with a rock wall behind the last one. He stood in front of the first target and raised his right hand. Armament Haki covered his fist, then was projected outward. An invisible impact force surged from his hand, piercing through the first target, the second, the third. Bang, bang, bang. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. A series of explosions rang out. All 10 targets exploded, fragments scattering across the ground. After piercing through all the targets, the impact force slammed into the rock wall behind them. A deep pit with a diameter of 3 meters blasted open in the rock wall, with cracks extending outward for over 10 meters. Enel walked over and looked at the pit. The deepest part of the pit reached 2 meters, the edges neat. It had been blasted out in a single strike. He stood 500 meters away. From a distance of 500 meters, a single punch pierced through 10 targets, and could still blast such a deep pit into the rock wall. This was the power of mastered Ryuo. He turned around and walked back to the center of the training grounds. Next was the most difficult test. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Armament Haki covered his entire body. A black luster emerged. From the top of his head to the soles of his feet, every inch of skin was enveloped. Then, Heishoku was released. Invisible pressure surged from his body, condensing into a single line. It did not disperse, but instead swirled around him. That pressure was so intense that the air began to distort, and light began to bend. The space around him seemed to be scorched by flames, rippling in layers. Finally, there was red lightning. Red electric arcs drilled out from beneath his skin, entwining with the black luster, red and black intertwined, forming an eerie color scheme. Those electric arcs jumped about, emitting a destructive aura, 3 types of power, maintained simultaneously. At this moment, black flowed around him, red jumped, and the Heishoku pressure made the air solidify. Outside the training grounds, the 4 priests had just reached the entrance. Shura pushed open the door and took a step. Then, his entire body froze in place. That pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on him head-on. His knees bent uncontrollably, and he knelt directly on the ground. Jidatsu was the second to kneel. Satori was the third. Ohm gritted his teeth and held on for a second, but in the end, he still fell to one knee. The 4 of them knelt at the entrance, unable to even lift their heads. It was not fear, but pure suppression. The Heishoku pressure condensed into substance, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe, couldn't move, and even their thinking became sluggish. Shura used all his strength to lift his head, looking toward the center of the training grounds. There, Enel stood, his body intertwined with black and red, like a true god. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but could not make a sound. Enel did not look at them. He was feeling the consumption of power within his body. Maintaining Ryuo over his entire body consumed 10% of his Haki reserves per second. Constant Heishoku consumed 5% per second. Entwining red lightning consumed 10% of his electrical energy reserves per second. Maintaining all three simultaneously consumed over 20% per second in total. His Haki reserves could support this for 5 seconds when fully charged. His electrical energy reserves could support this for 10 seconds when fully charged. Overall, this state could be maintained for at most 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Haki would be exhausted and electrical energy would be depleted. He stared at his right hand, looking at that intertwined black and red light. 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, he was invincible. Armament Haki defended against all attacks. Heishoku suppressed all opponents, and red lightning destroyed all enemies. After 10 seconds, if the opponent was still alive, then he would be the one to die. He retracted his power. The black faded, the red dissipated, and the Heishoku pressure vanished. The 4 priests felt relieved and gasped for air. Shura propped himself up off the ground, his legs still weak. Eneru walked out of the training grounds, passing by them. "Did you see that state just now?" The 4 nodded. "That is called God's descent." He paused. "Within 10 seconds, no one can defeat me." Shura couldn't help but ask, "God, how many times can this state be used?" Eneru shook his head. "Once. It takes time to recover after using it." He continued walking forward, "But once is enough." The 4 priests exchanged glances and silently followed. Walking out of the training grounds, the sunlight spilled down. Eneru looked toward the direction of the Ark in the distance. That ship was becoming more and more complete. The keel had been fully set, and the deck was starting to be laid on the hull. 10 seconds. Once he reached the blue sea and encountered those 4 emperors and admirals. 10 seconds. Would it be enough to kill one behind the training grounds in a desolate open space? There were originally a dozen huge cloud iron plates here, used as targets to test attack power. The thickest one reached 3 meters and weighed tens of thousands of jin. It had taken the craftsman a month to forge. At this moment, Eneru stood in front of that 3-meter-thick cloud iron plate. He raised his right hand, and red electric arcs emerged from his palm. Those electric arcs jumped about, emitting an eerie red light. 3 years had passed, and his control over red lightning had reached its peak. He could freely control the thickness, length, and strength of the electric arcs. But today, what he wanted to test was something deeper. During this period of training, he discovered the essential difference between red lightning and other lightning. It was not temperature or voltage, but existence itself. Ordinary lightning hitting an object would generate high heat, cause explosions, and burn. The object hit would deform, melt, or carbonize, but the matter itself would still exist. When red lightning hit an object, the matter would disappear. It wasn't blown apart or melted, but directly evaporated, leaving not even ash behind. He called this annihilation. Today, he was going to test the limit of annihilation. He stared at that 3-meter-thick cloud iron plate, aiming his palm at the center. Release. A bolt of red lightning shot out, the thickness of a thumb, straight as a line. It hit the cloud iron plate and pierced through it. There was no explosion, no loud noise, only a faint hiss, like a red-hot iron rod inserted into an ice block. The red lightning pierced through the 3-meter-thick cloud iron plate, drilled out from the other side, and vanished into the air. The whole process took less than 0.1 seconds. Eneru walked to the cloud iron plate and looked at the spot that had been hit. A round hole was left on the plate's surface, exactly 3 centimeters in diameter. He leaned in to look. The edges of the hole were as smooth as if they had been polished, with no cracks, no scorch marks, and no traces of melting. That cloud iron had simply disappeared. He walked around to the other side and looked at the hole. Equally smooth, equally clean, piercing through the 3-meter-thick cloud iron plate, leaving a straight passage with edges as smooth as a mirror on both sides. This was annihilation. He withdrew his gaze and looked at a cage not far away. Inside the cage was a cloud wolf, which the priests had caught for him to use for testing. The beast was currently curled up in the corner, shivering, seemingly instinctively sensing danger. Eneru walked to the cage and raised his right hand. Red electric arcs emerged, this time only the thickness of a hair. His thoughts shifted slightly, and the electric arc shot out, hitting the Cloud Wolf. The Cloud Wolf didn't even have time to let out a sound. The moment it was hit, its body began to disappear. Starting from the part that was hit, it began to disappear into the air bit by bit, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. After 0.3 seconds, the cage was empty. There wasn't even ash on the ground. Enel stared at the empty cage, silent for 3 seconds. This was the true power of red lightning. Anyone hit would leave no corpse, no traces, and no evidence of ever having existed. He raised his right hand, looking at that red electric arc in his palm. The electric arc jumped, the eerie red light reflected in his eyes. Red lightning finality. He gave this highest level of power this name: finality, termination, the end of all things. He retracted the electric arc and turned to leave the back mountain. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked back at the 3-meter-thick cloud iron plate. The round hole was still on the plate's surface, its edges as smooth as a meticulously crafted work of art. The corners of his mouth tilted up slightly. This thing was a gift prepared for the 4 emperors. Wonder if red hair would also disappear directly like that Cloud Wolf if he took one shot. Wonder if Kaido's body, known as the strongest creature, could withstand annihilation. Wonder if Whitebeard's power that could destroy the world went up against finality. Who would win? He turned around and continued walking forward. Behind him, that round hole remained quietly on the cloud iron plate, like some kind of omen. In the distance, the sounds of the ark's construction were still ringing out. That ship was becoming more and more complete. Once it was completed, he would bring finality and descend from the sky to the blue sea. At that time, he would test them one by one. First test that straw hat, then test those 4 emperors. Finally, he raised his eyes to look toward the end of the sea of clouds, test this world. See how many shots of finality it could withstand. Chapter 31. The final training. The last month of the 6th year, early morning, sunlight pierced through the sea of clouds, bathing the entire sky island in a golden radiance. In front of the shipyard, over 3,000 people gathered. Skypieans, Shandians, guards from the Divine Guard, and common craftsmen, everyone had come. They stood around the periphery of the shipyard, staring at the giant ship quietly moored inside, no one speaking. Enel stood at the entrance of the shipyard, followed by the 4 priests. Shura, Jidatsu, Satori, and Ohm, the 4 of them dressed in formal priestly robes, their expressions solemn. Whipper stood at the very front of the Shandians' ranks with Braham and over a dozen Shandian warriors behind him. They were dressed in traditional attire, short blades hanging at their waists as if participating in some sacred ritual. Enel lifted his foot and walked into the shipyard. The people behind him followed in turn. The Golden Ark, the Maxim, lay quietly in the center of the shipyard. It was 230 meters in length, 80 meters in width, 50 meters in height. The entire body was gold, shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. The hull was slender, with smooth lines like a sleeping giant beast. Enel walked to the bow and stopped. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the hull. The surface of the hull was covered in complex patterns. These were the lightning rails he had personally designed. At this moment, the patterns were still a dull, metallic color, but once activated, they would emit a golden glow. He walked forward along the hull. He passed the bow, the gunwale, and the stern. Each step was very slow, as if he were confirming something. The 4 priests followed behind, their gazes sweeping over this behemoth. They had participated in its construction for 6 years, watching it take shape bit by bit every day, but standing before the completed ship now, they were still too stunned to speak. Shura reached out to touch the hull. The texture was cold and smooth, the unique feel of an alloy of gold and cloud iron. Jidatsu looked up at the gunwale. It was over 15 stories high, requiring him to tilt his head back to see the top. Satori stared silently at the patterns on the bottom of the ship. Those patterns were dense and complex, like some kind of ancient rune. Ohm stood at the bow, looking out at the sea of clouds in the distance. This ship would carry them through that sea of clouds to the blue sea. Whipper led the Shandians to board from the other side. They walked across the deck past the gunwale and to the stern. Each step was very light, as if afraid of disturbing something. Those Shandian warriors had complex looks in their eyes, hatred, awe, expectation, various emotions intertwined. Braham said in a low voice, "This ship is larger than any described in our ancestors' legends." Whipper nodded without speaking. At the end of the deck was the entrance to the cabin. Eneru led the 4 priests inside. The interior of the cabin was even more shocking than the outside. First was the lightning pool. It was the core of the entire ship, located in the very center of the hull. A spherical device 30 meters in diameter, crafted entirely from gold, with dense lightning rail patterns carved inside. Eneru stood before the lightning pool and raised his right hand. Red electric arcs emerged from his palm and drilled into the lightning pool. The patterns on the surface of the lightning pool began to glow, first dark gold, and finally blindingly bright. Those rays of light spread along the patterns, diffusing from the lightning pool to the entire cabin, and then from the cabin to the entire ship. The patterns on the surface of the hull lit up simultaneously. Outside the shipyard, over 3,000 people exclaimed in surprise. The ship had come alive. Golden light shone through every pattern on the hull, and the entire ship looked like a massive, glowing piece of gold. The light pierced through the sea of clouds, illuminating the entire sky, visible even from Angel Island in the distance. The light lasted for 3 seconds before slowly dimming. Eneru retracted the electric arcs. The lightning pool is normal, 15 billion volts, enough to fly for a month. The 4 priests exchanged glances without speaking. 15 billion volts. They could not grasp this concept. They only knew it was enough for the Ark to fly continuously for 30 days without needing to replenish energy. Eneru turned and walked toward the depths of the cabin. Behind was the living area, 50 independent cabins, each capable of housing 2 people. The cabins were not large, but fully equipped with beds, tables, and chairs and storage lockers. The walls were also carved with lightning rails, which could maintain a constant temperature during flight. Further back was the training ground. A hall 50 meters long and 30 meters wide, with the floor paved with special cloud iron plates capable of withstanding high-intensity attacks. Various training equipment hung on the surrounding walls, including targets, wooden dummies, and weighted gear. Finally, there was the main hall. A scaled-down version of the god's shrine. In the very center sat the golden throne, identical to the one in the god's shrine. Behind the throne was a huge window, through which one could see the sea of clouds outside. On both sides stood 4 golden pillars, their surfaces carved with lightning patterns. Eneru sat down on the golden throne. He leaned back against the chair and looked out the window. From this angle, he could see the entire Sky Island. Angel Island, Shandia Village, Upper Yard, the god's shrine, everything was within view. The 4 priests stood behind him, silent. After a long time, Shura spoke. "God, when do we depart?" Eneru did not look back. Wait for what? Wait for that wind. Shura was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Eneru did not explain. He just looked out the window, his gaze fixed on the edge of the sea of clouds. There, that straw hat-wearing brat was about to arrive. The knock-up stream was expected to erupt in 7 days. The next morning, before dawn, Eneru was already standing in the center of the training ground. He closed his eyes, electric arcs leaping around his body. Red, gold, dark gold, lightning of various colors intertwined and entangled, tracing eerie light trails in the darkness. He had been standing there for 6 hours. From the midnight last night until now, he had not moved. The 4 priests stood outside the training ground watching that figure. Shura said in a low voice, "Has God been practicing all night again?" Jidatsu nodded. "He was standing there when we left last night. He's still there now." Satori was silent, just staring at that figure. Ohm said, "It's the final 7 days." The 4 were silent. They knew what these 7 days meant. 6 years of preparation, 600 years of cultivation, all would face their first true test in 7 days. What kind of people would these pirates from the Blue Sea be? Not strong. That would just be a massacre, very strong. That would be God's first battle. Regardless of the outcome, the battle 7 days from now would go down in history. Inside the training ground, Eneru opened his eyes. He raised his right hand, palm upward. a red electric arc emerged, followed by a second, then a third. Those electric arcs converged in his palm, merged, and finally condensed into a red ball of light. The ball of light was only the size of a fingernail, but the energy contained within it was enough to destroy the entire training ground. He stared at that ball of light and after 3 seconds slowly clenched his fist. The ball of light vanished. He turned and walked out of the training ground. As he passed the 4 priests, he spoke. "Come in." The 4 followed. In the center of the training ground, Enel stood still. "How much do you know about the opponents in 7 days? Shura shook his head. "We only know they are pirates from the Blue Sea. We don't know anything else." "Straw Hat Luffy," Enel said. "A bounty of 30 million berries, a gum-gum fruit user. There is a swordsman on the ship, 3-sword style. There's also a cook kicking techniques, a navigator, a sniper, a doctor, an archaeologist." The 4 were stunned. How did God know so clearly? Enel did not explain. "These people, apart from the captain, are not worth mentioning, but the captain is somewhat interesting." He paused. "The gum-gum fruit is theoretically countered by lightning." Shura frowned. "This intelligence." Enel raised his hand to interrupt him. "It is precognition." The 4 exchanged glances, not daring to ask further. Enel continued, "I will personally take action in the battle 7 days from now. You are responsible for guarding the Ark. Do not let anyone close. Yes, if that guy is stronger than expected, I will use God's descent. I will end the battle within 10 seconds. He looked out the window. If 10 seconds is not enough, he did not continue. The 4 did not ask either, because they knew the consequences if 10 seconds were not enough. The training continued. Enel walked to the training area, where 50 cloud iron targets were arranged in 5 rows and 10 columns. He drew the sword at his waist. It was a sword he had personally forged, crafted entirely from an alloy of gold and cloud iron, with lightning rail patterns carved along the blade. When swinging the sword, lightning would spread along the patterns and entwine around the blade. He gripped the sword and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he opened them. He swung the sword. A bolt of red lightning slashed out along the blade, turning into an arc-shaped blade of light that swept across the 50 targets. The light blade passed by, and all the targets were severed in the middle. The cross-sections were as smooth as mirrors, having been directly sliced apart. He sheathed the sword and looked at the broken targets. This strike integrated swordsmanship, lightning, and armament Haki. The crystallization of 600 years of cultivation, still not enough. He walked to the weight training area, where various weighted equipment was placed. The heaviest was a full-body armor weighing 3,000 katas. Putting it on would make movement sluggish, but once taken off, speed would double. He put on the full-body armor and began to run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Sweat rolled down his forehead, dripped onto the ground, and was instantly evaporated by the lightning. He ran for a full hour until his legs went weak before stopping. Taking off the full-body armor, he felt his body as light as a feather. He took a step, Soru. His figure vanished from the spot, and the next instant, he appeared 50 meters away. This speed was twice as fast as 6 years ago, still not enough. He walked back to the main hall and sat down on the golden throne. He closed his eyes, fully activating observation Haki. The entire Sky Island was shrouded in his perception. On Angel Island, the commoners were waking up, beginning their day's labor. At the Divine Guard Station, guards were changing shifts, some yawning. In the Shandia village, Whipper stood at the village entrance, staring in the direction of the Ark. The Shandians were preparing breakfast, smoke curling from the chimneys. His perception continued to extend. The scene 5 seconds later emerged. 5 seconds later, that yawning guard would be reprimanded by the captain. 5 seconds later, Whipper would turn and return to the village to discuss something with Braham. 5 seconds later, the Shandians' breakfast would be ready, and someone would start serving the food. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. He opened his eyes. 10 seconds. The time of his observation, Haki's precognition had extended from 8 seconds to 10 seconds. But this was still not enough. He closed his eyes and continued to train perception, expansion, compression, condensation, repeating over and over, breaking through time and again. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes, closed them again, opened them again. Time passed during the training, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the morning of the 5th day, Eneru stood at the top of the god's shrine main hall. Sunlight spilled down, and the sea of clouds surged. He raised his right hand, and red electric arcs emerged. Those electric arcs leaped, emitting an eerie red light. He stared at them, his mind shifting slightly. The electric arcs began to change. They split into countless filaments, extending in all directions. Those filaments pierced through the air, through the clouds, through every obstacle. The furthest one extended to the edge of his vision. He retracted the electric arcs and looked at his left hand. Armament Haki covered it, and a black luster emerged. That luster was as deep as solidified night, shimmering with a gloomy texture under the sun. He clenched his fist, releasing Ryuo. An invisible impact left his hand and slammed into a giant rock 500 meters away. The giant rock exploded, turning into powder. Heishoku was released. The pressure condensed into a single line, sweeping across 1,000 meters of space and hitting a patch of cloud. That patch of cloud was directly blasted away, revealing the blue sky behind it. 3 types of power, all displayed at once. 600 years of cultivation, fully revealed at this moment. He retracted his power and looked into the distance. There, beneath the white sea, above the blue sea, the knock-up stream was about to erupt. That straw hat-wearing brat would arrive very soon. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 7 days, 600 years. This moment was finally about to come. Chapter 32. Straw Hat lands on the white sea in the waters near Jaya. The sky was overcast. A pirate ship floated on the sea, with a large straw hat skull emblem painted on its sail. On the deck, a boy wearing a straw hat leaned over the ship's rail, staring at the sea ahead. Why hasn't it come yet? Nami held the log pose, her brows furrowed tightly. What's the rush? The knock-up stream doesn't happen every day. The log pose is pointing straight up, which means an updraft definitely exists, but when will it erupt? Before she finished speaking, the sea suddenly vibrated. A massive roar came from beneath the sea, as if some giant beast were bellowing. Luffy's eyes lit up. It's here. The sea surface exploded. A water column hundreds of meters in diameter shot into the sky, carrying seawater and the ship with it, surging straight into the clouds. The Going Merry was thrown high into the air by the immense force, the entire ship tilting at a 45-degree angle. Nami gripped the rail tightly, her face deathly pale. Usopp lay on the deck, hugging the mast and refusing to let go. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Chopper hid in a corner, curled into a ball of fur, trembling. Sanji held his cigarette in his mouth, one hand on the railing and the other holding a tray. Hey, this isn't a joke. Nami-san, watch out. Zoro stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the mast, expressionless. Luffy leaned over the bow, shouting into the howling wind. We're going to the sky. We're really going to the sky. This is amazing. The wind whistled in his ears, and clouds flew past rapidly. The Going Merry was like a cannonball, pushed by the knock-up stream to an altitude of 10,000 meters. 10 minutes later, the force of the impact was exhausted. The ship jolted and landed on a white sea surface. The surroundings quieted down. Nami slumped on the deck, gasping for air. We survived. Usopp hugged the mast, his face smeared with tears and snot. I thought I was a goner. Chopper poked his head out from the corner. Where are we? Zoro opened his eyes and looked around. It was a vast expanse of white with no end in sight. The sea surface was not blue water, but a white layer of clouds. Is this the sea? Sanji walked to the rail and reached out to scoop some up. The texture was like cotton, soft and light, but it could indeed support the ship, a sea of clouds. He looked up at the sky. We really made it to the sky. Luffy jumped down from the bow, rolling around on the deck excitedly. Sky Island, there really is a Sky Island. Nami got up and looked at the log pose. The needle is pointing straight up. No, wait, now it's pointing diagonally upward. What's going on? In the distance, at the edge of the sea of clouds, a huge shadow emerged. It was an island floating above the sea of clouds. Luffy ran to the bow and shielded his eyes with his hand. Is anyone there? No one could answer him. The Going Merry slowly sailed toward the island. They didn't know that on that island, a god had been waiting for them for a long time. The Going Merry docked. It was called a shore, but it was actually a layer of white clouds. Stepping on it felt soft, but it could indeed bear weight. Luffy was the first to jump off, bouncing a few times on the cloud ground. This is fun, the ground bounces. Sanji helped Nami off the ship. Nami-san, be careful, this place is too strange. Zoro was the last to get off, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze scanning the surroundings. It was very quiet all around, clouds covered everything, no buildings or people were in sight. Usopp shivered, shrinking his neck. This place, why does it feel so weird? Just as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly swarmed out from all around. They wore white uniforms and held spears, surrounding the Straw Hat crew. The leader shouted, "Illegal entry, arrest them." Nami was stunned. What? Illegal entry? The man didn't listen to any explanation. This is the sacred territory of Sky Island. Anyone who lands without permission will be arrested. Luffy tilted his head. Sky Island. Is this really Sky Island? That's amazing, Sanji frowned. Hey, we're just passing through, we don't want any trouble. The man sneered. Passing through. Pirates from the Blue Sea always say that. Men, tie them up. The guards around them rushed forward. Zoro stepped forward, his hand on his sword hilt. Luffy raised his hand to stop him. Wait, let's see what's happening first. Just then, a voice came from outside the crowd. Stop. The crowd parted, and an old man wearing white, feathered robes walked over. His beard and hair were white, but his back was straight, his steps steady, and he carried the dignity of someone who had long held a high position. The guards saluted one after another. Lord Ganfall. Ganfall walked up to the Straw Hat crew and scanned them with his gaze. Luffy stared at him. Who are you? Ganfall didn't answer, just sighed. Come with me. God wants to see you. Luffy tilted his head. God, is there really a God here? That's amazing. Nami's expression changed. God, what God? Ganfall turned and walked forward. You'll know when you get there. Zoro frowned. Why does he want to see us? Ganfall didn't look back. Because you come from the Blue Sea. God said he has been waiting for people from the Blue Sea for 6 years. Sanji and Zoro exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Waited for 6 years, waiting specifically for them. Usopp leaned into Nami's ear. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Nami lowered her voice. I think so too. But we don't have any other choice right now. Let's just follow and see what happens. The group followed Ganfall forward. Passing through the clouds and the forest, a huge building appeared before them. It was a golden palace, shining in the sunlight. Guards stood around the palace, all in uniform, holding spears. Their positioning was very calculated, one person every 10 meters, covering all angles perfectly. Luffy looked up at the palace. What a big house. Ganfall stopped and turned to look at them. Before you go in, I have one thing to tell you. Nami's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Ganfall was silent for a moment, then spoke. God is different from any enemy you have encountered before. He looked at Luffy. You'd better be prepared. Luffy blinked. Different? How is he different? Ganfall didn't answer, turning to push open the palace doors. Golden light poured out from inside the hall. In the very center of the hall stood a huge golden throne. A person was sitting on the throne. The person had his eyes closed, with red electrical arcs coiling around his body. Those arcs jumped about, emitting an eerie light, and even from dozens of meters away, one could feel the terrifying power contained within them. As the sound of the hall doors opening arrived, the person opened his eyes. Deep within his eyes, a flash of red light flickered. He looked at the group at the door, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper. Finally, his gaze landed on the boy wearing the straw hat. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Waited for 6 years, you finally come. Chapter 33. First meeting. The palace doors closed slowly behind them. The light dimmed, leaving only the faint glow emanating from the golden patterns on the walls. The entire hall was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. Usopp took a step forward, then he stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but his legs wouldn't obey him. That pressure surged from the front, like invisible seawater, crushing him until he couldn't breathe. His knees began to weaken, and his body instinctively wanted to kneel. He gritted his teeth hard to keep from kneeling, but his legs shook uncontrollably. Chopper hid behind him, having curled into a ball of fur, not even daring to lift his head. Nami's face turned pale as she grabbed Robin's arm. She could feel her heart pounding wildly, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. It wasn't fear. It was an instinctive reaction of the body, the kind of instinct one has when encountering a natural predator. Robin appeared calm on the surface, but her pupils slightly contracted. She had seen many powerful people, Crocodile in Alabasta, vice admirals at Marineford, and the Shichibukai. But this person before her was different from anyone she had ever met. That pressure wasn't released, it existed naturally. It was as natural as the sun shining, the seawater flowing, or breathing. This person didn't need to deliberately suppress anyone. He sat there, and his very presence was the suppression. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Invincible. These thoughts pricked his mind like needles, making him instinctively want to draw his blade, but he held back. Because he knew that if he drew his sword now, he might not even have the chance to strike. Sanji lit a cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly. The lighter took 3 tries to ignite. He took a drag, forcing himself to calm down. But that pressure was too strong, so strong that he couldn't even taste the cigarette, only Luffy. The boy wearing the straw hat stood at the front of the group, hands in his pockets, head tilted up to stare at the person on the golden throne. There was no fear on his face, no tension, only curiosity. "Are you God?" Eneru looked down at him. This boy was a bit shorter and thinner than he had imagined, and there was no aura of a powerhouse about him. But those eyes were very bright as 2 stars. Eneru did not answer. He just looked at Luffy, memories from 6 years ago surfacing in his mind. Those memories came from before he had transmigrated. A boy in a straw hat, a ship with a lion's head, a group of strange companions. They had broken into Sky Island, defeated the 4 priests, defeated Eneru, rung the golden bell, and then sailed away. The Eneru of that time lay on the wreckage of the Ark, dying with his eyes wide open in resentment. That was the ending of the original work. That was the ending that belonged to Eneru. But he was not him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Luffy tilted his head. "What are you laughing at?" Eneru spoke. "You are thinking that this person looks quite strong, but you should be able to fight him." Luffy blinked, grinning. "How did you know?" "Because you are Luffy." Luffy was stunned for a moment. "You know me." Eneru didn't answer and changed the subject. "You want to ring the golden bell?" Luffy nodded. "Yeah, I promised Old Man Chestnut, so I have to do it." The tone was matter-of-fact, as simple as saying the weather is nice today. If he promised something, he had to do it, no matter who the other person was, no matter what difficulties lay ahead. That was the kind of person he was. Eneru stared at him for 3 seconds, then he smiled. The smile was very faint, just the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. But the 4 priests stepped back in unison. Shura placed his hand on his spear, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He had followed Eneru for 6 years and had seen this smile countless times. Every time it appeared, it meant someone was going to die. Jidatsu's face turned pale, and he silently took 2 steps back. Satori closed his eyes directly, not daring to look. Ohm stood still, but his hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Luffy looked at that smile and tilted his head. "Why are you smiling so strangely all of a sudden?" Eneru leaned back against the chair, looking down at him from above. "You want to ring the bell, you can." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Really? But there is a condition." "What condition?" Eneru looked at the 4 priests. "The 4 of them each guard a trial ground. If you can survive against them, you can go ring the bell." Luffy didn't hesitate. "All right," Nami panicked. "Luffy, are you crazy? This is obviously a trap." Luffy looked back at her, but he promised. So what if he promised? He's the enemy, Luffy thought for a moment and said, "A promise is a promise." He turned back and looked at Eneru. "What counts as passing?" Eneru said, "Defeat them or make them concede. As long as you walk to the other side of the trial ground alive, you pass." "All right." Nami covered her face. Usopp slumped directly onto the ground. "It's over, it's over, it's over." Sanji took a drag of his cigarette and looked at Zoro. Zoro met his gaze and nodded. There was no other choice. Since the other party had given them a chance, they had to take it. Eneru looked at Robin and Nami. "You two stay behind." Nami's expression changed. "Why, hostages?" Luffy frowned. "No way." Eneru looked at him. "If you don't agree, then we'll start now." Luffy clenched his fists, staring at Eneru. Eneru met his gaze, his eyes calm. 3 seconds later, Luffy loosened his fists. "All right, but if they get hurt," Eneru interrupted him. "They won't." as long as you obediently participate in the trials. Luffy was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Nami and Robin. Wait for me to come back. Nami's eyes reddened. Luffy grinned. Don't worry, it'll be quick. He turned and followed the priests out. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper followed one by one. The palace doors opened and sunlight flooded in. The backs of the group disappeared into the light. The palace doors closed again. The hall fell into silence. Eneru looked at Robin. This woman was very quiet. She hadn't said a word since they came in. But her eyes were constantly observing, scanning every corner of the hall, scanning his every move. What are you thinking about? Robin looked up at him, silent for 2 seconds. I'm thinking about who you really are. Eneru smiled. I am God. Robin shook her head. God is just a title. I want to know your true nature. Eneru leaned back against the chair, looking at her. This woman was very smart, 10,000 times smarter than that straw hat. But he didn't answer, just looked out the window, in the distance, in the direction of the trial grounds. Soon, sounds would come from there. Chapter 34. The trial begins. Iron Ordeal Site. A massive iron cage enveloped the entire area. Inside the cage was a dense forest, and in the center of the forest was a clearing, where countless iron swords stood upright. Ohm stood in the center of the clearing, clutching that cloud iron alloy longsword. Luffy stood opposite him, hands in his pockets, head tilted. Are you the examiner? Ohm nodded. Do I just need to beat you? Ohm nodded again. Luffy grinned. All right. He rushed forward instantly, pulling his fist behind him. Gum. Pistol. The fist shot out, aiming straight for Ohm's face. Ohm didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand and slashed down. The slash collided with the fist, cutting directly through the skin, through the muscle, and down to the bone. Luffy let out a cry of pain and retracted his hand. His fist was dripping with blood, with a wound deep enough to see the bone. He stared at the wound, stunned for a moment. This person, could he actually hurt him? Ohm looked at him, his tone calm. God says, defeat me or make me concede, but you can do neither. Luffy clenched his fist, blood dripping from between his fingers. That's not necessarily true. He lowered his center of gravity and charged again. Sky Ordeal Site. A wide, open clearing with spears stuck all around. Shura stood in the center of the clearing, holding that spear covered in armament Haki. Zoro stood opposite him. 3-sword style, starting stance. Shura looked at him. 3 swords. Interesting. Zoro didn't speak, just stared at him. Observation Haki fully activated, sensing every subtle movement of his opponent. Shura moved. Shave. His figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Zoro's pupils contracted, and he turned to swing his swords. 3-sword style tiger hunt. All 3 swords slashed out simultaneously, sealing off all angles. Clang, blade, and spear collided, sparks flying everywhere. Zoro was knocked back 3 steps, his hand numb. This guy, he had great strength. And that spear was covered in a black luster that was armament Haki. He stared at Shura, gripping his sword hilts tightly. This is going to be troublesome. Ball Ordeal Site. A massive spherical arena with smooth walls all around, nowhere to gain leverage. Satori stood in the center of the arena, hands pressed together. Sanji stood opposite him, cigarette in his mouth, staring at his opponent. Kicking technique. Satori nodded. Sanji exhaled a cloud of smoke. Perfect, me too. He rushed forward and kicked out. Satori dodged sideways, simultaneously kicking toward Sanji's knee. Sanji retracted his leg to block and was knocked back a step. This guy's kicking technique is solid, and every kick is covered in armament Haki. He shook out his ankle and charged again. But this time, he kept his guard up. Swamp Ordeal Site. A swampy area with soft mud on the ground that you'd sink into the moment you stepped on it. Jidatsu stood on a rock in the center of the swamp, arms crossed. Usopp and Chopper stood at the edge of the swamp, looking at the muddy ground, their faces pale. How are we supposed to fight this? Jidatsu laughed. Simple, just walk over. Usopp pointed at the swamp. You can walk on this. Jidatsu nodded. Yes, but every step might cause you to sink. He paused and added, and there are things in the swamp. As soon as he finished speaking, several bubbles rose to the surface of the swamp. Then a massive head emerged from the mud, a monster. Usopp screamed and turned to run. Chopper transformed into his human-like form and blocked him. Usopp, we can't run. Usopp stopped and looked back at the swamp. Jidatsu stood on the stone, watching them with a smile. Well, want to give up. Usopp swallowed hard and looked at Chopper. Chopper clenched his fists. We can do it. Usopp took a deep breath and nodded. All right. The two looked at each other and stepped into the swamp simultaneously. God's Shrine main hall. Eneru sat on the golden throne, eyes closed. Nami and Robin stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. The hall was so quiet one could hear their own heartbeat. 10 minutes later, a loud bang came from the distance. That was the direction of the iron ordeal site. Eneru opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It has begun. Nami nervously clenched her fists. Robin looked at her without speaking. Another loud bang, this time from the sky ordeal site. Then the ball ordeal site, and finally the swamp ordeal site. 4 loud bangs, less than 3 minutes apart. The hall fell silent again. Eneru opened his eyes and looked out the window. Interesting. Nami couldn't help but ask. What's interesting? Eneru didn't answer. He just looked into the distance, his gaze profound. That Straw Hat Kid was better at fighting than he had imagined. But so what? This was just an appetizer. The real main course hadn't been served yet. Iron ordeal site, in the center of the forest enveloped by the iron cage. Ohm stood in the center of the clearing, holding his longsword. The sword was pure silver, slender, with a blade gleaming with cold light. Holy crouched at his feet, the large white dog baring its teeth at the intruder opposite them. Luffy stood 20 meters away, working out his wrists. His fist was wrapped in bandages that Nami had applied before they left. Under the bandages, the wound that had just been slashed was still throbbing with pain, but there was no tension on his face. He was just curiously looking around. Are these iron swords real? Ohm didn't answer. Luffy walked to the nearest iron sword and reached out to knock on it. Clang. It was indeed metal. Interesting. Why stick so many iron swords in the ground? Ohm finally spoke. Those are my swords. Luffy looked back. Your swords, aren't these stuck in the ground? Ohm raised the longsword in his hand, and the blade suddenly extended, whipping out like a lash to coil around an iron sword. The iron sword was pulled up by its roots, traced an arc in the air, and landed steadily at Ohm's feet. Luffy's eyes lit up. You can do that. So cool. Ohm looked at him, his gaze calm. Do you not know what you are facing? Luffy tilted his head. I know, I just need to beat you to ring the bell. Just like that. Just like that. Ohm was silent for 2 seconds, then he raised his hand and swung his longsword. The blade extended in the air, turning into a silver whip, lashing at Luffy. The speed was startling. Luffy didn't have time to dodge and could only raise his arms to block. Snap, the blade lashed against his forearm with heavy force, knocking him back a step. But that was just the beginning. Ohm turned his wrist and the longsword curved in the air, lashing from another angle. Snap, 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 3 consecutive lashes, all hitting Luffy. Luffy was knocked back repeatedly, 3 red welts appearing on his body, but he didn't fall, he just shook his arms. That hurts. Ohm stared at him. This guy's body was truly bizarre. A normal person would have broken bones from being hit by the iron-cloud sword. He only cried that it hurt, without even breaking skin. Gum fruit, Luffy nodded. Yeah, you know about it. Ohm didn't answer and swung his sword again. This time the blade didn't lash, it thrust. The silver longsword turned into a sharp arrow, aiming straight for Luffy's chest. Luffy dodged sideways, but the blade curved behind him and pierced from his back. Squish. The blade pierced his back, sinking 3 points deep. Luffy cried out in pain, grabbed the blade with his backhand and pulled hard. Ohm stumbled forward, but he reacted quickly and simply let go. The longsword slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. Luffy pulled the blade out of his back, blood dripping from the tip. He looked down at the wound, then at Ohm. You're strong. Ohm didn't speak, just raised his hand in a gesture. The longsword on the ground seemed to come alive, flying back into his hand on its own. That was the characteristic of Iron Cloud. It could freely control its shape and hardness. Luffy looked at the sword, frowning. Your sword is a bit weird. Ohm gripped the hilt, and the blade extended again, this time turning into countless thin threads, enveloping Luffy like a spider web. The threads covered the sky, making it impossible to dodge. Luffy was wrapped up tightly, hanging in midair. The threads dug into his flesh, leaving streaks of blood. Ohm looked at him, his tone calm. Concede and I can let you down. Luffy looked down at the threads, silent for 3 seconds. Then he looked up and grinned. No, Ohm frowned. Luffy took a deep breath and pushed his arms outward with force. Gum gum. Balloon, his body began to expand, growing larger like it was being inflated. The threads were stretched tight, making creaking sounds. Ohm's expression changed, and he immediately tightened the blade. But it was too late. Luffy's body continued to expand, the threads stretching tighter and tighter until finally, snap, they all snapped. Ohm took a step back, the long sword in his hand broken into several pieces, leaving only the hilt. Luffy landed on the ground, panting heavily. He was covered in welts, with blood seeping in some places, but he smiled happily. Nice move, but it couldn't trap me. Ohm looked down at the hilt in his hand. This sword had been with him for 6 years, accompanying him through countless battles. Now it was broken. He was silent for a moment, then threw the hilt on the ground. "You're right, it couldn't trap you." Luffy looked at him and suddenly asked, "You didn't want to kill me?" Ohm looked up at him. Luffy continued, "Those swords just now, you could have aimed for vital points. But every time you chose non-lethal spots." Ohm was silent. "You held back." Ohm spoke. "I was just carrying out God's orders." "What orders?" "Stop you. Kill if you can, let pass if you can't." Luffy was stunned. "Let pass? Isn't he trying to kill us?" Ohm shook his head. "If God wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have made it here." Luffy tilted his head and thought about it. That seemed to be the case. If the person sitting on the golden throne really wanted to kill them, he could have done it in the main hall. There was no need for any trials. Then what does he want? Ohm didn't answer. He just looked at Luffy, his gaze somewhat complex. This person was indeed very strong, with amazing physical fitness and excellent combat instincts. But he was too simple as a child. Ohm recalled what Eneru had said before he left. "You won't beat that rubber kid, but you will live." He hadn't understood then, but now he did. God knew everything. Luffy scratched his head. "Whatever, forget it. Anyway, I just need to beat you to ring the bell, right?" Ohm nodded. Luffy grinned. "Then I won't hold back." He took a deep breath, his legs slightly bent. Ohm's pupils contracted so fast. Luffy disappeared from where he stood and appeared in front of him in the next instant, fist pulled behind him. Gum gum. JT pistol. A punch roared out. Ohm couldn't dodge and could only raise his arms to block. Bang! The force of the punch penetrated the block and slammed directly into his chest. Ohm flew backward, breaking 3 iron swords and crashing into the forest behind. Holy barked wildly and chased after him. Luffy didn't pursue, just stood there, catching his breath. A rustling sound came from the distant forest. Holy dragged Ohm out of the forest, holding his clothes. Ohm lay in the ruins, his chest sunken, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he was still alive. He turned his head to look at Luffy and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, just the corners of his mouth slightly raised. God was right. I will live. Luffy walked over and squatted in front of him. "What are you smiling at?" Ohm closed his eyes and didn't answer. He was just remembering 6 years ago when he first saw that person. At that time, he had also been lying on the ground like this, on the verge of death. That person looked down at him and said, "You are weak, but you can live." Since then, he had lived until now. Luffy stood up and looked ahead. At the other end of the iron ordeal site, a door had already opened. Sunlight poured in from outside the door. He looked back at Ohm and grinned. "You're a good guy. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to some meat." After speaking, he turned and ran toward the door. Holy barked twice at the retreating figure, then lowered its head to lick its master's face. Ohm opened his eyes and looked at the door. God really knew everything. Chapter 35. The Ordeal of Swamp, the Ordeal of Swamp Arena. A vast, endless expanse of gray-white swamp. The ground was not soil, but soft, fluffy cloud layers that one would sink into immediately upon stepping on them. Usopp stood at the edge of the swamp, looking down at that gray-white ground, his face turning pale. This, how are we supposed to get across? Chopper poked his head out to take a look, then pulled it back. It looks so deep. Jidatsu stood on a rock in the middle of the swamp, wearing jet dial shoes with airflow spraying from the soles of his feet, allowing him to hover in midair. He looked at the two on the bank and waved with a smile. "Hey, come on over. What are you just standing there for?" Usopp gritted his teeth. "This guy is too arrogant." Chopper clenched his fists. "Let's go over there and beat him up." Usopp held him back. "Wait, let's think of a plan first." Chopper was anxious. "What kind of plan? He's just standing there and we can't get across." Usopp stared at the swamp, his mind racing. Swamp clouds. This stuff is called swamp cloud, a type of cloud layer that is different from ordinary clouds. You sink into it if you step on it. But if he turned to look at the trees nearby, those trees grew on the edge of the swamp with thick trunks and dense foliage. His eyes lit up. I've got it, Chopper leaned in. What's the plan? Usopp pointed at the trees. Climb up, jump across from the trees. Chopper looked up at the tree. The canopy was indeed large, with branches extending deep into the swamp. But we can't jump to that rock, can we? Usopp shook his head. Not jumping to the rock. It's jumping across, then falling into the swamp, and then, before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. The ground split open, and the two fell straight down. Splash. Usopp sank completely into the swamp cloud, with only his head remaining above the surface. Chopper was the same, with only his antlers sticking out. The two struggled, trying to climb out, but the more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Jidatsu floated over, hovered in midair, and looked down at them. Ha 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 ha, idiots, how dare you space out while standing on the edge of the swamp? Don't you know swamp clouds move? Usopp looked up at him, his face turning red with anger. You bastard, Jidatsu smiled. Insults won't help. Just stay there. When the trial time is up, I'll fish you out. He paused, then added, if you haven't sunk to the bottom by then. Usopp's expression changed. He felt his body slowly sinking. Although the speed was very slow, he was indeed sinking. Chopper was so scared he was about to cry. Usopp. What do we do? We're sinking. Usopp forced himself to stay calm. Calm, calm, calm. There must be a way. He remembered a book he had read before, which said that in a swamp, the more you struggle, the faster you sink, and if you don't struggle, you won't sink. Don't struggle. He took a deep breath and relaxed his body. Sure enough, the rate of sinking slowed down. Chopper, don't struggle. Relax. Chopper was stunned for a moment, then tried to relax. The sinking speed slowed down as well. The two floated in the swamp like that, with only their heads exposed. Jidatsu floated in the air, watching them, his smile freezing on his face. Usopp grinned. Didn't expect that, did you? I've figured out the pattern of the swamp clouds, Jidatsu snorted. So what if you figured it out? You're still trapped inside, aren't you? Usopp stared at the jet dial shoes on his feet. That thing could make people fly if they could snatch them. He looked at Chopper and lowered his voice. Chopper, listen to me. Chopper leaned in, and the two whispered for a while. Chopper nodded. Understood, Jidatsu frowned. What are you whispering about? Usopp looked up at him and suddenly smiled. Nothing, just wanted to say. He pulled a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it hard into the air. Bang, thick smoke exploded, covering the entire area. Jidatsu was choked and coughed repeatedly, his vision completely blocked. Bastard, this kind of cheap trick. Before he could finish, his feet felt tight. Something had grabbed his ankles. He looked down, but the smoke was too thick. He couldn't see anything. But the force was great, pulling him directly from the air. Splash, Jidatsu fell into the swamp, and the jet dial shoes came off his feet. By the time he struggled to crawl out of the swamp, the smoke had cleared. The bank was empty. Usopp and Chopper were gone. Even the jet dial shoes were gone. Jidatsu stood there, stunned. Where are they? A voice came from above. Over here. Jidatsu looked up. Usopp and Chopper were squatting in the tree, both wearing the jet dial shoes on their feet. Usopp grinned, holding a piece of ammunition in his hand. Thanks for the shoes, they work pretty well. Jidatsu's face turned livid. Give them back, Usopp shook his head. No, if you've got the ability, come up and take them yourself. Jidatsu wanted to jump up, but as soon as he did, his feet slipped. Splash, he fell back into the swamp. This time he didn't have the jet dial shoes, and could only float in the swamp, with his head exposed. Usopp and Chopper jumped down from the tree and landed in front of him. The two stepped on the jet dial shoes, standing steadily on the surface of the swamp. Usopp crouched down and looked at Jidatsu. How about it? Do you surrender? Jidatsu gritted his teeth. No, Usopp sighed and stood up. Then there's no helping it. He took out a piece of ammunition, aimed at the swamp next to Jidatsu, and threw it. Bang. The swamp exploded, splashing mud all over Jidatsu's face. Jidatsu closed his eyes in fear. When he opened his eyes, Usopp took out another one. Do you surrender or not? Jidatsu stared at the ammunition and swallowed hard. I surrender. Usopp grinned. You should have said so earlier. He put away the ammunition and, together with Chopper, stepped on the jet dial shoes and walked toward the bank. Jidatsu floated in the swamp, watching their retreating figures, wanting to cry but having no tears. It's over, it's over, it's over. God will scold me to death. He was sinking slowly in the swamp. The swamp clouds had already covered his chest. He closed his eyes, waiting to be submerged. A hand suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the swamp. Jidatsu opened his eyes. Shura stood on the bank, looking at him expressionlessly. "Let's go, the mission is complete." Jidatsu was stunned. How did you get here?" Shura put him on the ground and turned to leave. "The other trial arenas are all finished. You're the only one left." Jidatsu scrambled up and chased after him. "What about Luffy's side?" Lost. "What about Zoro's side?" "A draw." "What about Sanji's side?" "Satori lost." Jidatsu fell silent. 4 people, 3 losses, 1 draw. He lowered his head and followed Shura forward. After a few steps, he suddenly asked, "Will God be angry?" Shura paused. "I don't know." He continued walking forward. "But God has known it would be like this for a long time." Jidatsu was stunned. "Known it for a long time. Then why didn't he stop it?" Shura didn't explain, just quickened his pace. Behind them, the ordeal of Swamp Arena gradually faded into the distance. Those gray-white swamp clouds glimmered under the sunlight. Chapter 36. The Trial of Heaven. The Trial of Heaven field was not on land, but in the sky. Countless cloud stones floated at an altitude of 100 meters, varying in size and shape. The largest resembled a small hill, while the smallest could only accommodate 1 foot. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. The distance between the cloud stones varied. Some were only a few meters apart, while others were separated by dozens of meters. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the cloud stones. Zoro stood on the first cloud stone and looked down. The sea of clouds churned, bottomless. Who knew where one would land if they fell? He withdrew his gaze and looked across. Shura stood on another cloud stone 30 meters away, holding a spear, his feet stepping on jet dials. The dial shoes emitted air currents, allowing him to move freely in the air as if walking on flat ground. "Interesting," Zoro said. "This place suits you well." Shura did not respond, only tightening his grip on the spear. His gaze swept over the 3 swords at Zoro's waist, 3-sword style. The god had said this green-haired swordsman was strong. "Are you ready?" Shura asked. Zoro raised his hand and slowly drew the 3 swords. He bit the Wado Ikemanji in his mouth and gripped the other 2 in his left and right hands, 3-sword style starting stance. "Come on." Shura moved. The jet dial emitted air currents, pushing him through the air and crossing the 30-meter distance in an instant. He thrust the spear, the tip covered in armament Haki, aiming straight for Zoro's throat. It was extremely fast. Zoro dodged to the side and parried with 1 sword. Clang. The blade collided with the spear, sparks flying everywhere, but Shura, missing his strike, immediately retreated. The jet dial sprayed air in reverse, and he darted away like a swallow, putting distance between them. Zoro wanted to pursue, but the cloud stone beneath his feet was too small to gain leverage. Shura stopped on another cloud stone 20 meters away, watching him. "Here, you cannot move." Zoro did not answer, only staring at him. Shura charged again. This time from the side, the spear swept horizontally, bringing with it a sharp, whistling sound. Zoro turned to parry, but Shura retreated immediately after the strike, giving him no chance to counterattack at all. The 3rd time from above, the 4th time from below, the 5th time from behind. Shura was like a hawk, circling, diving, attacking, and withdrawing in the air. Every attack lasted only a second, but every blow was aimed at a vital point. Zoro was forced to parry repeatedly, and the cloud stone under his feet became increasingly unstable. Clang, clang, clang. After more than a dozen consecutive strikes, he hadn't been able to advance a single step. Shura opened the distance again, stopping 30 meters away. "Here, you are the prey and I am the hunter." Zoro spat out the sword in his mouth and loosened his wrists. "You talk too much." Shura frowned. Zoro bit down on the sword hilt again and closed his eyes. Shura was stunned. Closing his eyes in a place like this, is he courting death? But he did not hesitate and charged straight over. The spear thrust out, this time aiming for the heart. The tip was 1 meter away from Zoro. Half a meter, 30 centimeters, 10 centimeters, Zoro moved. He slashed with 1 sword, precisely striking the tip of the spear. Clang, Shura was repelled, but he immediately adjusted his direction and thrust again from the other side. Zoro slashed with his second sword, hitting the spear tip again. Shura's expression changed, and he attacked a third time. It was blocked again. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. Every attack, no matter from what angle or at what speed, was precisely blocked by those three swords. Zoro kept his eyes closed the entire time. Shura retreated, stopping 20 meters away, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. How did you do that? Zoro opened his eyes and looked at him. Presence. Presence. When you move, you disturb the air. The direction of the air flow is the direction of your attack. Shura was stunned. He looked down at his hands, then at the jet dials under his feet. These things did indeed disturb the air, but he had never imagined that someone could use this to track his position. Zoro bit down on the sword hilt again. My turn. He exerted force with his feet and jumped straight up from the cloud stone. Shura's pupils constricted. Is this guy crazy? There is no place to gain leverage in the air. Zoro was indeed in the air, but he didn't fall. Instead, using the momentum from that jump, he glided 15 meters and landed on a cloud stone. As soon as his feet touched the cloud stone, he jumped again. Another cloud stone. Another. And another. He leaped between the cloud stones, his speed astonishing, like a mountain goat bounding across cliffs. Shura reacted, immediately retreating while throwing his spear. The spear turned into a black stream of light, heading straight for Zoro. Zoro swatted the spear away with one sword, not stopping his feet, and continued the chase. Shura reached out and caught the rebounding spear, but Zoro had already closed in within 10 meters. He gritted his teeth, the jet dials spraying air at full power, retreating frantically. But Zoro was faster than him. That guy seemed completely unaffected by gravity, leaping, maneuvering, and changing direction between the cloud stones, every step precise, every jump perfectly timed. 30 seconds later, Zoro had chased him to within 5 meters. Shura knew he couldn't run anymore. He gripped his spear and turned to face Zoro. Come on, Zoro stopped, standing on a cloud stone. He took a deep breath, raising all three swords at once. 3 slashes were unleashed simultaneously, sealing off all angles. Those slashes intertwined, rotated, and spread in the air, turning into countless blades of light that enveloped the entire space. Shura's pupils constricted. He couldn't dodge. There was absolutely nowhere to hide. He could only raise his spear and block it head-on. Clang. The first slash hit the spear, cracking it. Clang. The second slash hit the same spot and the spear snapped in two. The third slash struck his chest. PFFT, blood splattered. Shura flew backward, the jet dial exploded, and he plummeted downward. He looked down at the rapidly receding cloud stones, at the floating boulders, and at the churning sea of clouds below. Was he going to die, perhaps? But he didn't regret it. The god had said he would lose this battle. The god had never lied to him. He closed his eyes, waiting to fall to the bottom. A hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Shura opened his eyes. Zoro was holding his wrist, his feet planted on a cloud stone, his other hand gripping a sword, the tip of which was plunged into the cloud stone to anchor his body. Hold on tight. Shura was stunned. You. Zoro didn't look at him, only staring upward. Don't move. He gave a forceful flick, tossing Shura onto a larger cloud stone. Shura landed on the cloud stone, gasping for air. The wound on his chest was still bleeding, but at least he wouldn't die. He watched Zoro jump down, stand in front of him, and sheath his 3 swords. Why save me? Zoro looked down at him. You didn't really want to kill me. Shura fell silent. Zoro continued. Just now, you had chances to strike vital points, but you missed by a little bit every time. Shura lowered his head, indeed. He could have pierced the heart, the throat, the eyes. But every time he attacked, he deviated just a little, veering away from lethal areas, wounding but not killing. He hadn't even realized it himself, but Zoro had seen it. Why not kill me? Zoro asked. Shura was silent for a long time, then spoke. The god said you would be a stronger swordsman than me. I just wanted to see exactly how strong. Zoro looked at him. Just for this. Shura nodded. Zoro turned around, preparing to leave. He walked a few steps and stopped. What is your name, Shura? Shura, Zoro repeated. Next time you want to witness a strong person, just say so. No need for all these fancy tricks. After saying that, he jumped toward another cloud stone and continued climbing upward. Shura sat on the cloud stone, watching that back disappear into the clouds. The god was right. That green-haired one would be the strongest swordsman he had ever seen. In the distance, sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled down. Those floating cloud stones shimmered in the light, like a staircase leading to the sky. Shura clutched his chest and slowly stood up. The wound on his chest still hurt, but it wasn't very serious. He looked down at the churning sea of clouds below, bottomless. He looked up, and Zoro was already gone. He suddenly smiled. The god had said he would lose this battle, but the god hadn't said that losing could feel so good. Chapter 37. Trial of Balls. The Trial of Balls arena was a gray, hazy space. Sanji stood at the entrance, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, surveying his surroundings. Balls were everywhere. Balls of all sizes floated in midair, emitting a faint white glow. Some balls were only the size of a fist, while others were taller than a person. They were packed together so densely that there was almost no room to step. "What kind of hellhole is this?" A voice came from above. "Welcome to the Trial of Balls." Sanji looked up. Satori stood on a giant cloud ball, looking down at him. The man wore loose robes, his arms crossed over his chest, a smug smile on his face. "These are impact cloud balls. Touch one and they'll explode." Sanji frowned. Satori said with a grin, "If you want to pass through here, you have to weave your way through these balls. But whatever you do, don't touch them, because if you do..." He casually patted the cloud ball next to him. Boom. The cloud ball exploded and the shockwave rippled out, causing several nearby cloud balls to explode as well. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the space itself trembled. When the explosions subsided, Satori was still standing on that large cloud ball, his smile unchanged. "That's how it is." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. "Interesting." He lifted his foot and walked into the cluster of cloud balls. The first step, avoiding a small ball. The second step, dodging sideways past a medium-sized ball. The third step, bending over to squeeze through the gap between two large balls. For over a dozen steps, he walked steadily, not touching a single one. Satori watched him, his smile gradually fading. This guy was quite agile. But he didn't make a move, just continued to watch. Sanji continued to walk forward. 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. He had already passed through half the cloud ball cluster, getting closer and closer to Satori. Satori finally moved. He jumped off the large cloud ball, landed on another, and then gave it a kick. The ball rolled toward Sanji. Sanji dodged sideways, and the ball grazed past him, colliding with another ball. Boom. Both balls exploded simultaneously. The shockwave spread, shaking a dozen surrounding balls until they exploded too. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of explosions, Sanji was sent staggering a few steps, colliding with a ball. Boom, that ball exploded and the shockwave slammed directly into him. He was blasted away, colliding with another ball. Boom, another one. Boom, boom, boom. 7 or 8 consecutive explosions went off. Sanji was left covered in soot, his clothes torn with several holes and smoke rising from his hair. He lay on the ground, coughing a few times. Cough, cough. "Bastard." Satori stood in the distance, laughing loudly. "How's that? Does it feel good?" Sanji climbed up and brushed the dust off his body. His cigarette had gone out. He took out his lighter again to relight it. It took 3 tries to get the lighter to spark. He took a drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Again, Satori raised an eyebrow. This guy was quite stubborn. He kicked the cloud balls again. This time it was 3 in a row, rolling in from different directions. Sanji stared at those 3 balls, his feet moving. First one, dodged. Second one, bent over to dodge. Third one, jumped up to dodge. But Satori wasn't just kicking balls. He moved himself, stepping on the cloud balls to move quickly, kicking more balls from every direction. 1, 2, 5, 10. Those balls flew in like cannonballs, covering the sky. Sanji gritted his teeth, dodging frantically, dodged 1, 2, 3, boom, missed one. He was blasted away, colliding with another. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions. When the explosions subsided, he lay on the ground, his clothes in tatters, his face covered in soot. His cigarette had gone out again. Satori stood in the distance, smiling even more smugly. "Give up." "You can't make it through." Sanji climbed up and brushed the dust off his body. This time, he didn't light a cigarette. He just stared at the cloud balls, at Satori, at the entire trial arena. There must be a pattern. He recalled the previous explosions. Every time a cloud ball was touched, there was a 1-second delay before it exploded. It didn't explode immediately. It was delayed by 1 second. In other words, if he could move out of the explosion range within the second after touching the ball, he wouldn't get hit. His eyes lit up. Satori watched him, frowning. "What are you thinking about?" Sanji didn't answer. He charged straight toward the nearest ball. He reached out and touched the ball. Then he immediately retreated. A second later, the ball exploded. The shockwave swept past the spot where he had just been standing, missing him, as expected. Sanji's mouth curled up. Satori's expression changed. "You figured it out." Sanji ignored him and continued forward. This time he didn't dodge. Instead, he actively touched the balls. Touch, immediately retreat. Wait for the explosion to pass, then continue forward. 1, 2, 5, 10. He walked faster and faster, more and more steadily. The explosions rang out continuously around him, but not a single one hurt him. Satori panicked. He jumped off the cloud ball and charged over himself. "Don't think you're getting past." He reached into his robe, pulled out a handful of small balls, and threw them all at Sanji. The small balls were dense, flying in like raindrops. Sanji's pupils contracted. There were too many. He dodged frantically, but there were too many balls, too dense. He couldn't dodge them all. Boom, one exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Several exploded in succession. He was blasted, rolling away, and collided with a large ball. The large ball rolled toward him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The large ball hit him, and then, boom, a massive explosion. He was blasted a dozen meters away, crashing to the ground, smoke rising from his body. Satori walked up to him and looked down at him. "I told you, you can't get past." Sanji lay on the ground, motionless. Satori waited for a few seconds, saw no reaction, and turned to leave. A voice came from behind him. "I haven't finished my cigarette yet." Satori turned back. Sanji slowly climbed up, covered in injuries, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. He took out his cigarette case. Only one remained. He put it in his mouth and lit it. He took a deep drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Satori stared at him. "You're still not giving up." Sanji looked at him. "Why should I give up?" Satori was stunned for a moment. Sanji continued, "It's just taking a few blasts, right? It's not like I haven't taken them before." He stretched his limbs, his bones cracking. Again, Satori clenched his fists. "Is this guy unkillable?" He charged up again, throwing balls frantically, but this time Sanji was different. He began to be able to perceive the trajectories of those balls in advance. The moment those balls flew toward him, their positions for the next second appeared in his mind. It wasn't guessing, it was perception. It was as if something was telling him where the balls would fly and when they would explode. Observation Haki. Amidst the repeated explosions, on the edge of death time and time again, he had achieved awakening. He dodged every single ball Satori threw. 1, 2, 5, 10. Not a single one touched him. Satori's face turned pale. How is this possible? Sanji had already charged right in front of him. He raised his leg and kicked. Satori instinctively raised his hands to block. But that kick was too fast, too fierce. It broke through his guard and kicked him in the chest. Bang! Satori flew backward, colliding with countless cloud balls. Boom, 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 with a series of explosions. The entire trial arena was shaking. When the explosions subsided, Satori lay on the ground, covered in blood, but a smile played on his lips. He recalled what God had said. "You will lose, but you will live." God was right, lost but alive. Sanji walked up to him and looked down at him. "Is it over?" Satori nodded. Sanji turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back. "What are you smiling at?" Satori lay on the ground, looking at the gray sky. "Smiling at myself." Sanji frowned. Satori continued, "I thought I could stop you, but God already knew the outcome." Sanji was silent for a moment. "That person, he knows everything." Satori nodded. Sanji didn't ask again and turned to leave behind him. Satori lay in the ruins, slowly closing his eyes, not unconscious, just tired. He recalled 6 years ago, the first time he met God. Back then he thought he was strong, thought he could challenge God. He ended up being struck half dead by a bolt of lightning. God looked down at him and said, "You are weak, but you may live." Since then, he had lived for 6 years. Now he had lost again, but he was still alive. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Being alive is truly good. Chapter 38. God's judgment, the main hall of the god's shrine. Nami stood in the corner, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. The news of the four priests' defeat had already returned. Ohm was severely injured, Shura had been rescued after falling, Satori was unconscious, and Jidatsu had it the worst. His jet dial shoes were stolen, and he nearly drowned in the swamp. But she didn't care about those people. What she cared about was that Luffy and the others had won. Winning meant they could ring the golden bell, and after ringing it, they could leave this god-forsaken place. She turned her head to look at Robin and lowered her voice. "Can we leave now?" Robin didn't answer. She just stared at the person on the golden throne, her eyes complex. Eneru had his eyes closed, as if dozing when those reports came in. He had no reaction, not even moving his eyelids. This made Robin even more uneasy. If he were enraged, if he were disappointed, if it were any normal emotional reaction, she could understand. But he didn't. He did nothing, just sat there like a statue. Nami followed her gaze and also sensed something was wrong. Why is he? Before she could finish, Eneru opened his eyes. He stood up. Rising from the golden throne, he walked down the steps one by one. Every step was slow and steady, like an ordinary person taking a walk. But Nami's heart felt as if it were being gripped by a hand, squeezing tighter and tighter. She didn't know why this was happening. He wasn't releasing any aura, he wasn't glaring, he wasn't saying anything. He just walked, wearing that loose white robe, his bare feet stepping on the cold stone floor. Yet she just felt like she couldn't breathe. Eneru passed by them and headed toward the hall doors. When he passed by Robin, he tilted his head to look at her. That look was very faint as looking at a rock. Then he continued walking forward. The hall doors opened automatically. Sunlight flooded in, stinging Nami's eyes so she couldn't open them. When she adapted to the light, she saw 5 people standing outside the door. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper. The 5 of them stood in a row, staring at the person walking out of the hall. Eneru stopped on the steps, looking down at them from above. Luffy stood at the very front, wrapped in bandages with bruises on his face, but his eyes were still frighteningly bright. Zoro was to his left, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his forehead covered in sweat. That wasn't from exhaustion, but an instinctive reaction. His body was telling him that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Sanji stood to the right, smoking a cigarette, his hand trembling. The lighter took 3 tries to light, but the cigarette had no taste at all when he smoked it. Usopp hid behind Chopper, his legs shaking. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. He couldn't take a step at all. Chopper transformed into his human form, blocking in front of Usopp, but he himself was also shaking violently. That was an animal's instinct, the instinct when encountering a natural predator. Robin walked out of the hall and stood at the edge of the steps. Nami followed behind her, grabbing her arm, her knuckles white. 7 people, all present. Eneru swept his gaze over them, his eyes finally landing on Luffy. "Did you pass?" Luffy grinned. "Of course, that level of difficulty, it was a piece of cake," Eneru nodded. "So now it is my turn." Luffy was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Eneru walked down the steps, approaching step by step. Zoro kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. Sanji put down his cigarette and assumed a fighting stance. Usopp's legs were so weak he almost knelt. Chopper's fur stood on end. Robin crossed her arms, ready to activate her powers at any moment. Nami's face was deathly pale, but she still stood in front of Robin. Only Luffy remained standing in place, staring at the person walking toward them. Eneru stopped 10 meters away from them. He raised his right hand. The movement was very casual, like pointing at something. A streak of red lightning shot out from his fingertip. The light was so blinding that everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, what they saw was 300 meters behind Luffy, a stone pillar had vanished. It hadn't collapsed, it hadn't shattered, it had simply vanished. That stone pillar had originally stood there, 20 meters high and 3 meters thick, a decorative structure in the god's shrine plaza. Now there was nothing there. Only a smooth cut remained, along with a circular deep pit in the ground. The edge of the pit was as neat as if it had been polished. There were no cracks, no scorch marks, nothing at all. The entire place was dead silent. Nami opened her mouth, unable to make a sound. Zoro's hand was on the hilt of his sword, but that hand couldn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but his body wouldn't allow it. He had seen many strong individuals. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest great swordsman, Tyrant Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He had even seen an admiral from afar. But none of them had ever made him feel this way. It wasn't fear. It was despair. Eneru withdrew his hand and looked at Luffy. "Do you still want to fight?" Luffy stood frozen in place. He stared at the vanished stone pillar, at the smooth cut, and at the bottomless circular pit. 3 seconds later, he grinned. Yes, Zoro closed his eyes, he knew it. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and flexed his ankles. He knew it would be like this. Eneru looked at Luffy, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Very well. Luffy was the first to rush forward. He vanished from his spot and appeared behind Eneru in the next instant. Gum-gum. JT pistol, his fist shot out, aiming straight for his back. Eneru didn't turn back, just took a step forward, 1 step, perfectly dodging that punch. Luffy's punch missed, his body surging forward. He gritted his teeth, twisted his body in midair, and threw out another punch. Eneru dodged again by turning sideways. Luffy landed and rushed up again, JT gatling. Countless fist shadows enveloped Eneru's entire body. Eneru stood in place, moving his feet. A step left, a step right, a half step back, a side step. All the fists grazed past his body, not a single punch landed. He was like a leaf, drifting in the wind of the punches. Every movement perfectly timed. Zoro rushed up, 3-sword style, opening stance, 108-pound cannon. 3 slashes were unleashed, sealing off all angles. Eneru raised his left hand, Armament Haki coating it. A black luster emerged. He reached out directly and grabbed those 3 slashes. Those slashes exploded in his palm, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Zoro's pupils constricted. Sanji rushed in from the side. Mountain shot. A kick aimed at Eneru's head. Eneru turned his head and dodged. Sanji landed, immediately turned and threw a second kick. Collier. Eneru took a half step back and dodged. Sanji's 3rd kick, 4th kick, 5th kick. 5 consecutive kicks, each one aimed at a vital spot. Eneru dodged them all. It was as if he knew exactly where Sanji would kick, moving in advance every time to let those kicks graze past his body. Sanji gritted his teeth and increased his speed, but he still couldn't land a hit. Usopp was in the distance, raising his slingshot, gunpowder star. A projectile flew over. Eneru didn't even turn his head, raising his right hand. Red lightning shot out and struck the projectile. The projectile exploded in midair, flames scattering everywhere. Chopper rushed up, transforming into his heavy point form, cloven hoof Rosio. Both hooves slammed toward Eneru's back. Eneru turned sideways and dodged. At the same time, he raised his left hand, aiming at Chopper. A blue arc of electricity shot out. It wasn't red, just ordinary blue lightning. But it was enough. Chopper was struck, his whole body paralyzed, falling to the ground and twitching. Nami gritted her teeth and raised her climb attack. Thunder cloud. Before she could finish, a blue arc of electricity struck her. She screamed, fell to the ground, and trembled all over. Robin crossed her arms, tres fleurs. Eneru glanced at her. He released his Heishoku. It wasn't full power, just a tiny wisp. But that wisp of pressure slammed directly into Robin. Everything went black before her eyes, and she collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. The eyes on her arms all closed, as if she had lost consciousness. 30 seconds. From the start of the battle to now, exactly 30 seconds. 6 people, all on the ground. Only Luffy and Zoro were still standing. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, staring at Eneru. He was looking for an opening. Any opening would do. But he couldn't find one. That person stood there, and there wasn't a single opening on his entire body. Luffy climbed up from the ground. He was covered in injuries. In those 30 seconds, he had taken 3 lightning strikes. His skin was scorched black and his clothes were tattered. But he still stood up. Eneru looked at him. Still want to fight. Luffy didn't speak, just assumed a fighting stance. Zoro gritted his teeth, gripping his 3 swords, 3-sword style, opening stance again. The two exchanged a glance and rushed up simultaneously. Luffy in front, Zoro from the side. JT rocket, 360-pound cannon. Both attacks slammed toward Eneru at the same time. Eneru raised his right hand. Red lightning poured from his palm, forming a screen of light, blocking in front of him. The 2 attacks slammed into the screen of light and exploded. The shockwave expanded, shaking the entire plaza. When the smoke and dust cleared, Eneru was still standing in the same spot, not having retreated a single step. Luffy lay on the ground, vomiting blood. Zoro knelt on one knee. Wado Ikemanji thrust into the ground to support his body. Eneru walked to Luffy and looked down at him. "Still want to fight?" Luffy looked up, staring at him. Those eyes were still very bright. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But just as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zoro struggled to stand up. Enough. He walked to Luffy's side, crouched down, and pressed his hand on his shoulder. "Stop fighting, we can't beat him." Luffy was stunned, looking at Zoro. That man who never admitted defeat was now bowing his head, gritting his teeth, and saying those words. Luffy opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. He turned his head to look at the other crewmates. Chopper was lying on the ground, twitching all over, his antlers even crooked. Usopp was lying in the distance, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes half closed. Sanji was leaning against a stone pillar, his right leg bent at a strange angle. The leg bone was clearly broken. Nami was curled up in the corner, trembling, her face covered in tear tracks. Robin was kneeling on the ground, her head bowed, her expression unclear. 7 crewmates, all fallen. Luffy clenched his fists. His knuckles were white, his nails digging into his flesh. Eneru stood in front of him, looking down at him. "Still want to fight?" Luffy was silent. A long, long silence. The entire plaza had only the sound of the wind and the occasional groans from the injured. Luffy relaxed his fists and lowered his head. "I lost." 3 words, spoken very softly, but everyone heard it. Zoro closed his eyes. Sanji turned his head away, not looking this way. Nami covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Usopp lay on the ground, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Chopper was still twitching, but seemed to have relaxed a bit. Robin lifted her head, looking at the person standing in front of Luffy. Eneru nodded. "Very good." He turned and walked back to the god's shrine. After a few steps, he stopped. "Ring the bell." Luffy looked up, stunned. Eneru didn't turn back. "The thing I promised you, I keep my word." After saying that, he continued walking forward. The hall doors slowly closed behind him. The sunlight was shut out. In the plaza, only a group of injured people and a boy kneeling on the ground remained. Luffy knelt there, staring at that door. For a long, long time, and then he stood up. His legs were shaking, his body was shaking, his hands were also shaking. But he stood up. He turned around and looked at the golden bell in the distance. That bell hung over the ruins, shining with golden light under the sun. He took a step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step was slow, every step was shaking, but he didn't stop. Zoro watched that back, silent for a long time. Then he smiled. "Idiot." He stood up and followed. Sanji stood up while supporting himself on a stone pillar, limping as he followed. Usopp was helped up by Chopper, and the two followed while supporting each other. Nami helped Robin stand up. The two exchanged a glance and silently followed. 7 people, lined up in a row, walked toward the bell. Sunlight spilled onto them, dragging their shadows out long in the distance on top of the god's shrine hall. Eneru stood there, watching those 7 backs. The 4 priests stood behind him, silent. After a long time, Shura spoke. "God, are you really going to let them ring it?" Eneru didn't answer. He just watched that straw hat-wearing boy walking toward the golden bell, step by step. That back was small and thin, disheveled and covered in wounds, but he walked very steadily. Every step was planted firmly. Eneru's mouth corners turned up slightly. "Ring it," he said. "Let the whole world hear that sound." Chapter 39. The sound of the bell. The golden bell hung at the highest point of the ruins. It was a massive bell tower, built from cloud stone, standing tall even after 400 years of wind and rain. At the top of the tower, the giant bell cast from gold shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Luffy stood at the base of the tower, looking up at the bell. It was too high. The tower was at least 50 meters tall, and he was covered in injuries, trembling with every step he took. But he did not hesitate. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step. Zoro watched from behind, saying nothing. Sanji leaned against a stone pillar, smoking, also silent. Nami wanted to say something, but was stopped by Robin. "Let him go." Luffy climbed up, step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His legs were shaking, his hands were shaking, his whole body was shaking, but he didn't stop. When he climbed to the 10th step, he stopped to catch his breath. The wound on his chest was aching. That was where he had been struck by the red lightning, the skin charred and oozing blood. He looked down at it, then grinned, still pretty painful. He continued climbing, 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. Halfway up, his legs went weak and he almost fell. A hand reached out from the side to steady him. It was Zoro. "Don't die here." Luffy looked at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't die." Zoro let go and followed behind him. The two of them climbed up together. 50 steps, 60 steps, 70 steps. Sanji followed as well. Then Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and Robin, 7 people, lined up, climbing step by step. No one spoke. There were only the sounds of breathing and footsteps. 80 steps, 90 steps, 95 steps. The last step. Luffy stood at the top of the bell tower, looking at the golden bell. It was even larger than he had imagined, a full 3 meters tall, the surface of the bell engraved with ancient patterns. The wooden beam for striking the bell hung beside it, wrapped in ropes. Luffy walked over and grabbed the ropes. He looked back at the people behind him. Zoro nodded. Sanji nodded. Usopp gave a thumbs up. Chopper was wiping away tears. Nami smiled. Robin nodded slightly. Luffy grinned and turned back. He took a deep breath and pulled the ropes. The wooden beam struck the body of the bell. Clang, the first chime. The sound was deep and melodious, piercing through the sea of clouds and spreading in all directions. Clang, the second chime. Clang, the third chime. Luffy pulled the ropes again and again, putting all his strength into every strike. The sound of the bell grew louder and traveled further. It pierced through the white sea, through the clouds, through the 10,000-meter-high sky, traveling downward. Downward, downward, and further downward, Jaya. Uncle Cricket sat by the sea, holding a wine flask in his hand. He stared at the distant sea surface, his eyes empty. 40 years. He had searched for 40 years and waited for 40 years. The story he heard from his grandfather, about the city of gold, about Norland, about that golden city that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He believed that story was true, but no one believed him. Everyone said Norland was a liar and that the city of gold was just a legend. He alone had dived into the sea countless times and searched every part of the nearby waters. He had found nothing. He raised the flask and took a sip. The wine was bitter, just like these 40 years. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the sky. He froze. What was that? Clang, another chime. He stood up and looked up at the sky. Clang, the third chime. His pupils began to contract. That was the sound of a bell. That was the sound of the golden bell. He had heard descriptions of that sound countless times, from his grandfather, from his grandfather's grandfather, from those stories passed down through the generations. The sound of the golden bell, piercing the sky, spreading across the sea. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang again and again, becoming clearer and louder. Uncle Cricket's hands began to tremble. The wine flask dropped to the ground, the wine spilling everywhere, but he didn't notice. He tilted his head back, staring at the sky, tears suddenly welling up. Norland. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. Norland, can you hear it? He shouted at the sky, his voice hoarse. The city of gold really exists. You weren't lying. You didn't lie to anyone. The bell continued to ring. He lay on the beach, weeping bitterly. 40 years. 40 years of waiting, 40 years of doubt, 40 years of loneliness. In this moment, it all turned into tears. Sky Island, Angel Island. The civilians stopped their work and looked up at the sky. The sound of the bell came from afar, melodious and deep. What sound is this? I don't know. It seems to be coming from over there. An old man suddenly froze. He had lived for 80 years and had never heard this sound, but he had heard the legends about this sound, the golden bell. The people around him looked at him. What? The old man trembled as he reached out, pointing in the direction the bell sound was coming from. That is the golden bell, the Shandian's golden bell. It's been 400 years. It has finally rung. The crowd became restless. Some were surprised, some were confused, some were excited. Children ran in the streets, shouting, "The bell is ringing." The adults stood on the rooftops, gazing in that direction. The whole island had come alive. Shandia village. Whipper stood at the entrance of the village, staring at the sky. The bell sound came from afar, ring after ring. His body was rigid, not moving at all. Braham ran out from the village and stood by his side. Whipper didn't speak. He just stared at the sky, tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. 400 years. The Shandians had fought for 400 years. How many people had died? How much blood had been shed? They just wanted to return to their homeland, just wanted to ring that bell, just wanted to prove their existence. But 400 years had passed, and they still hadn't been able to ring it. Now an outsider had rung it. A kid wearing a straw hat from the blue sea had rung that bell for them. Braham whispered, "That bell, it really rang." Whipper closed his eyes. "Yeah, Whipper raised his hand, cutting him off. "Enough," Braham was stunned. Whipper opened his eyes and looked at the sky. "It's been 400 years. Whoever rang it, it rang. That's enough." He turned and walked back into the village. Behind him, the bell continued to ring. The Shandians walked out of their houses, stood by the roadside, and watched that retreating figure. Whipper didn't stop, just kept walking forward. As he walked, tears streamed down. He didn't wipe them away. At the top of the god's shrine, Enel stood there, listening to the bell. The 4 priests stood behind him, silent. Shira asked in a low voice, "God, did you know this would happen?" Enel did not answer. He just looked at the bell in the distance, looking at those 7 blurry figures on the bell tower. The bell continued to ring, 1, 2, 3. For a full quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour of bell ringing, spreading across the entire sky island, across the white sea, across the blue sea, entering everyone's ears, entering everyone's hearts. Uncle Cricket knelt on the beach, crying like a child. The civilians of Angel Island stood on their rooftops, lingering for a long time. The Shandians of Shandia Village knelt on the ground, kowtowing in the direction of the bell sound. The moment the bell stopped, the whole world went quiet. Then, cheers erupted. Not from one place, but from all directions. Angel Island, Shandia Village, Upper Yard, the entire Sky Island was cheering. 400 years. That bell had finally rung on the bell tower. Luffy let go of the ropes and sat down on the ground with a thud. He was drenched in sweat, his wounds had reopened, and blood flowed all over the ground, but he was smiling like an idiot, finished ringing it. Zoro stood beside him, looking at the distant sea of clouds. "Yeah, Uncle Cricket must have heard it right, probably." Luffy grinned. "That's good." He lay down, looking at the sky. The sunlight shone on his face, making him squint. He just lay there, breathing heavily. The others sat or lay down as well, no one speaking. After a long time, Usopp spoke up. "Should we run now?" Sanji nodded. "We really should run." "In case that guy changes his mind." Luffy sat up. "He won't change his mind." Everyone looked at him. Luffy looked towards the god's shrine and said, "If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it already. He wouldn't have let us ring the bell." Zoro was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Makes sense." Nami got up. "Then what are we standing around for? Let's go." The group helped each other, slowly walking down the bell tower. When he walked down the last step, Luffy looked back at the bell. It still hung there, glistening with gold in the sunlight. "Thank you," he said softly. Then he turned and walked towards the path they had come from. Chapter 40. The god's tolerance. The Straw Hat crew supported each other as they walked back along the path they had come. Everyone was slow, and every step was difficult. Chopper was practically being dragged by Usopp. Sanji was leaning on a wooden stick he had picked up from somewhere, and Zoro was leaning half his weight on Luffy. But they walked with determination. When they returned to the plaza, they froze. The Gold Ark, Maxim, was hovering above the plaza. The ship was so huge that it covered half the sky. The golden hull shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, and the patterns on the ship's surface flowed with a dark golden luster. At the bow, Enel stood there, looking down at them. The 4 priests stood behind him in a row. Luffy tilted his head back, looking at that figure. "Are you leaving?" Enel did not answer. He simply raised his right hand. A beam of golden light fell from the ship, turning into a staircase of light that connected the ship to the ground. Enel walked down the light staircase. Step by step, he stepped onto the transparent stairs and landed on the ground. He stood in front of Luffy and looked down at him. Luffy also looked at him without any fear. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds. Enel spoke. "You may leave alive." Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought of many possibilities. She had thought Enel might go back on his word and kill them all. She had thought Enel might set some conditions, like leaving a hostage or handing over their treasure. She had thought Enel might lock them up and imprison them on Sky Island forever. But she had never thought of this, just letting them go like that. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, staring at Enel. He didn't believe it. A powerhouse of this level, having gone through so much trouble and waited for 6 years, just letting them go like this, there must be a trap. Sanji also tensed his body, ready to strike at any moment, but Eneru did nothing, he just watched Luffy. "Why?" Luffy asked. Eneru was silent for a moment, then spoke. "I have waited for you for 6 years, not because you are worth killing," he paused, "but because you are worth living." Luffy was stunned, Nami was stunned, everyone was stunned. Eneru turned around and walked toward the light staircase. After a few steps, he stopped. "Get back to the blue sea," his voice drifted back. "Tell everyone there is a god on Sky Island. Those who are unconvinced can come." Luffy stared blankly at his retreating back. Suddenly, he laughed. "You're really an interesting guy." Eneru's footsteps paused. He did not turn back. He just stood there, his back to them. Luffy said loudly, "Next time we meet, I'll beat you." Zoro closed his eyes. He knew it. Sanji covered his face. Usopp's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Nami almost fainted. Chopper hid behind Usopp, shivering. Eneru laughed. "Good," he said, only one word. Then he continued walking forward, stepped onto the light staircase, and walked toward the Ark step by step. The 4 priests followed behind him. As Shura passed by, he glanced at Zoro. "Your swordsmanship is not bad." Zoro raised an eyebrow. Shura continued, "Next time we meet, I will be stronger." The corners of Zoro's mouth curled up. "I'll be waiting." When Jadatsu passed by, he nodded at Usopp and Chopper. "Those shoes are yours to keep." Usopp was stunned for a moment and looked down at the jet dial shoes on his feet. "For real?" Jadatsu did not answer and continued walking up. When Satori passed by, he glanced at Sanji. He said nothing, just nodded. Sanji also nodded. When Ohm passed by, he looked at Luffy. "You are a good person." Luffy grinned. "You too?" Ohm was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It was the first time he had smiled in 6 years. The light staircase slowly retracted. The Ark began to ascend. The giant golden ship rose higher and higher, further and further, until it finally turned into a golden speck of light and disappeared into the end of the sea of clouds. The Straw Hat crew stood there, motionless for a long time. The sunlight spilled down, and the sea of clouds surged. Everything became quiet. After a long time, Usopp spoke. "Did we really get out alive?" Sanji nodded. "Really." Usopp plopped down on the ground. "Ah, I thought we were done for." Chopper rushed over and hugged him, crying. "Usopp, we survived." The two hugged in a ball, crying and laughing. Nami slumped on the ground, gasping for air. "You scared me to death. You scared me to death. That monster." Robin stood beside her, looking at the end of the sea of clouds. "He is not a monster." Nami looked up at her. Robin continued, "He is a man with a goal." "We were just an interlude outside of his goal." Nami was stunned. Zoro walked to Luffy's side and looked at the sea of clouds with him. "Are you serious?" Luffy tilted his head. "What?" "About beating him next time we meet." Luffy grinned. "Of course." Zoro was silent for a moment. "Then I have to train to get stronger." Sanji walked over, cigarette in his mouth. "Count me in." Usopp looked up. Hey, are you guys serious? That kind of monster." Luffy looked at him. Usopp met his gaze and sighed. Fine, we'll train." Chopper raised his hoof. "I want to train too." Nami covered her face. "A bunch of lunatics." But she also laughed. Robin looked at them, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. This group of people is indeed different from others. In the distance, the sunset began to sink. The sea of clouds was dyed golden, as beautiful as a painting. Luffy turned around and strode forward. Let's go back and find Uncle Cricket." Hey, how are we going to get down now?" "Jump down. Are you crazy?" The noisy voices faded into the distance. 7 figures disappeared into the end of the sea of clouds. Jaya. Uncle Cricket was still sitting on the beach, staring at the sky. The wine jug was already empty, but he didn't move. The bell had long since stopped ringing, but the sound was still echoing in his heart. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the sea surface. He froze, staring at that patch of sea. A huge black shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, getting closer and clearer. "That is an island." He stood up abruptly. The seawater surged and huge waves towered. A golden island slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, breaking through the surface and seeing the light of day once again. The golden city, Shandora. Uncle Cricket knelt on the beach, tears streaming down his face. "Noland," he muttered to himself. "Do you see it? The golden city, it really exists." The Going Merry sailed on the sea of clouds. The hull swayed gently, and the sails were billowed by the wind. All around was the vast, white sea of clouds with no end in sight, nor the path they had come from. The deck was very quiet. The 7 people were either sitting or lying down, and no one spoke. Usopp leaned against the ship's railing, staring blankly at the drifting clouds. Chopper curled up in the corner, hugging his knees, his eyes red. Sanji sat at the bow, cigarette in his mouth, the smoke blown away by the wind. Nami held the log pose, staring blankly at the numbers on it. Robin leaned against the mast, eyes closed, not knowing what she was thinking. Zoro lay on the deck, hands behind his head, staring at the sky. Luffy sat at the bow, side by side with Sanji, also staring ahead. No one spoke. This kind of silence was unfamiliar. During normal voyages, Luffy would either be fishing or shouting that he was hungry, and Usopp and Chopper would be chasing each other around. Sanji would be busy cooking, Nami would be chasing Luffy to beat him up, Zoro would be sleeping, and Robin would be reading. Noise and chaos were the norm. But now everyone was silent. The ship continued to drift forward. I don't know how long it had been when Sanji spoke. "Hey," no one responded. He looked back and found everyone was dazed. "Hey," Usopp was startled. What? Sanji pointed into the distance. "There's a cloud whale over there." Everyone looked in the direction his finger pointed. In the sea of clouds in the distance, a huge cloud whale was churning. Its body was translucent, glowing with a faint blue light, and every time it leaped, it would stir up a wave of clouds. Chopper stood up and leaned on the railing. "So big," Usopp also leaned over. "What is that?" "A whale, made of clouds." Luffy took a look and turned back. "Oh." Then he was silent again. Sanji looked at him and frowned. This guy had been acting strange since just now. Usually, when he saw something novel, he would be the first to rush over. Now he just glanced at it and turned back, as if completely uninterested. Sanji walked back to the bow and sat down next to him. "What are you thinking about?" Luffy was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Thinking about that guy." Sanji didn't speak. Luffy continued. "He's so strong." That was obvious, anyone could see it, but what Luffy said next stunned Sanji. "I can't beat him." Sanji turned to look at him. Luffy stared ahead, his expression terrifyingly serious. In that fight just now, he wasn't serious at all. He was just dodging like he was playing. He paused. "That last move, if he wanted to kill me, I would already be dead." Sanji was silent. He remembered the fight, remembered how every kick he threw was easily dodged. He remembered the power of those red lightning and the way Eneru stood in front of Luffy at that last moment. If that person wanted to kill them, they really wouldn't have survived. "Why did he let us go?" Sanji asked. Luffy shook his head. "I don't know." Zoro's voice came from behind. "Because he doesn't care." The two turned back. Zoro sat up, leaning against the mast, looking at them. "A powerhouse of that level doesn't care about small fry like us at all. It doesn't matter if he kills us or not." Sanji frowned. "Then what are we?" Zoro thought for a moment and said, "I guess, tools to help him spread the word." Zoro looked into the distance. "He told us to tell everyone that there is a god on Sky Island. Those who are unconvinced can go." "Isn't that just making us his megaphone?" Sanji was silent. It seemed that was indeed the case. Nami walked over, holding the log pose in her hand. "Do you think he isn't worried about the world government noticing?" Everyone looked at her. Nami continued. "The world government has always been interested in a place like Sky Island. They know Sky Island exists, but they haven't explored it on a large scale. If this news spreads, the Marine will definitely send people here." Robin opened her eyes. "What does he have to fear?" Nami was stunned. Robin stood up and walked to the ship's railing. "That kind of power, that kind of confidence, that condescending attitude, he doesn't fear anyone." She looked into the distance. "He waited for us for 6 years just to have us spread the word. Do you know what this means?" No one answered. Robin continued. "It means he is ready to face any challenge. Whether it's the Marine, the 4 emperors, or the world government, he doesn't care." She paused. "What he wants is not hiding, not silence, but attention. The attention of the whole world." The deck fell into silence again. The cloud whale churned in the distance, emitting a low cry. The sunset began to sink. The sea of clouds was dyed golden, as beautiful as a painting. The Going Merry continued to sail, carrying 7 people with dreams, sailing toward the distance. Chapter 41. News from Sky Island Mock Town. The town was as bustling as ever, with the tavern packed with pirates and drunks and gamblers everywhere on the streets. When the Straw Hat ship docked, it immediately drew attention. Isn't that Straw Hat? They're back. They returned from Sky Island. Is that for real? A crowd gathered at the pier, staring at the lion-headed ship. Luffy jumped off first. He was covered in wounds, his clothes were tattered, but his expression was the same as usual, unchanged. Zoro came down second, also covered in wounds, but his eyes were sharp. Sanji leaned on a wooden stick, limping. Usopp and Chopper supported each other. Nami was pale, her steps unsteady. Robin walked at the end, her expression calm. The onlookers were whispering. They're so badly hurt. Did they really go to Sky Island? Does such a place really exist? Luffy ignored them and walked straight ahead. Zoro followed behind, his hand on the hilt of his sword. The crowd automatically cleared a path. Walking into the tavern, it was packed with people. Those who had previously mocked Luffy for dreaming were now all silent. Someone bit the bullet and spoke up. Hey, Straw Hat, does Sky Island really exist? Luffy stopped, and everyone stared at him. The tavern was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Luffy turned back and looked at the man. It exists. The man was stunned. Luffy continued. There's a super strong guy up there. After saying this, he walked to a table in the corner and sat down with a thud. Meat. Sanji nodded and turned to go to the kitchen. The tavern exploded with noise. It really exists. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Sky Island is real. Then what about the City of Gold? Does the City of Gold exist? Someone rushed in front of Luffy. Hey, Straw Hat, did you see any gold? Is there gold up there? Luffy glanced at him. Don't know. The man was stunned. Don't know, Luffy nodded. Didn't have time to look. The man looked disbelieving, but Luffy had stopped talking. He slumped on the table and closed his eyes. The people in the tavern began to discuss. What kind of person could make Straw Hat call them strong? He's a pirate with a 30 million bounty. 30 million is nothing. Any of those monsters in the New World have higher bounties than him. But this is Sky Island. How strong could people up there be? Someone lowered their voice. I heard it's a god. A god. Yes, the god of Sky Island. That guy can control lightning, and the power is terrifying. Where did you hear that? Someone at the pier just said that when Straw Hat and his crew came down from the sky, they were muttering about something called red lightning. Red lightning. What's that? I don't know, but it sounds powerful. The news began to spread through the town, from one tavern to another, from one group of pirates to another. Some didn't believe it, thinking it was just boasting. Some were half believing and planned to find out more. Some quietly left the town to report to their superiors. In a corner of Mock Town, a man wearing a checkered coat sat in the shadows. He held a wine gourd in his hand, drinking slowly, listening to the discussions around him. Red lightning, he muttered to himself. Interesting. He stood up and walked out of the tavern. The sunlight outside was blinding, and he squinted, looking up at the sky. The god of Sky Island, huh? I wonder who is stronger compared to Lord Doflamingo. He smiled and disappeared into the crowd. In another corner, a man in ordinary clothes was also listening. He looked very ordinary, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd, but he was holding a Den Den Mushi. Everything those people said was recorded by the Den Den Mushi. Sky Island. God. Red lightning. He pressed the call button. Intelligence Department, we have new information. Marineford, the Marine headquarters. The office of the Intelligence Department was always brightly lit. The desks were piled with documents. The Den Den Mushi rang nonstop, and intelligence officers were running back and forth. A middle-aged officer took the newly arrived intelligence and frowned. Sky Island. God. A subordinate next to him leaned over. Sir, what's wrong? The officer handed the intelligence to him. The subordinate glanced at it and laughed. Is it just some pirates bragging again? How could someone in a place like Sky Island make a pirate with a 30 million bounty admit defeat? The officer shook his head. No, we've looked into this Straw Hat. Although the bounty isn't high, his strength is not weak. Someone who can make him admit defeat. He didn't finish, but both understood what it meant. The officer thought for a moment and said, Record at first listed as sea level attention. Sea level, isn't that too low? The officer shook his head. Too high and the higher-ups will scold us. Just sea level, wait for more news. Yes. New world somewhere at sea. A huge pirate ship was sailing on the sea. On the sail was a huge smiley face emblem. On the deck, a red-haired man sat on the side of the ship with a wine gourd in his hand. A subordinate walked over. "Boss, there's new information." Red Hair didn't look back. "Speak." "It's about that straw hat kid." Red Hair raised an eyebrow and turned to look at him. "Luffy, what happened?" The subordinate handed over a piece of intelligence. "He went to Sky Island and reportedly met a guy who called himself a god and got beaten up pretty badly." Red Hair took the intelligence and quickly scanned it. "Red lightning," he smiled. "Interesting. There aren't many people who can beat Luffy." The subordinate asked, "Boss, should we go check it out?" Red Hair thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. That kid Luffy will handle it himself." He looked into the distance. "If that god is really that strong, he will come to the Blue Sea sooner or later. We'll know then." The subordinate nodded and stepped back. Red Hair took a sip of wine and muttered to himself, "The god of Sky Island, huh? New world, somewhere at sea." The huge whale ship, Moby Dick, was floating quietly on the sea. The hull was hundreds of meters long, like a moving island. On the white sail was a sinister skull with a crescent-shaped mustache below it. On the deck, a group of pirates were drinking and chatting. At the bow, a huge man sat on a chair with a wine gourd in his hand. He was over 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and his golden hair hung over his shoulders like a lion's mane. Medical tubes were inserted into his body, connected to an Roman 4 stand nearby. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, Marco walked over with a piece of intelligence in his hand. "Pops." Whitebeard turned to look at him. "What is it?" Marco handed the intelligence over. "There's an interesting guy over at Sky Island." Whitebeard took the intelligence and scanned it quickly. He finished reading and was silent for a few seconds. Marco said, "This guy who calls himself a god defeated Straw Hat's crew in one blow. It said he used red lightning and the power was terrifying." Whitebeard suddenly laughed. "Girarara." The laughter was loud, causing the surrounding pirates to look over. Marco also laughed. "Pops, what are you laughing at?" Whitebeard handed the intelligence to Thatch nearby and picked up the wine gourd to take a sip. "Interesting. This sea is getting livelier and livelier." Thatch finished reading the intelligence and frowned. "Wiped out in one blow. Although Straw Hat's bounty isn't high, I've heard his strength is not weak. To leave him without a chance to fight back, this guy really has some skills." Marco nodded. "And he calls himself a god. This kind of title is either arrogance or true strength." Whitebeard leaned back in his chair and looked at the sky. "Sky Island. God," he muttered to himself. "Girarara. I really want to meet that guy." Thatch was stunned for a moment. "Pops, are you going to Sky Island?" Whitebeard shook his head. "No, it's too high. This old bone of mine can't climb up." He smiled. "If that guy is really that strong, he will come to the Blue Sea sooner or later. We'll see then." Marco nodded. "Then I'll keep an eye on the intelligence." Whitebeard waved his hand. Marco turned and left. Whitebeard continued to drink, looking at the distant sea. The sunlight spilled down and the sea breeze was gentle. Mock Town Tavern. Luffy had a nap, and when he woke up, the table was full of meat. His eyes lit up and he dived right in. "Delicious. Sanji, you're the best." Sanji sat nearby, smoking a cigarette. "Eat slowly. No one is grabbing it." Zoro leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. Nami and Robin sat together, whispering about something. Usopp and Chopper were slumped on the table, also asleep. There were fewer people in the tavern, but some were still quietly observing them. Someone wanted to come over and ask questions, but seeing the swords at Zoro's waist, they shrank back. Luffy finished a plate of meat and looked out the window. It was already dark. The night in Mock Town was still bustling, brightly lit, and noisy sounds came from the tavern. He thought of Sky Island, thought of that person, thought of that red lightning. "Next time we meet," he muttered to himself, "I will definitely beat you." Zoro opened his eyes and glanced at him. Then he closed his eyes and continued to rest. Outside the window, the moon had risen. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the sea, onto the town, onto every corner. The night in Mock Town was as noisy as ever, but something had already changed. Those news about Sky Island, about the god, about red lightning like seeds, were quietly buried in the hearts of some people. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. The Marine Headquarters building shone with white light under the sun. The port was full of warships, Marines were patrolling back and forth, and the whole fortress was filled with a stern atmosphere. On the top floor, the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, holding a piece of intelligence, his brows locked in a frown. The intelligence was forwarded from the G2 branch, and the source was an undercover agent in Mock Town. The content was simple: Straw Hat Luffy and his crew returned from Sky Island. All were seriously injured, and it was claimed they were defeated in one blow by the god on Sky Island. He read it 3 times, still feeling it was absurd. Sky Island, God, red lightning. He looked up at the man eating rice crackers on the sofa opposite him. Garp. Garp didn't even lift his head, continuing to chew on the rice cracker. Take a look at this. Sengoku handed the intelligence over. Garp reached out to take it, reading while eating. After a few seconds, he stopped. After a few more seconds, he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku rubbed his temples. Garp slapped his thigh, laughing so hard he swayed back and forth. Straw Hat got defeated. Serves him right, let him be arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Can you be serious? Garp wiped away the tears from laughing, picked up a rice cracker and took another bite. I am being serious. That kid really needs to be taught a lesson. Someone teaching him a lesson for me. I'm happy just for that. Sengoku stared at him. That guy calls himself a god and can wipe out the Straw Hat crew in one blow. This kind of strength is at least at the level of a Shichibukai. Garp chewed the rice cracker and said vaguely, Shichibukai. Those wastes raised by the world government. Veins popped up on Sengoku's forehead. Can you stop eating and listen to me properly? Garp stuffed the last piece of rice cracker into his mouth and brushed the crumbs off his hands. All right, you speak. Sengoku pushed the intelligence forward. We have always known about the existence of Sky Island, but the strength of the people there is limited, not worth investing resources. Now suddenly, such a guy who calls himself a god appears, capable of defeating the 30 million bounty Straw Hat Luffy in one blow. Garp interrupted him. Is 30 million a lot? Sengoku choked. That's not the point. Garp crossed his legs. Then what's the point? Sengoku was silent for a moment, then spoke. The point is, if that guy is really that strong, what if he wants to come to the Blue Sea? Garp blinked. Let him come. Let him come. Sengoku frowned. Garp laughed. Sengoku, oh Sengoku, you are too nervous. When has this sea ever lacked strong people? The 4 emperors, the Shichibukai, the admirals, aren't they all monsters? What difference does one more or one less make? He stood up and stretched. Besides, if that guy really wanted to come to the Blue Sea, he would have come already. Since he hasn't, it means he doesn't want to. Why are you worrying? Sengoku stared at him. Are you not worried about your grandson at all? Garp was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. If that kid were so easy to die, he wouldn't be worthy of being my grandson. He turned and walked out. All right, I'm going back. The rice crackers are finished, I'm going to get some more. Sengoku watched his back, took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Garp. Garp stopped and looked back. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it, you go. Garp grinned and strode away. The office door closed. Sengoku leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Tsuru walked in from the small door on the side, holding a cup of tea. Is he still like that? Sengoku opened his eyes and took the tea. Tsuru sat down opposite him. What do you think? Sengoku took a sip of tea and pondered for a moment. That person who calls himself a god needs to be investigated. Tsuru nodded. Who are you sending? Sengoku thought for a moment and picked up the Den Den Mushi on the table. Connect to the G2 branch, Vice Admiral Kamal. The Den Den Mushi was connected quickly. A steady voice came from the other side. Kamal, Sengoku spoke. Kamal, there is a new mission. Please speak. There is intelligence from Mock Town regarding Sky Island. Straw Hat Luffy and his crew returned from Sky Island and were reportedly defeated in one blow by a guy who calls himself a god. Go investigate this matter. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Sky Island. Are there really strong people in that kind of place? Sengoku said, I don't know, that's why you need to go investigate. Kamal's voice remained steady. Understood, I will prepare and set out as soon as possible. Sengoku nodded, report back anytime if there is news. Yes. The Den Den Mushi hung up. Tsuru looked at him. Can Kamal handle it? Sengoku said, he is a veteran vice admiral, experienced and steady in his work. Investigating this kind of thing is more suitable than sending those reckless young people. Tsuru nodded. I hope so. Outside the window, the sunlight was still blinding. On the sea, warships were coming and going. Marineford, this marine headquarters, deals with various intelligence and incidents every day. The news of Sky Island was just an insignificant one among them. But Sengoku vaguely felt that this matter was not that simple. He looked out the window, looked at the sky. There was nothing there. Only clouds, G2 branch located near the entrance to the New World. A large number of warships were stationed here all year round, responsible for monitoring pirates entering the New World. Vice Admiral Kamal stood in front of the office window, looking at the distant sea. He was in his 50s, with graying hair and a long scar on his face. That was left from a battle with a certain great pirate when he was young, and since then he knew that there was no luck in this sea. The words of the Den Den Mushi were still echoing in his ears. Sky Island. God, red lightning. He turned and looked at the map on the table. The location of Sky Island had rough records in the marine. But the environment in that area was special. The knock-up stream was dangerous, and there was no real benefit, so no one had been sent for an in-depth investigation. Now he had to go check. He picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed his subordinate's number. Prepare a ship and select 20 elites. We are going on a long trip. The subordinate asked. Where to? Kamal was silent for a moment. To the sky. Chapter 42, The Lingering Fragrance of Coffee, the Golden Ark, Maxim. Sailed slowly above the clouds. The ship was 230 meters long, entirely golden, and shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The lightning rail patterns on the hull's surface flowed with a dark golden luster, as if they had come alive. The clouds churned beneath the ship, sliced in two by the hull and scattered to both sides. Eneru stood at the bow, arms crossed, looking down below. It had been 6 years. For the first time in 6 years, he had left Sky Island, and for the first time, he was truly embarking on the path to conquer the blue sea. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze blowing against his face. The wind carried a salty, damp scent, completely different from the cold, clear cloud air of Sky Island. This was the taste of the blue sea. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as footsteps approached from behind. Shura walked to a spot 3 steps behind him, stopped, and knelt on one knee. God, speak. There is an island in the sea ahead. Judging by the map, it should be an uninhabited island. Shall we descend to replenish supplies? Enru did not answer, merely continuing to look below. No need. Continue sailing. Shura nodded. Yes. He stood up but did not leave immediately. Eneru turned his head to look at him. Anything else? Shura hesitated for a moment and said, God, we have been away from Sky Island for 7 days now. During these 7 days, you have been standing at the bow without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Eneru interrupted him. With 600 years of cultivation, what does 7 days without eating amount to? Shura lowered his head. Your subordinate spoke out of turn. Eneru turned back and continued looking below. Have Ohm come here? Yes, Shura withdrew. A moment later, Ohm arrived at the bow. God. Eneru did not turn back, only raising his right hand to point somewhere below. Use observation Haki and look there. Ohm closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes, his expression changing slightly. There is a warship below chasing a merchant ship. The bow of the warship bears the G2 mark. It should be a ship from the Marine G2 branch. Eneru nodded. There is a fellow with decent strength on that warship. Ohm was stunned. You can sense it, Eneru smiled. For these 7 days, I have been scanning this sea area with observation Haki. The aura of every ship, every person, every living thing is perfectly clear. He paused. There is a vice admiral on that warship. His aura is stronger than everyone else's, and he carries a sword. He should be a swordsman. Ohm was silent for a moment. Does God intend to make a move? Eneru did not answer. Below, the clouds churned and nothing could be seen. But his eyes seemed to pierce through all obstacles, seeing the warship directly, and seeing the man holding a coffee cup. Lower the altitude. Ohm was stunned. God. Eneru turned around to look at him. I said, lower the altitude. Ohm bowed his head. Yes. He walked away quickly to convey the order. The ark began to descend slowly. The hull pierced through the clouds, entering the lower cloud sea. The white clouds swept past both sides of the ship like sailing in water. Eneru, at the bow, remained standing in place, motionless. He watched the increasingly clear sea surface below, watching the chasing warship and watching the merchant ship fleeing in a panic. 600 years. Finally, he could stretch his muscles. On the deck, the 4 priests and the Shandian's warriors had assembled. Shura held his spear. Ohm kept his hand on his sword hilt. Jidatsu wore new jet dial shoes, and Satori pressed his palms together. Whipper, along with Braham and a dozen other Shandian's warriors, stood beside them. Everyone stared at the warship below, which was getting closer. Shura spoke. "Is God going to make a move personally?" Ohm nodded. He said, "There is a vice admiral on that warship." Shura was silent for a moment. A vice admiral. How many moves can he block from God? Ohm shook his head. "I don't know, but I guess God won't kill him immediately," Jidatsu asked. "Why?" Ohm looked at the figure at the bow. "Because God is bored." Everyone was silent. They remembered those 6 years on Sky Island. God practiced every day, grew stronger every day, and spent every day in that loneliness of having no equal. Now, he had finally encountered someone who could fight. How could he kill him immediately? Whipper suddenly asked. "Then what about us?" Ohm glanced at him. "Watch." Whipper was stunned for a moment. Ohm continued. "We cannot interfere in God's battle. Just watch." The deck fell into silence once again. The Ark continued to descend. The altitude became lower and lower, and the distance to the warship became closer and closer. Eneru stood at the bow and raised his right hand. Red lightning arcs emerged from his palm, leaping and making a sizzling sound. He looked at those lightning arcs as if looking at old friends. For 6 years, these lightning arcs had accompanied him every single day. Now it was time to let them see the world. Below, the warship had already discovered the Ark. On the deck, the Marines looked up, staring at the golden giant ship descending from the sky, their faces full of terror. What is that? A ship. It's a ship coming down from the sky. It's golden. It's made entirely of gold. Quick, report to the Vice Admiral. Amidst the chaos, a figure walked out of the cabin. He was over 50 years old, with graying hair and a long scar on his face. He wore a white marine coat and 2 swords hung at his waist. Vice Admiral Kamal. He looked up at the giant ship, squinting his eyes. The sunlight was too dazzling, and he couldn't see what was on the ship, but he could feel it. The gaze cast from above was like looking at an ant. He raised the coffee cup in his hand and took a sip. The coffee was still hot, with milk added, and the taste was just right. An interesting fellow has arrived. He handed the coffee cup to the adjutant beside him and raised his hand to grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the bow, Eneru looked at the man holding the coffee cup and smiled. The lingering fragrance of coffee interesting. He took a step and leaped directly from the bow. Vice Admiral Kamal was 53 years old this year. In the Marine system, at his age, if one is still a Vice Admiral, it is either because their ability is insufficient to be promoted, or they do not want to be promoted. He belonged to the latter. 30 years ago, he graduated under Zephyr and entered Marineford. At that time, his fellow students had now become admirals, died in battle, or retired. Only he remained in the position of Vice Admiral, never moving. It was not that he couldn't be promoted. It was that he didn't want to. If he were promoted to Admiral, he would have to be stationed at headquarters, dealing with tedious documents and attending boring meetings every day. How could that compare to the freedom of being outside? He could go wherever he wanted, chase whoever he wanted, and drink coffee whenever he wanted. This was the life he wanted, so when Sengoku's order reached the G2 branch, he did not complain or shirk but took the mission directly, Sky Island. Gold, a guy claiming to be God. Every word sounded like a story made up by pirates, but he did not underestimate it. 30 years of experience told him that anything could happen on this great sea. He set off with 1 warship and 20 elite Marines. Along the way, he drank his coffee and slept as usual, just like a regular patrol. The adjutant asked him. "Vice Admiral, aren't you nervous?" he countered. "Nervous about what?" "That god of Sky Island. It is said that he defeated the Straw Hat in 1 blow." Vice Admiral Kamal smiled. "The Straw Hat. That rookie with a 30 million bounty," the adjutant nodded. Vice Admiral Kamal raised his coffee cup and took a sip. 30 million, that's all. On this great sea, there are plenty of people stronger than him. The adjutant was stunned for a moment. Vice Admiral Kamal continued. Someone who can defeat a 30 million bounty person cannot necessarily defeat someone with a 300 million bounty. Someone who can defeat a 300 million bounty person cannot necessarily defeat someone with a 3 billion bounty. He looked at the sea surface outside the window. Just how strong that guy claiming to be God is, we will only know after fighting him. The adjutant was silent. Vice Admiral Kamal handed the coffee cup to him. Go pour another cup. Remember to add milk. Yes. Now, Vice Admiral Kamal stood on the deck, watching the golden giant ship descending from the sky. That ship was too big. Over 200 meters long, nearly 100 meters wide, entirely golden, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The patterns on the hull flowed with a dark golden luster, like some kind of living creature. He had never seen such a thing. But what really concerned him was not the ship. It was the person who jumped down from the ship. That person leaped directly from 100-meter height without using anything. He just jumped down like stepping off a step. The speed of his descent was very fast, so fast that the air around him distorted. But at the moment before touching the sea surface, a red lightning arc appeared under his feet. That lightning arc supported him, allowing him to stand steadily on the sea surface. Stepping on the sea surface as if it were flat ground, Vice Admiral Kamal's pupils contracted slightly. Being able to stand on the sea surface was not rare. Devil fruit users could do it if they mastered the technique. But this person jumped from 100-meter height without changing his expression, landing silently. This composure, this control, was not something an ordinary person could have. He stared at that person. The person was wearing a loose white robe, barefoot, with hair casually disheveled. He wasn't handsome, but those eyes were like looking at a toy. Vice Admiral Kamal had seen many powerful people: Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors. The eyes of those people were all different. Some were majestic, some fierce, some arrogant, some calm, but no pair of eyes was like the person in front of him. There was no emotion in that gaze. It wasn't indifference, not contempt, not ignorance. It was just no emotion. Like a human looking at an ant, Vice Admiral Kamal took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Who are you?" That person smiled. "Aren't you here to find me?" Vice Admiral Kamal frowned. That person continued. "G2 branch, Vice Admiral Kamal. A student of Zephyr, your swordsmanship and Haki are both first class. For 30 years, you have hunted countless pirates, never failing." He paused. "Am I right?" Vice Admiral Kamal's hand gripping the sword tightened. How did this person know so much? That person seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke calmly. "Your aura, your experience, your strength, I can see through at a glance." He raised his right hand, red lightning arcs leaping in his palm. 600 years of cultivation is not something you can understand. Vice Admiral Kamal was stunned. 600 years, this person looked only about 30 years old. But he didn't ask, because the aura emitted by those lightning arcs made the hair on his body stand up. That was a dangerous aura, extremely dangerous. He released the sword hilt, picked up the coffee cup handed over by the adjutant, and took a sip. The coffee was still hot, with milk added, and the taste was just right. "You say you have cultivated for 600 years. That person nodded, sort of. Vice Admiral Kamal asked again. "Then how old are you this year?" "About 30, I suppose." Vice Admiral Kamal almost spat out a mouthful of coffee. 30 years old, cultivated for 600 years. Vice Admiral Kamal was silent. This sounded like nonsense. But looking at the red lightning arcs in that person's palm and feeling that terrifying aura, he couldn't say anything to question it. Because that aura was indeed not something a 30-year-old should have. He had seen 30-year-old admiral candidates, 30-year-old Shichibukai, and 30-year-old 4 emperors' subordinates. None of them gave him this feeling. Vice Admiral Kamal handed the coffee cup to the adjutant and gripped the hilts of his dual swords. "Regardless of whether you are 30 or 600 years old, my mission as Vice Admiral is to investigate the Sky Island gold and that guy who claims to be God." He slowly drew his dual swords. The blades were about 1 meter long, shimmering with a cold light. The hilts were wrapped in anti-slip cloth strips, already worn white. "Are you that God?" That person nodded. "Yes." Vice Admiral Kamal took a deep breath and assumed a starting stance. He crossed his dual swords, pointing the tips at that person. "Then I, as Vice Admiral, will not be polite." Eneru looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Do you know why I came down?" Vice Admiral Kamal did not answer. Eneru continued. It's not because you are a vice admiral, nor is it because of how strong you are. He raised his right hand, the red lightning arcs leaping more violently. It's because of how you drink coffee. Vice Admiral Kamal was stunned. Enel said, 7 years, I haven't seen anyone drink coffee in 7 years. Vice Admiral Kamal frowned. 7 years, this person hasn't had coffee in 7 years. That person seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke calmly. I stayed on Sky Island for 6 years, practicing every day with no time to drink coffee. Then I waited for Straw Hat for a year, still no time to drink coffee. He paused. Now that I see you drinking coffee, I suddenly want a cup. Vice Admiral Kamal was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Want to drink coffee? Simple. He turned his head to look at the adjutant. Go, pour a cup of coffee for this. God, add milk. The adjutant was stunned. Vice Admiral Kamal said. Go. The adjutant swallowed, turned around, and ran into the cabin. Vice Admiral Kamal turned back and looked at Enel. I can treat you to coffee, but after drinking it, we still have to fight. Enel nodded, of course. A moment later, the adjutant came out holding a cup of coffee. He walked carefully to the ship's side and handed the coffee to God. Enel reached out and took it. He looked down at the coffee cup, smelled it, and then took a sip. He closed his eyes, savoring it for 3 seconds. Then he opened his eyes. Not bad. Tastes better than the cloud tea I drank on Sky Island. He returned the coffee cup to the adjutant and looked at Vice Admiral Kamal. All right, we can fight now. Vice Admiral Kamal gripped his dual swords tightly, just as I intended. He kicked off the ground, his figure rushing out violently. His dual swords slashed out, crossing into a cross shape, aiming straight for Enel's throat. For this strike, he used 70% of his strength. The speed was extremely fast, the angle tricky. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to react at all. But Enel merely leaned to the side. With a slight lean, the dual swords brushed past him, missing by a hair's breadth. Vice Admiral Kamal twisted his wrists, changing the direction of the dual swords, and slashed horizontally. Enel stepped back half a step. He dodged again. Vice Admiral Kamal gritted his teeth and swung his swords continuously. Upward slash, downward slash, left slash, right slash, diagonal slash, reverse slash, one slash after another, each faster than the last. But Enel's body, as if boneless, drifted amidst the sword light. Every movement was just right, and every slash missed by just a little bit. Vice Admiral Kamal slashed 37 times in one breath. Not a single one hit. He stepped back a few paces, creating distance, panting heavily. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Enel stood in place, not having moved a single step. He had dodged all his attacks so easily. Vice Admiral Kamal stared at him, his hands trembling slightly. You predicted my sword, Enel nodded. Every one of your slashes I had already seen 10 seconds ago. Vice Admiral Kamal was stunned. 10 seconds. He had heard that observation Haki could foresee the future. But that was 3 seconds, 5 seconds at most. 10 seconds. What kind of monster was this person? Enel looked at him and smiled. Is this all? A student of Zephyr, and this is all the skill you have? Vice Admiral Kamal gripped his sword hilts. Of course not. He took a deep breath, armament Haki covering his dual swords. The blades turned black, shimmering with a dark light. He rushed up again, this time faster, fiercer, and more relentless. The dual swords slashed out, carrying the sound of breaking wind, aiming straight for vital points. Enel did not dodge this time. He raised his right hand. Armament Haki covered it, a black luster appearing. Then he reached out and grabbed those 2 swords. Vice Admiral Kamal was stunned. His swords had been grabbed by one hand. Enel held the blades as if holding 2 branches. He looked at Vice Admiral Kamal and spoke calmly. Too slow. Vice Admiral Kamal gritted his teeth and tried to pull his swords out. He couldn't pull them out. His hand was like iron pliers, gripping the blades tightly. Enel raised his left hand, red lightning arcs emerging. Vice Admiral Kamal's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. That red lightning struck his chest directly, bang. Vice Admiral Kamal flew backward, smashing through the cabin wall and falling inside. Dust filled the air. At this moment on the deck, all the Marines were stunned in place, motionless. Enel withdrew his hand, looking at the hole that had been smashed through. To be able to withstand 1% of my power, not bad. The Marines were stunned for a long time, and finally, someone reacted and rushed into the cabin. Vice Admiral, Vice Admiral, Vice Admiral Kamal lay in the ruins, his chest charred, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he was still alive. He knew he couldn't die, because that person didn't want to kill him at all. He just wanted to play around. Chapter 43. Unexpected Reinforcements. Vice Admiral Kamal knelt on one knee on the deck, gasping for air. His twin blades were stuck in the deck beside him, the cracks on the blades shocking to behold. He was drenched in sweat. The webbing between his thumb and index finger had split, and blood dripped from his fingertips. The charred wound on his chest was still throbbing with pain. It was where he had been struck by red lightning earlier. He looked up ahead. Enel stood there, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Red arcs of electricity danced around his body, emitting a sizzling sound. Vice Admiral Kamal gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the deck. I can still fight. Enel looked at him without moving. You can barely even stand. What are you going to fight with? Vice Admiral Kamal clenched his fists. A Marine Vice Admiral does not surrender. Enel smiled. Interesting. He raised his right hand, and red arcs of electricity condensed in his palm. Vice Admiral Kamal stared at the red light, his body tense. He knew he couldn't block it, but he had to try regardless. Just as Enel was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. He tilted his head to the left, looking out at the distant sea. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. More help. Vice Admiral Kamal froze, following his gaze. On the sea, 2 warships were approaching rapidly. The Marine flag flew at the bow, and the hull was painted with the G2 emblem. They were warships from the G2 branch. Vice Admiral Kamal's expression changed. It wasn't joy, but solemnity. Because he knew that the people on those warships might not be here to help him, or rather, it wouldn't matter if they came. If even he couldn't stop this person, anyone else coming was just throwing their lives away. He opened his mouth to shout, telling the warships to turn back. But it was too late. The 2 warships had already closed in, less than 500 meters away. A familiar figure stood at the bow of the lead warship. That person was wearing a marine coat, a cigar in his mouth, and a gentle smile on his face. Vice Admiral Yamakeji, Vice Admiral Kamal's old friend, and the other Vice Admiral of the G2 branch. Vice Admiral Kamal closed his eyes. This was trouble. Vice Admiral Yamakeji stood at the bow, observing the scene ahead. A warship was drifting alone on the sea, its deck pitted and scarred, the railings shattered, and the command tower half collapsed. That was Vice Admiral Kamal's ship. 2 people stood on the deck. One was covered in injuries, kneeling on one knee. That was Vice Admiral Kamal. The other stood with his hands in his pockets. He didn't recognize him, but he could feel the aura emanating from that person, dangerous, extremely dangerous. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and raised his hand to signal the warship to slow down. Stop the ship, prepare for battle. The adjutant beside him was stunned. Vice Admiral Kamal, Vice Admiral Yamakeji interrupted him. I see him. That person won't be easy to deal with. He drew the sword from his waist. The blade was about 1 meter long, its edge glinting coldly. He gripped the hilt, coating it with Armament Haki. A black luster emerged. He stared at that person, narrowing his eyes. Vice Admiral Kamal, can you still move? Vice Admiral Kamal's voice came back. Yes, Vice Admiral Yamakeji smiled. That's good. 2 people are always better than 1. Enel looked at the 2 newly arrived warships, then at the man with the cigar. He smiled. 2 Vice Admirals. Interesting. He turned to Vice Admiral Yamakeji. What is your name? Vice Admiral Yamakeji exhaled a puff of smoke. Yamakeji. Enel nodded. I will remember you. Vice Admiral Yamakeji was taken aback. This man refers to himself as I. He looked at Vice Admiral Kamal. Vice Admiral Kamal said in a low voice, he is that god from Sky Island. Vice Admiral Yamakeji's pupils constricted, the god of Sky Island. The guy who defeated the Straw Hat crew in one blow. He looked at Enel, gripping his sword hilt. What are you doing in the blue sea? Enel said, just looking around. Just looking around. Vice Admiral Yamakeji frowned. Just looking around and you beat Vice Admiral Kamal like this? Enel nodded. He wanted to fight, so I played along. Played along. Vice Admiral Yamakeji looked at Vice Admiral Kamal. Vice Admiral Kamal nodded. He didn't use his full strength. Vice Admiral Yamakeji fell silent. He understood Vice Admiral Kamal. Vice Admiral Kammel's strength ranked in the upper middle tier among Marine Vice Admirals, first-class swordsmanship, solid haki, and rich experience. Someone like that was beaten down because the opponent was playing. He stared at Eneru, cold sweat seeping from his palms, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. "Sir, Vice Admiral Kammel is one of our Marines. You've beaten him like this. You have to give us some sort of explanation, right?" Eneru looked at him. Explanation. Vice Admiral Yamakaji nodded. "For example, come with us to Marineford." Eneru smiled, but a chill ran down Vice Admiral Yamakaji's back. He felt that those eyes were looking at a dead man. Eneru spoke. "Do you know why I didn't kill him just now?" Vice Admiral Yamakaji did not answer. Eneru continued, "Because he is not worth killing." He raised his right hand and red arcs of electricity emerged. "Neither are you." Vice Admiral Yamakaji gripped his sword hilt. He knew this battle could not be avoided. The two warships came to a halt on the sea. The Marines took their positions, aiming their rifles. The gunners adjusted the muzzles, aiming at the person standing on the deck, but no one dared to fire. That person was just standing there, doing nothing. Yet they simply didn't dare to move. That invisible pressure made them unable to breathe. Vice Admiral Yamakaji jumped from the ship, landing beside Vice Admiral Kammel. He looked at the injuries on Vice Admiral Kammel's body and furrowed his brows. "Can you still fight?" Vice Admiral Kammel nodded. "Yes," Vice Admiral Yamakaji said. "Then let's do it together." Vice Admiral Kammel looked at him, silent for a moment. "Are you sure?" Vice Admiral Yamakaji smiled. "Not sure, but we can't just watch him walk away, right?" Vice Admiral Kammel also smiled. "True." The two Vice Admirals stood side by side, coated in armament haki. Vice Admiral Kammel gripped his twin blades. The cracks on the blades remained, but the black luster re-emerged. He used his haki to forcibly stabilize the blades, preventing them from breaking. Vice Admiral Yamakaji gripped his sword, the blade as black as ink. He chewed on his cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. The two stared at Eneru. Eneru stood opposite them, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. He looked at the two of them, the corners of his mouth curling up. Two people. Interesting. He pulled out his right hand, red arcs of electricity dancing in his palm. The red light was dazzling, illuminating the entire deck. Vice Admiral Kammel and Vice Admiral Yamakaji exchanged a glance. They rushed forward simultaneously. Vice Admiral Kammel from the left, Vice Admiral Yamakaji from the right. The twin blades slashed at Eneru's left side, while the sword thrust at his right side. The two coordinated perfectly, sealing off all escape routes. Eneru didn't dodge. He raised his left hand, coated in armament haki, clang. Vice Admiral Kammel's twin blades struck his arm, sparks flying everywhere. He raised his right hand, and a red arc of electricity flicked from his fingertips. The arc of electricity struck Vice Admiral Yamakaji's sword and exploded. Vice Admiral Yamakaji was knocked back 3 steps, his hand numb. But he didn't stop. Pushing off with his feet, he rushed forward again. His sword slashed horizontally, aiming straight for Eneru's waist. Vice Admiral Kammel attacked simultaneously, his twin blades swinging downward, aimed at Eneru's head. Attacking from above and below, Eneru took a step back. The twin blades slashed through empty air, and the sword swept through the void. He raised his right foot and kicked at Vice Admiral Kammel's chest. Vice Admiral Kammel raised his blades to block. Clang, foot and blade collided, and Vice Admiral Kammel was knocked back 5 steps. Eneru landed, turned, and punched at Vice Admiral Yamakaji. His fist was coated in armament haki, the black luster deep. Vice Admiral Yamakaji raised his sword to block. Bang, the blade bent, and he was sent flying backward, crashing through the ship's railing. Vice Admiral Kammel gritted his teeth and rushed up again. His twin blades danced like a storm, blade after blade, each one faster than the last. Eneru stood in place, blocking with only Taijutsu, raising his hand block, sidestepping block. Flicking his fingertips against the blades, neutralizing the attacks. Every movement was small, very small, but everyone was perfectly timed. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves. Vice Admiral Kammel unleashed 30 slashes in one go, not a single one breaking through. He was panting like an ox, drenched in sweat. Blood flowed more and more from the webbing of his hand, and he couldn't even hold the hilt steadily. Vice Admiral Yamakaji stood up from the wreckage, gripped his sword and rushed forward again. This time he attacked from behind Soru. His feet stepped rapidly, and he instantly appeared behind Eneru. His sword thrust out, aiming straight for his heart. Eneru didn't turn around, just sidestepped. The sword swept past him by a hair's breadth. He raised his hand and grabbed Vice Admiral Yamakaji's wrist. Vice Admiral Yamakaji was stunned. That hand was like an iron clamp, locking onto his wrist tightly. He pulled with all his might, but couldn't move it. Eneru turned his head and looked at him. "I saw this sword strike of yours 5 seconds ago." Vice Admiral Yamakaji's pupils constricted. 5 seconds. Eneru released his hand and kicked out at the same time. Vice Admiral Yamakaji was kicked away, crashing into Vice Admiral Kamal. Vice Admiral Kamal reached out to catch him, and both of them retreated a dozen steps, crashing into the command tower. Dust and smoke filled the air. When the dust settled, the two vice admirals were leaning against the ruins of the command tower, gasping for air. Vice Admiral Kamal was covered in wounds, bleeding nonstop. Blood trickled from the corner of Vice Admiral Yamakaji's mouth, and his cigar had long since fallen out. Eneru stood in the center of the deck, not a speck of dust on him. He looked at the two of them and spoke indifferently. "Is that all?" Vice Admiral Kamal gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up. His legs went weak and he knelt back down. Vice Admiral Yamakaji held him down. "Don't move." Vice Admiral Kamal looked at him. Vice Admiral Yamakaji said, "We can't beat him." Vice Admiral Kamal fell silent. Vice Admiral Yamakaji looked up at Eneru. "Sir, we surrender." Eneru looked at him. "Surrender?" Vice Admiral Yamakaji nodded. "Surrender. If you want to kill us, kill us. If you don't want to, we'll just lie here." Eneru smiled. "Interesting." He walked up to them and looked down at them. Vice Admiral Yamakaji was taken aback. Vice Admiral Kamal said, "You're not killing us." Vice Admiral Yamakaji looked at Eneru. "What exactly do you want to do?" Eneru didn't answer, just looked at the distant sea. There, a few more black dots appeared, more warships. This time there were 3. Eneru's mouth curled up. "What day is it today?" "A marine meeting." Vice Admiral Kamal and Vice Admiral Yamakaji followed his gaze, their expressions changing simultaneously. On the sails of those 3 warships, different emblems were painted. They were not ships from the G2 branch. They were ships from Marineford. Vice Admiral Yamakaji muttered to himself. "No way," Eneru smiled. "It seems you called for more people." Vice Admiral Kamal shook his head. "We didn't call them." Eneru looked at him. "Then why are they here?" Vice Admiral Kamal was silent for a moment. "They might be here to capture you." Eneru raised an eyebrow. "Capture me?" Vice Admiral Kamal nodded. "News of you must have already reached Marineford." Eneru looked at the 3 warships getting closer and closer. He smiled. That smile made Vice Admiral Kamal and Vice Admiral Yamakaji both shiver. He raised his right hand and red lightning condensed in his palm. "Come on, let me see how long a Marine Vice Admiral can hold out." Vice Admiral Kamal and Vice Admiral Yamakaji exchanged a glance and struggled to stand up. The two stood side by side, gripping their weapons. They knew they couldn't win. But they were Marine Vice Admirals. They couldn't just lie there and wait for death. Chapter 44. Eyes in the shadows 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, a merchant ship drifted silently on the sea. The hull was old, the canvas patched, and it looked no different from any ordinary merchant ship. Cargo was piled on the deck. A few sailors were busy, and everything seemed perfectly normal. But if anyone could see through the cabin, they would find that the inside was completely different. In the dim cabin, 3 people stood in front of the window, raising their binoculars. The man in the lead was stout. He was over 2 meters tall, his body covered in knotted muscles, with long black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was painted with red grease paint, making him look like a kabuki actor. Kumadori, CP9 member Doriki 820. 2 people stood behind him. One wore a top hat and had a long, prominent nose, looking somewhat comical. But his gaze was sharp, his figure slender, and he stood there like a drawn blade. Kaku, CP9 member Doriki 800. The other wore black leather, had spiky hair, and had a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were sinister, and a trace of a cruel smile always played on his lips. Jabra. CP9 member Doriki 820. The 3 of them held their binoculars, staring at the sea area in the distance. There, 3 warships surrounded a damaged warship. On the deck, two vice admirals were fighting one person. No, that wasn't a fight, it was a beating. That person had his hands in his pockets, his expression relaxed. The two vice admirals were giving it their all, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Jabra lowered his binoculars and grinned. Interesting. Kaku didn't lower his binoculars, continuing to stare. Is that person the god of Sky Island? Kumadori said. Intelligence says he calls himself a god and can control lightning. It should be him. Jabra licked his lips. This guy is worth killing. Kaku glanced at him. Kill? Can you kill him? Jabra's smile stiffened. Kaku continued. Two vice admirals, Vice Admiral Kamal and Yamakeji, are both veteran powerhouses. Now they are being played like monkeys. Do you think you are stronger than them? Jabra clenched his fists. Kaku, what do you mean? Kaku lowered his binoculars and looked at him. I mean, don't be impulsive. We are just here to investigate, not to throw our lives away. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Jabra snorted, throwing my life away. Would I, Jabra, be afraid? Kumadori spoke up. Enough. Both of them looked at him. Kumadori still held the binoculars, his tone calm. The superior's order is to investigate, not to fight. What we need to do is observe, record, and then bring the intelligence back. Jabra was unwilling to accept this. Just watch like this. That guy might be worth a lot of money. Kumadori said. No matter how much he is worth, it is not something you can take. Jabra gritted his teeth but said nothing more. He knew Kumadori was right. CP9 rules, mission first. But they were all assassins, all battle junkies. Seeing that level of powerhouse right in front of them but being unable to act was like a cat seeing a fish it couldn't eat. Kaku raised his binoculars again. His movement speed is very fast. That move just now must have been Soru. Kumadori nodded. And it's an improved version of Soru. No stomping sound, no charging, just direct teleportation. This level of control is stronger than ours, Jabra said. He is a Loja user, so it's normal for him to be fast. Kaku shook his head. It's not just the devil fruit ability. Just now, when he dodged Vice Admiral Kamal's blade, he didn't use electricity. He relied purely on physical technique. The precision of that evasion is even stronger than our CP9 Kami. Kumadori was silent for a moment, and his observation Haki. Kaku nodded. Every attack he dodges in advance. Vice Admiral Kamal's blade, Yamakeji's sword, not once could they touch him. This level of observation Haki. Among the people I've seen, there are no more than 3. Jabra frowned. Are you praising him? Kumadori said. We are not praising him, we are evaluating him. He looked at the figure in the distance. This person's strength far exceeds ours. If we fight, the 3 of us together, the probability of surviving, he paused, is less than 30%. Jabra was stunned. He had known Kumadori for over a decade and had never heard him say such things, less than 30%. 3 CP9 elites, with a combined Doriki of over 2,400, facing one person, and the probability of survival is less than 30%, Kaku said. And he hasn't even used his full strength. Jabra fell silent. He raised his binoculars again and stared at the person. The man stood on the deck, and the 2 vice admirals were already nearing their limits. He raised his hand, and a bolt of red lightning struck out, blowing Vice Admiral Kamal away. That red light, even from 3 kilometers away, made their eyes ache. Jabra suddenly felt that his earlier statement, he is worth killing, was a bit ridiculous. It wasn't that the person was worth killing. It was that he had almost sent himself over to be killed. In the distance, the battle continued. Vice Admiral Kamal and Yamakeji were giving it their all, but the gap was too large. The man wove between the two using Soru, with red lightning striking out from time to time. Every attack was perfectly timed, forcing the 2 to dodge in a sorry state. 20 minutes later, Vice Admiral Kamal collapsed, exhausted. He was covered in wounds, bleeding incessantly, struggling to stand up, but his legs gave way and he knelt down again. Yamakeji was no better off. He was charred all over, kneeling on one knee, using his sword to support his body, gasping for air. The man stood in front of them, looking down at them. Jabra stared at the figure, his palms sweating. He's going to kill them. Kaku shook his head. He won't. Jabra looked at him. Kaku said. If he wanted to kill them, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Sure enough, the man said something. The distance was too great to hear clearly. But the next moment, red electric arcs appeared under his feet and he shot up into the sky. The massive golden ship slowly descended, caught him, and then ascended, further and further away, smaller and smaller, finally disappearing into the clouds. On the sea, only 3 warships and a group of dazed Marines remained. Jabra lowered his binoculars and let out a long breath. He's gone. Kaku said, "Yeah." Kumadori was silent for a moment, then turned around. "Record, organize, report." Kaku nodded. "What are that person's characteristics?" Kumadori thought for a moment. "Strength. Far exceeds estimates. Observation Haki can foresee the future. Physical technique. Comparable to CP9 elites. Devil fruit ability. Red lightning. Immense power." He paused. "Also, he does not kill." Jabra was stunned. "Does not kill," Kumadori said. "Just now, those 2 vice admirals, he could have easily killed them, but he didn't." In previous intelligence, the straw hat also left alive. He looked out the window. "This person has his own rules," Kaku said. "This kind of person is the hardest to deal with. If they have rules, they have a bottom line. But people with a bottom line are often more terrifying than those without one." Jabra frowned. "Why?" Kaku glanced at him. "Because people without a bottom line can be predicted. People with a bottom line, you never know when they will cross that line." Jabra fell silent. Kumadori said, "Regardless, let's send the intelligence back first. The superior will handle it." The 3 turned around, preparing to leave. Just then, footsteps came from outside the cabin. A person in a black suit walked in. He was wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen. But all 3 of them stiffened simultaneously. That was their liaison. The masked person spoke. "New order from the superior." Kumadori knelt on one knee. Kaku and Jabra also knelt. The masked person said, "Continue to track the Sky Island god and figure out his behavioral patterns. If necessary, you may make contact." Kumadori looked up. "Contact." The masked person nodded. "Test his strength and evaluate his threat level. If he can be recruited, prioritize recruitment. If not," he paused, "then eliminate him." Jabra's eyes lit up. "Can we make a move?" The masked person looked at him. "You can, but be prepared to die." Jabra's smile stiffened. The masked person turned and left. Only the 3 of them remained in the cabin. Jabra was silent for a long time, then spoke. "What do we do now?" Kumadori stood up. "Find him first." Kaku nodded. "That golden ship, the target is too big. It won't be hard to find." The 3 walked out of the cabin. The sunlight outside was blinding, and they looked up at the sky. There was nothing there, only clouds. Chapter 45. The decision of CP9 on the sea. The 3 marine ships gradually drifted away. Vice Admiral Kamal and Yamakaji were carried into the cabin by their subordinates. The ships Dr. Busy and drenched in sweat. 2G2 branch warships escorted the damaged flagship, slowly sailing into the distance. 3 kilometers away, that inconspicuous merchant ship remained drifting in place. Inside the cabin, Kumadori, Kaku, and Jabra stood before the window, staring at the sky. That golden giant ship had already disappeared into the clouds, but they knew which direction it had gone: northwest. Uncharted waters. Jabra put down his binoculars and grinned. "Follow it." Kaku glanced at him. "Why follow it?" Jabra said. "To capture him, of course." Kaku was silent for a moment. "You saw his strength just now." Jabra nodded. "I saw it, but so what?" He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with excitement. "It's precisely because he's strong that he's worth killing. What's the point in killing some ordinary nobody?" Kaku frowned. "You are no match for him." Jabra's smile stiffened. "Kaku, what do you mean?" Kaku said. "Exactly what I said. Even with all 3 of us, our chance of winning is less than 30%. That's what Kumadori said earlier." Jabra looked at Kumadori. Kumadori did not deny it. Jabra snorted. 30%, that's for ordinary people. "Who are we?" CP9, the world government's strongest intelligence agency. "The techniques we practice, those trump cards, those secret skills that ordinary people could never learn in a lifetime." Kaku interrupted him. "He is not an ordinary person either." Jabra was choked for words. Kaku continued, "He can foresee the future. In his eyes, those secret skills of ours are just slow motion." Jabra fell silent. The cabin fell into a brief silence. After a long while, Kumadori spoke up, "But we still have to follow." Kaku looked at him. "Reason," Kumadori said. "The commander's order is to track him and figure out his patterns of movement. If we don't even follow him, how can we figure them out? He paused. Besides, this is an opportunity. Kaku frowned. What kind of opportunity? Kumadori said. The Marines have already been defeated. Vice Admiral Kamal and Yamakaji, two vice admirals, were beaten by him without any chance to fight back. This news will soon be sent back to headquarters. He looked out the window. By then, Sengoku will send stronger people, an admiral or even Vice Admiral Garp. He turned his head back. If we can capture him before the Marines do, or at least force out his true strength, Kaku finished his sentence. The credit will belong to us, CP9. Kumadori nodded. Jabra's eyes lit up. Right, that's it. We can't let the Marines steal the credit, Kaku pondered for a moment. But the risk is high, Kumadori said. What doesn't have risks? In this line of work, aren't we walking on the edge of a blade every day? Kaku was silent. He had to admit that Kumadori was right. CP9 duty was to handle matters that were inconvenient for the Marines to deal with. Assassination, infiltration, intelligence, every mission came with risks. This time was no exception, and Jabra was already getting excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase him. He turned to leave, but Kumadori reached out to stop him. Wait, Jabra froze. What are we waiting for now? Kumadori said, let's clarify the situation first. He walked to the table and spread out a nautical chart. His finger pointed to a certain location. The direction he disappeared in is northwest. That's an uncharted sea area. There are no islands, no shipping lanes, and usually no ships pass through there. Kaku walked over. So if he went that way, either he wanted to avoid crowds or, Kumadori finished, or he is deliberately waiting for someone to chase him. Jabra frowned. Deliberately waiting for someone to chase him? What do you mean? Kaku glanced at him. It means he might have already discovered us. Jabra froze. Discovered us, from 3 kilometers away. And we've been inside the cabin the whole time, watching with binoculars. How could he possibly? Kaku said, his observation Haki can foresee the future. What's 3 kilometers to him? Jabra fell silent. Kumadori said, whether he discovered us or not, we must follow. That is the order. He looked at the two of them, but we must be prepared. If he has already discovered us, then going there might be walking into a trap. Jabra clenched his fists. So what if it's a trap? We are CP9. What kind of trap haven't we seen? Kumadori nodded. Then let's go. The 3 of them turned around, preparing to leave. Walking to the door, Jabra suddenly stopped. Wait. The 2 of them turned back to look at him. Jabra said, before we make a move, I want to perform something first. He struck a suicidal pose. My life is as fragile as a cherry blossom. Kaku smashed his fist onto the back of his head. Bang. Jabra fell to the ground, seeing stars. Kaku withdrew his fist. Stop acting, the target is about to run away. Kumadori shook his head. Let's go. Jabra climbed up, rubbing the back of his head, muttering something. The 3 of them walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. The sunlight outside was blinding. They looked up at the sky. There was nothing there, but they knew that the golden ship was in that direction. Kumadori took a deep breath. Change into combat gear. The 3 of them simultaneously took off their jackets, revealing the black skin-tight suits underneath. That was the CP9 combat suit, lightweight, skin-tight, and not hindering any movement. Kaku loosened his wrists. It's been a long time since I fought seriously. Jabra grinned. Today I can fight to my heart's content. Kumadori did not smile. He just stared at the sky, his expression grave. Remember, our mission is to probe, not to fight to the death. If the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Jabra nodded. Understood. Kaku nodded. Understood. Kumadori took a deep breath. Let's go. The 3 of them pushed off with their feet, leaping up simultaneously, moonwalk. Stepping on the air, they made loud thumping sounds. Like 3 birds, they stepped on invisible stairs, rushing into the sky step by step. Higher and higher. Higher and higher. The clouds were getting closer and closer. The Golden Ark sailed slowly above the clouds. The hull was as steady as if floating on a calm sea, with only occasional wisps of cloud passing beneath the ship to prove it was moving. On the deck, the 4 priests were each busy. Shura was wiping his spear. Ohm was closing his eyes to rest. Jidatsu was adjusting his jet dial shoes, and Satori was meditating in the corner. Whipper was patrolling with Shandian warriors, their footsteps rhythmic and light. Everything was very quiet. At the bow, Eneru sat on a golden chair, his eyes closed. The sunlight shone on him, his white robe fluttering gently in the wind. He was dozing. Or rather, using his observation Haki to scan the surroundings. This was his habit. Even while resting, his observation Haki was always on. Within a 10-kilometer radius, any movement could not escape his perception. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. 3 people have come to die. Shura stopped wiping his spear and looked up at him. God. Enru did not answer, just looking downwards. Shura followed his gaze. Below was a sea of clouds, nothing could be seen, but he trusted God's judgment. He stood up and gripped his spear tightly. I will take my men to meet them. Enru raised his hand. No need. Shura froze. Enru stood up and walked to the ship's railing. I will handle it personally. Shura frowned. God, such a trivial matter, let me handle it. Enru glanced back at him. That glance was very faint, but Shura immediately shut his mouth, took a step back, and knelt on one knee. I spoke out of turn. Enru turned back and continued looking downwards. I was just bored. A few people to relieve my boredom, that's good. The other 3 priests also walked over and stood behind him. Ohm spoke up. God, who is coming? Enru said. 3 people in black clothes jumping up while stepping on the air. Ohm froze. Stepping on the air, that is. Jidatsu finished. Moonwalk. The Marines Rokashiki. Enru nodded. Yes. Satori frowned. Marines, didn't Kamal and the others just leave? Enru shook his head. Not Marines. He paused. They are a different kind of person. Their presence is weaker than Kamal and the others, but more sinister. The 4 priests looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Enru did not explain. He just looked downwards, a faint smile on his face. 3 little ones, quite bold. Below, the clouds churned. 3 figures emerged from the clouds, stepping on the air, and stopped in the air 50 meters away from the Ark. They were wearing black skin-tight suits and masks, with only their eyes exposed. It was Kumadori, Kaku, and Jabra. The 3 of them stared at the golden giant ship, their pupils slightly contracting. Up close, this ship was even larger than they had imagined. The hull, over 200 meters long, was entirely gold, shimmering with dazzling light in the sunlight. The surface of the hull was engraved with complex patterns, with a dark golden luster flowing across them. That luster seemed to come alive, flowing slowly along the patterns. Jabra swallowed his saliva. This ship, is it really made of gold? Kaku did not answer, just staring at the person at the bow. That person stood by the railing, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. His white robe was blown by the wind, his long hair fluttering gently. He was also looking at them. The moment their gazes met, Kaku felt a chill down his back. In those eyes, there was no emotion, not indifference, not contempt, not ignorance. It was just no emotion. Like looking at 3 birds flying by, Kaku took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. He looked at Kumadori. Kumadori nodded. The 3 of them descended simultaneously and landed on the deck of the Ark. Their landing was very light, without making any sound. They stood in a row, staring at Enru. The 4 priests had retreated to the sides, but their hands were all pressed on their weapons. As soon as Enru gave the order, they would immediately rush up. Enru raised his hand. The 4 priests stopped their movements, but did not lower their guard. Enru looked at the 3 people and smiled. CP9. The 3 of them froze simultaneously. Jabra blurted out, "How do you know?" Enru said, "I know many things." Jabra frowned, wanting to ask more. Kaku raised his hand to interrupt him and stepped forward. "Are you the god of Sky Island?" Enru nodded. Kaku continued, "We are the CP9 intelligence agency directly under the world government. We are here under orders to investigate your situation." Enru raised an eyebrow. "Investigate." Kaku nodded. "We hope you will cooperate." Enru laughed. "Cooperate? How to cooperate?" Kaku took a deep breath. "For example, come with us." Enru looked at him. "Go with you." Kaku nodded. "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter echoed on the deck, startling a flock of birds. Jabra's face turned livid. "What are you laughing at?" Enru stopped laughing at how stupid you are. Jabra clenched his fists. Enru continued, "Kamal and Yamakaji, 2 vice-admirals, were just beaten half to death by me. The 3 of you, not as strong as them, but quite bold." He looked at Jabra. "Who gave you the courage?" Jabra gritted his teeth, wanting to rush up. Kumadori reached out to stop him. He stepped forward, looking at Enru. "Sir, we are not here to fight." Enru raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you here for?" Kumadori said. "To discuss cooperation." Enru laughed. "Cooperation? You, CP9, people from the government talking about cooperation with me, Kumadori nodded. Your strength is powerful, and our commander admires it. If you are willing, you can become a person of the world government. Then you can have whatever you want. Eneru looked at him. Have whatever I want, Kumadori nodded. Status, wealth, power, all can be discussed. Eneru was silent for a moment. I want this sea, can you give it to me? Kumadori froze. Eneru continued. I want the heads of all the 4 emperors, can you cut them off? Kumadori couldn't speak. Eneru looked at him. I want to be the only one supreme in heaven and on earth. Can you do that? Kumadori fell silent. Eneru's smile remained unchanged. If you can't, then get lost. Jabra finally couldn't help it. Arrogant, he pushed off with his feet, rushing directly at Eneru. His fingers were pressed together, aiming straight for his throat. Shigen, the speed was astonishing. Eneru didn't move. He just watched the finger getting closer and closer. 10 centimeters from his throat, 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters. He tilted his body slightly, and Jabra's finger grazed past his neck, missing by a hair's breadth. Jabra froze, wanting to change his move. But Eneru had already raised his hand. He slapped his chest with one palm. Bang! Jabra flew backward, breaking the ship's railing and crashed onto the deck. He struggled to get up, but his chest was in excruciating pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kaku and Kumadori's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't even seen how Eneru attacked. Eneru withdrew his hand, looking at them. With just this much skill, you dare to come looking for me. He raised his right hand, red electric arcs condensing in his palm. Come on, let me see how many seconds you CP9 people can last. Chapter 46, Elegy of the Lion on the Deck. Jabra lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He struggled to crawl up, but his chest throbbed with intense pain, and his limbs felt weak. That palm strike looked light and airy, yet it had severely injured his internal organs. He looked up and glared at Eneru, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Kaku and Kumadori stood not far away, their bodies tense. They had seen that scene clearly just moments ago. Jabra's Shigen was already very fast, but in front of that person, it was as slow as a snail. He had sidestepped in advance, raised his hand in advance, and unleashed that palm strike in advance. Every action had been prepared before Jabra even made his move. Kaku's palms were slick with cold sweat. This was observation Haki capable of foreseeing the future. Kumadori took a deep breath and stepped forward. Yo, he spoke. The sound was sharp and grating, like some ancient style of singing. He raised the long metal staff in his hand. The staff body was pitch black, gleaming with a dark luster. Eneru raised an eyebrow. What is this guy doing? Kumadori continued to sing. Yo, my life is as fragile as cherry blossoms. He held the long staff in his left hand and drew a small knife from his waist with his right. The blade was very short, only a palm's length, but the edge glinted with a cold light. He raised the knife and aimed it at his own abdomen. Yo, allow me to present to you the most beautiful seppuku performance. Eneru watched this scene, stunned. On the deck, the 4 priests were also stunned. Shira opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. Ohm frowned, failing to understand what this man wanted to do. Jidatsu blinked, thinking he had seen it wrong. Satori was silent, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Whipper and the Shandian's warriors stood in the distance, looking at each other in confusion. What kind of move is this? Cutting one's own stomach, performing seppuku for the enemy. Kumadori ignored this and continued his performance. He looked up at the sky, a tragic expression on his face. The knife pressed against his abdomen, slowly cutting downward. Blood seeped out, staining his clothes red, but he did not stop, continuing to sing. Yo, my life will bloom with its final radiance today. Eneru watched this scene and suddenly laughed. He laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed across the deck, startling the seabirds into scattering. He looked at Kumadori as if looking at a comical clown. Interesting. This is the first time I have seen such a performance. Kumadori stopped his movements and looked at him. You find it interesting? Eneru nodded. Interesting, very interesting. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his demeanor relaxed. Continue. Let me see how deep you can cut. Kumadori's expression changed. His original intention was to use the seppuku performance to intimidate the opponent, making them think he was a madman who feared no death. Madmen are the hardest to deal with because they are not afraid of dying, but this person didn't buy it at all. He wasn't just unafraid, he even told him to continue. The hand Kumadori used to hold the knife trembled slightly, should he cut or not. If he kept cutting, he would really cut himself to death. Jabra lay on the ground, spitting blood in anger. "Stop acting, you idiot, just fight." Kaku also spoke up. "Kumadori, that's enough." Kumadori was silent for a moment, then put down the small knife. He looked up at Eneru, his eyes changing. "You are indeed not an ordinary person." Eneru laughed. "An ordinary person, I am a god." Kumadori took a deep breath and gripped his long staff tightly. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." He forced power into his feet and charged directly at Eneru. Soru. The speed was astonishing, instantly crossing a 20-meter distance. He swung the long staff, coated in armament Haki, a black luster appearing. This strike used his full strength, smashing toward Eneru's head. The staff body brought forth a whistling sound with power enough to smash rocks. Eneru watched him charge, not moving an inch. The long staff was 1 meter away from his head, half a meter, 30 centimeters. He raised his hand. A bolt of red lightning shot out from his palm, striking the long staff. Bang! The long staff flew straight away, flipping a dozen times in the air before embedding into the deck. The staff body was covered in cracks. The armament Haki coating was blasted away, and the handle was still trembling. Kumadori was stunned. He looked down at his hand. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn, blood flowing freely. The power of that strike had numbed his entire arm. Eneru withdrew his hand and looked at him. "Is that all?" Kumadori gritted his teeth and activated life return. His hair began to surge. Those long black hairs seemed to come alive, growing wildly and turning into countless tentacles. Every single strand was like a steel needle, hard, sharp, and covered in armament Haki. He stood in the center of countless strands of hair, like a giant ball of fur. Life return. Hair bind. Those hair strands surged toward Eneru simultaneously, wrapping around from all directions. They covered the sky and earth with nowhere to dodge. Eneru did not dodge, letting those hair strands wrap around him, arms, legs, waist, neck. His entire body was wrapped tightly. Kumadori laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, you are nothing special after all." He tightened the hair strands, wanting to strangle Eneru. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Those hair strands wrapping around Eneru began to smoke, spontaneous combustion. Those black hair strands, starting from the point of contact with Eneru's body, were turning into ash bit by bit. The ash drifted down, and new hair strands continued to grow. Growth, combustion, ash, growth, combustion, ash. It was a repeating cycle. Eneru stood there, not moving at all. Only faint red lightning arcs danced around his body. The temperature of those arcs was too high, so high that anything that got close would be burned to ash. Kumadori's face turned pale. He desperately urged life return to make his hair continue growing, but the growth speed could not keep up with the burning speed. Those hair strands became shorter and shorter, thinner and thinner, until they were all burned away. The deck was covered with ash, piled into a small mound. Eneru stood in the center of the ash, not even a speck of dust on him. He looked at Kumadori and laughed. "Is this your move?" Kumadori took a step back. The hair bind technique he relied on for his fame had been broken just like that. He didn't even move, and it was broken just like that. He looked at Eneru, feeling fear for the first time. What kind of monster is this person? Jabra lay on the ground, watching this scene, his pupils constricting. Kaku stood not far away, his palms full of sweat. The three of them were elites of CP9, having executed countless missions and killed countless people. What kind of powerful people had they not seen? But they had never seen one like this. Eneru looked at Kumadori and spoke indifferently. "What other moves do you have? Use them all." Kumadori gritted his teeth. He could not retreat. This was a CP9 mission, his duty. He took a deep breath and activated Tech Eye. His muscles tensed, his skin hardened, and his whole body became like a piece of steel. Tech Eye, steel. This was the highest realm of Tech Eye, with hardness exceeding real steel. Ordinary swords and blades would not even leave a white mark when striking it. He glared at Eneru. "My body is now indestructible." Eneru raised an eyebrow. "Indestructible." He walked up to Kumadori and reached out to knock on his shoulder. Knock, knock. It sounded like knocking on metal. He nodded. It is indeed quite hard. Kumadori did not move, but he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. At least Tekai could defend against it. Eneru withdrew his hand and looked at him. Then how about this? He made a fist. He didn't use armament Haki, didn't use electricity, it was just a pure punch. He threw a punch. It slammed into Kumadori's chest. Bang! A loud noise exploded. Kumadori flew out like a cannonball, breaking through the ship's railing, smashing wooden crates on the deck, and slamming into the cabin wall. The wall exploded into a large hole, and he was embedded inside it. The Tekai on his body was shattered. The muscles hardened by Tekai were scattered by the punch, turning back into ordinary flesh. 3 ribs in his chest were broken. His internal organs were displaced, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was embedded in the wall, looking down at his own chest. There was a fist print there. A deep fist print. He opened his mouth to say something, but a mouthful of blood surged up, blocking his throat. Eneru walked up to him and looked down at him. Indestructible, Kumadori opened his mouth and made a weak sound. To that world, to see my mother, Eneru laughed. Go to that world, it's still too early. He turned around and walked back to the center of the deck. Behind him, Kumadori was embedded in the wall, his eyes slowly closing, unconscious. Jabra lay on the ground, watching this scene, trembling all over. He looked at Eneru as if looking at a monster. Kaku stood not far away, his body stiff. He knew he couldn't win. He had known that for a long time, but actually seeing this scene still made him feel despair. Tekai, steel shattered by one punch, life return burned to ash directly. What kind of concept is this? It meant that all their moves were useless in front of this person. Shigen would be dodged. Rankyaku would be blocked. Soru could not keep up with his speed. Moonwalk, he could do that too. Tekai, shattered by one punch. Could Kamii dodge, foreseeing the future? Kaku smiled bitterly. Before they came, they had thought of many possibilities. They had thought of a bitter fight, a Pyrrhic victory, and retreating unscathed. The only thing they hadn't thought of was this, crushing. A complete and utter crushing. Eneru walked to the center of the deck, looking at the remaining 2. Jabra lay on the ground, having already lost his combat ability. Kaku was standing, but his face was pale and his hands were shaking. He laughed. There are 2 left. Who is coming? Kaku took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He could not retreat. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. This was the dignity of CP9. He took a step forward. Eneru looked at him and nodded. Not bad. You have more guts than the one lying down. He raised his right hand, red lightning arcing and gathering in his palm. Come on, let me see how many seconds you can last. Kaku stared at that arc of red lightning, his palms full of sweat. He remembered the scene from just moments ago. The long staff knocked away, the hair burned, Tekai shattered. Every move couldn't block a single strike from this person. The gap was too large. So large that he didn't even know how to fight, but he still charged forward. Soru. He stepped rapidly, instantly appearing behind Eneru. Rankyaku ran. He kicked with both legs, countless vacuum slashes cutting toward Eneru. Eneru did not turn his head, letting those slashes hit his body. Bang. Bang, bang, the slashes exploded and dust filled the air. Kaku's pupils constricted. Did it hit? The dust cleared. Eneru stood where he was, without even a white mark on his body. His white robe was intact, and his hair wasn't even messy. He looked at Kaku and laughed, scratching an itch. Kaku took a step back, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Rankyaku was his strongest long-range attack, capable of cutting through steel. Cutting this person was no different from scratching an itch. Eneru raised his right hand, and red lightning shot out. Kaku's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated Kamii, his body, as if boneless, twisted into an incredible angle. The red lightning grazed past him, piercing through the cabin wall and disappearing into the clouds. He dodged it. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Eneru had already appeared in front of him, Soru. The same move, faster and more silent than his. Eneru raised his hand and slapped his chest with a palm strike. Bang, Kaku flew backward, slamming into the mast. The mast snapped and he fell onto the deck, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to crawl up, but his chest throbbed with intense pain and he couldn't move at all. Eneru walked up to him and looked down at him. Not bad. You managed to dodge one of my lightning bolts. He paused. But it was just one lightning bolt, after all. Kaku stared at him, opening his mouth to say something, But the moment he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. Chapter 47, Four-Sword Style, Giraffe Dance. Kaku landed on the deck. He stood up, staring at Eneru. There was no fear in his eyes, only fighting spirit. The palm strike from earlier had indeed injured him. His ribs were still aching, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. But he had not fallen. He could still stand. He could still fight. He looked at Eneru and slowly clenched his fists. "You are strong." Eneru nodded. Kaku took a deep breath. "But I am no pushover either." He pushed off with his feet, and his body began to change. His limbs lengthened, his neck grew, and his skin hardened. His entire body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant giraffe, beast form. This was his devil fruit ability, the Oxox fruit model, giraffe. Kaku stood on the deck, over 5 meters tall, his long neck reaching toward the sky. His limbs remained human-like but had become thick and powerful. He drew 2 swords from his waist and held them in his hands. His feet also gripped 2 swords, four-sword style. Eneru watched this scene and raised an eyebrow. A giraffe, 4 swords, interesting. Kaku assumed his stance. He crossed his 4 swords, the tips pointing at Eneru. 4-sword style, giraffe dance, start, he moved. His massive body spun on the deck, and all 4 swords slashed out simultaneously. The sword lights intertwined, forming a dense web of sword energy. Each slash of sword energy carried the black luster of Armament Haki, sharp enough to cut through steel. The sword energy filled the air, shrouding the entire deck. There was nowhere to hide. Eneru did not dodge, he just stood there, hands in his pockets. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy exploded, and dust filled the air. Kaku stared at the cloud of dust, his heartbeat quickening. Did it hit? The dust settled. Eneru stood in his original spot, his white robe completely undamaged. The sword energy had slashed against him without leaving even a white mark. Coated in Armament Haki, a faint black luster appeared on his skin, a luster as deep as ink, 10 times denser than Kaku's Armament Haki. Kaku's pupils contracted. Armament Haki. Eneru looked at him and smiled. "Did you think I only use my devil fruit?" He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The Armament Haki luster on his arm deepened, as black as solidified night. "I have trained for 600 years. My devil fruit, Haki, Taijutsu, Swordsmanship, and Rokushiki, I have trained every discipline to its limit." He unclenched his fist. "Your sword energy isn't even enough to scratch an itch." Kaku took a step back. He had seen many powerful experts, and he had seen many masters of Armament Haki. But he had never seen anyone who could train Armament Haki to this extent. That blackness seemed capable of absorbing light itself. He looked at the swords in his hands. The Armament Haki luster on the blades was as faint as ash. The gap was too wide, wide enough to drive one to despair. He gripped the hilts tightly, staring at Eneru. "Then try this," he charged again. 4-sword style, giraffe dance modified. This time, it wasn't sword energy, it was a physical slash. 4 swords slashed from 4 directions simultaneously, each aiming for a vital point. Head, throat, heart, abdomen. 4 angles, 4 swords slashing in unison. Eneru watched the blades drawing closer without moving. The blades were a meter away, half a meter, 30 centimeters, 10 centimeters. He raised his hand and extended a single finger, tapping it lightly against the blade of the first sword. Clang, the first sword was deflected. His finger moved, tapping the second sword. Clang. The second sword was deflected. His finger moved again, tapping the third sword. Clang, the third sword was deflected. His finger tapped one last time, hitting the fourth sword. Clang, the fourth sword was deflected. 4 swords slashing together, all blocked by a single finger. Kaku stood frozen in place. He stared at Eneru's finger, which was coated in Armament Haki, shining black. With just that one finger, he had blocked all 4 of his swords. Gritting his teeth, he swung his swords again. 4 swords slashed out in succession, one faster than the last. Upward slash, downward slash, left slash, right slash, diagonal slash, reverse slash. Every slash used his full strength. Every slash aimed for a vital point. Eneru stood in place, using only that one finger to parry. No matter from which angle Kaku slashed, that finger was always there, blocking the blade. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of blades colliding with the finger was as dense as raindrops. 10 slashes, 20 slashes, 30 slashes, 40 slashes, 50 slashes. Kaku slashed 50 times in one breath, yet not a single one could break past that finger. He panted like an ox, drenched in sweat. The webbing between his thumb and index finger split, and blood dripped down the sword hilts. He looked at Eneru, his eyes filled with disbelief. This man had blocked all his attacks with just a single finger. His Doriki was 2200, the second strongest in CP9. Yet in front of this man, he couldn't even break through a single finger. Kaku retreated a few steps, putting some distance between them. He gasped for air, staring at Eneru. That finger was still held up there, as if mocking him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't panic. There had to be a flaw. He recalled the battle just now, searching for any possible weakness. Speed. This man's speed was too fast, he couldn't keep up. Strength. A single punch shattered iron. His strength was overwhelming. Haki. His armament Haki was 10 times stronger than his own. Observation Haki. He could foresee the future. Devil fruit. Red lightning was terrifyingly powerful. The more he thought, the more desperate he felt. This man had no weaknesses. He was strong in every aspect. Eneru looked at him and smiled. Thinking about how to beat me, Kaku looked up. Eneru said, "Stop thinking about it. You can't win." Kaku gripped his sword hilts. "I know," he paused, "but I still have to fight." Eneru raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Kaku said. "Because I am CP9, because it is my duty." Eneru smiled and lowered his finger. "Then come, let me see how far you can go." Kaku took a deep breath and activated Shave. He stepped rapidly, vanishing from his spot instantly. He moved quickly across the deck, leaving countless afterimages. Those afterimages approached Eneru from all directions, making it impossible to tell which was the real body. Eneru stood in place, hands in his pockets. He did not use observation Haki. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this man could pull off. Kaku's afterimages drew closer. 10, 20, 30. The entire deck was filled with his shadows. Suddenly, all the afterimages attacked simultaneously. 4 swords slashed from all directions, sealing off every angle. This was his ultimate technique: Shave, sword dance. He used Shave to create afterimages, then used the afterimages to launch attacks. Every afterimage's attack was real, because the main body moved at high speed between the afterimages, completing multiple attacks in an instant. An average person couldn't tell which was real and would be forced to take it head-on. But Eneru did not take it head-on. He simply extended a finger, just one finger. That finger moved rapidly through the air, and each movement tapped exactly onto the incoming blade. Clang, 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 clang. 37 crisp sounds in succession. 37 slashes, all blocked. Kaku's real body appeared 10 meters away, gasping for air. He looked at Eneru, his eyes filled with despair. Shave, sword dance was his strongest technique. He had practiced it for 10 years and had never missed. Now it had been broken by a single finger. A nice technique, but too slow. Too slow. Kaku smiled bitterly. His speed was in the top 3 within CP9. In this man's eyes, he was just too slow. He was unwilling to give up. He charged again. This time, he didn't play any tricks. A direct frontal assault. 4 swords slashed in unison, one after another, each faster than the last. Upward, downward, left, right, horizontal, diagonal, reverse, returning. Every slash used his full strength. Every slash aimed for a vital point. Eneru stood in place, still using only that one finger to parry. He didn't even move his feet. He just stood there, moving his finger lightly to block every attack. 50 slashes, 100 slashes, 150 slashes. Kaku's swords were getting faster and faster, so fast that even the afterimages couldn't be seen. But that finger was faster. No matter how many slashes he unleashed, that finger was able to block them. 180 slashes, 190 slashes, 200 slashes. Kaku finally ran out of strength. His knees buckled and he knelt on the deck. The 4 swords dropped to the ground with a crisp ringing sound. He lowered his head, gasping for air. He was drenched in sweat and blood dripped from his fingertips. Eneru looked down at him. 200 slashes. Not bad. Kaku smiled bitterly. Chapter 48. The pinnacle of Rankyaku. Kaku knelt on the deck, gasping for air. 4 swords were scattered across the floor, their blades notched and scarred. He looked down at the chips in the steel, his eyes filled with bitterness. 200 strikes. 200 full strikes. and he hadn't even touched a single finger of his opponent. He looked up at Enel, who stood by the ship's railing with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Sunlight washed over him, his white robes fluttering in the wind, making him look like a true god. Kaku took a deep breath and pushed himself up from the deck. His legs were shaking, his hands were shaking, his entire body was trembling, but he stood up. Enel turned to look at him. "Can you still stand?" Kaku nodded. "Yes," Enel laughed. "Interesting. Better than the one lying on the ground." Kaku didn't reply, just stared at him. He was thinking about what techniques he had left. Four-sword style, useless. Soru, blade dance, broken. Shigen, Rankyaku, Kami-e, Tekai. This man had a stronger version of every single one. He looked at Eneru's leg and suddenly remembered something. Rankyaku. He hadn't used Rankyaku yet. Maybe a ranged attack would have some effect. He took a deep breath and raised his right leg. Armament Haki coated it, a black sheen emerging. Rankyaku ran. He kicked repeatedly with his right leg, sending countless vacuum slashes shooting out. The slashes flew toward Enel from every angle, some straight, some curved, some spinning. It was overwhelming, with nowhere to hide. Enel watched the slashes without moving. When they reached half a meter in front of him, they suddenly stopped. A screen of red light appeared out of thin air, blocking all the attacks. The slashes slammed into the light barrier, exploded, and dissipated. Enel stood behind the barrier, not even blinking. Kaku's pupils constricted. Was that a barrier made of lightning? He gritted his teeth and switched tactics. Rankyaku, white lightning. He kicked out an even thinner, faster slash that looked like a bolt of white lightning, aiming straight for Eneru's face. It was twice as fast as the previous ones. The red light barrier remained in place. The white lightning slammed into it, exploded, and dissipated. Enel hadn't even moved. Kaku was unwilling to give up. Rankyaku, line. He kicked over a dozen times, each slash as thin as a hair, piercing through the gaps in the light barrier from different angles toward Enel. Those thin-line slashes were his most precise technique, capable of passing through the narrowest gaps. Enel raised his right hand and spread his fingers. 5 red arcs of electricity emerged from his fingertips, precisely striking every single thin-line slash. Bang, 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 bang. They all exploded. Kaku froze in place. All of his Rankyaku techniques had been easily neutralized. Enel lowered his hand and looked at him. "Your Rankyaku is well-trained." Kaku smiled bitterly. "Well-trained? I haven't even touched the hem of your clothes." Enel laughed, "and compared to mine." He raised his right leg. The movement was slow, like an ordinary person lifting their leg to walk. Kaku stared at that leg, unsure of what he was about to do. Enel said, "Watch closely." He kicked out with his right leg, striking the air. A Rankyaku slash wrapped in red lightning shot out from his toes. The slash was as thick as a barrel, blindingly red, crackling with sizzling electricity as it tore through the air and surged into the distance. It swept across the sea, cleaving through waves, cleaving through the air, cleaving through everything in its path. 3 seconds later, the slash landed on the distant ocean surface. Boom! The sea was split in two. The slash cut straight through the water, carving out a bottomless trench. The seawater surged to both sides, forming 2 walls of water tens of meters high. The trench grew deeper and longer, extending all the way to the horizon. For 10 full seconds, the trench slowly closed. The sea returned to calm, but the massive waves kicked up were still spreading outward. Kaku watched this scene, completely stunned. He opened his mouth, unable to make a sound. What was that? Rankyaku. That was Rankyaku. He had practiced Rankyaku for 20 years and had never imagined it could have such power. To cleave the sea, to split it in two, to create a bottomless trench. He looked at Eneru's leg, which had already been lowered, as if nothing had happened. Enel looked at him. "Can your Rankyaku achieve this effect?" Kaku shook his head. He didn't even dare to imagine it. Enel said, "Do you know what the difference is?" Kaku looked at him. Enel said, "Your Rankyaku only has power, but no soul." Kaku was stunned. "Soul," Enel nodded. "The essence of Rankyaku is to use extreme power to kick out a vacuum slash, but you have only trained the power, not the realm." He raised his right leg and kicked gently. A small slash flew out and struck a broken mast 10 meters away. The mast was sliced in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. "This is power." He kicked again. This time the slash was very slow, slow enough for the naked eye to see. It struck a wooden plank. The plank didn't break, but a shallow mark was left on its surface. This is control. He looked at Kaku. When you can combine power and control to the extreme, you will be able to kick like I just did. Kaku fell silent. He had practiced for 20 years, believing his Rankyaku had reached the pinnacle. Now he realized he hadn't even entered the door. Eneru retracted his leg and looked at him. How long have you practiced? Kaku said. 20 years. Eneru laughed. 20 years to achieve this much is not bad. He paused, but it's not enough. Kaku lowered his head. He knew it wasn't enough. The gap was too large, large enough to make him despair. But inside, a fire ignited. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to reach that realm, wanted to kick a blow that could split the sea. He looked up at Eneru. Can you teach me? Eneru raised an eyebrow. Teach you? Kaku nodded. I want to learn that kind of Rankyaku. Eneru looked at him and suddenly laughed. You certainly dare to dream. Kaku didn't speak, just stared at him. Eneru was silent for a moment. Wait until you survive first. Kaku was stunned. What? Eneru looked behind him. There, a figure was quietly approaching. Jabra had been lying on the ground for a long time. Ever since he was swatted away by Eneru's palm, he had been lying there, motionless. Blood was spilling from his mouth. His chest was in agonizing pain, and he looked severely injured, but he had been faking it. Faking unconsciousness, faking severe injury, faking the loss of combat ability. In reality, he was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for Eneru to lower his guard, waiting for Kaku to draw all the attention, waiting to find the perfect moment to ambush. Now, the opportunity had come. Kaku and Eneru were in a standoff. Kaku was attacking fiercely with Rankyaku, and Eneru was demonstrating his own Rankyaku. Both were focused on each other. No one was paying attention to him. Jabra quietly opened his eyes and looked at Eneru's back. The man was facing away from him, standing by the ship's railing, talking to Kaku. The distance was less than 20 meters. At this distance, he could reach him in an instant. He took a deep breath and activated his devil fruit ability. In you and you know my model, Wolf. His body began to change, muscles expanded, fur grew longer, his snout sharpened. He transformed into a giant bipedal wolf. Wolf form, the fastest speed, the fiercest attacks, most suitable for an ambush. He pushed off the ground, standing up silently. Armament Haki covered his claws. A black sheen emerged, and the tips of his claws became hard and sharp. He stared at Eneru's back. The man's heart was located just below the left shoulder blade. One strike, and he could pierce it. He took a deep breath and activated Soru. He didn't rush straight in, but circled in an arc, approaching from Eneru's side and rear. This way, in the blind spot, he was less likely to be discovered. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Eneru was still talking to Kaku, completely unaware. A cruel smile curled on Jabra's lips. He swiped his claw, aiming straight for the heart. The claw tips were 30 centimeters from Eneru's back. 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. At the very moment of impact, Eneru didn't even turn his head. A bolt of red lightning erupted from his back. The lightning was as thick as an arm, blindingly red, and it pierced straight through Jabra's chest. Squelch, blood sprayed. Jabra screamed as he was sent flying backward. He flipped in the air, crashed onto the deck, rolled a dozen times, smashed through a pile of wooden crates, and finally embedded himself into the cabin wall. He looked down at his chest, where there was a large hole. A fist-sized hole. It went straight through, and he could see the wall behind him. Blood gushed from the hole, staining his clothes, staining the ground. He opened his mouth to scream, but couldn't. The pain was too intense, so intense it rendered him mute. He stared at the hole, his pupils dilating. It was over. He was going to die. His chest had been pierced, his heart must have been shattered. He looked up at Eneru. The man finally turned around and looked down at him. The gaze was calm. No anger, no arrogance, no mockery. It was like looking at an ant that had run into a wall. Jabra opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But the moment he opened it, blood gushed out, clogging his throat. Eneru spoke. "Did you think I hadn't noticed you?" Jabra's pupils constricted. Eneru continued, "From the moment you started faking unconsciousness, I knew." He walked up to Jabra and looked down at him. "Your heartbeat, your breathing, your disguise, in my observation Haki, they were as obvious as a flame in the dark night." Jabra widened his eyes. So he had known all along, known from the very beginning. He was just waiting for him to make a move. Then finish him in one blow. Jabra smiled bitterly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Eneru and used all his strength to utter a few words. "What, exactly, are you, monster?" Eneru laughed. "Monster, I am a god." Chapter 49. The 3-on-1 reversal. Jabra was embedded in the wall, gasping for breath. The hole in his chest was still bleeding, staining his clothes red. Waves of intense pain washed over him, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. He looked at Eneru's back, his eyes filled with hatred. He had been toyed with. From beginning to end, he had been treated like a monkey. His feigned unconsciousness was discovered, his sneak attack was predicted, and his full-power strike was casually neutralized. This person didn't even take them seriously. He gritted his teeth, braced himself against the wall, and slowly stood up. His legs were shaking, his body was trembling, but he stood up. Eneru turned to look at him. Still able to stand, Jabra stared at him, his gaze sinister. "Not dead yet, of course I can stand," Eneru laughed. "You've got some backbone." He looked at Kaku on the other side. Kaku stood on the deck, having picked up his 4 swords, holding them in his hands. The nicks on the blades were still there, but his eyes had changed. They were no longer filled with the previous bitterness and despair, but with a certain resolve. He looked at Kumadori. Kumadori crawled out of the hole in the cabin, covered in blood, swaying unsteadily. His hair had been burned off, and his bald head reflected the sunlight. The fist print on his chest was shocking, and 3 of his ribs were broken, but he too had stood up. The 3 CP9 members stood at 3 different positions on the deck, surrounding Eneru. Eneru looked at them, the corners of his mouth curling up. "What, still want to fight?" Jabra grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "Fight? Why wouldn't we fight?" Kaku tightened his grip on the sword hilts. "That was 1-on-1 before, now it's 3-on-1. Kumadori took a deep breath and activated Life Return. His remaining hair began to grow, but only a thin layer of fuzz emerged. The injury to his chest was too severe, greatly reducing the effectiveness of Life Return. But he activated it nonetheless. His body began to expand, his muscles bulged, and his entire frame grew larger. "Yo-yo-yi, my life shall bloom with its final radiance today." Kaku adopted his 4-sword-style stance, pointing the tips of his blades at Eneru. Jabra transformed into a giant wolf, dropping to all 4s, baring his teeth. The 3 of them stared at the man in the center from 3 different directions. Eneru stood with his hands in his pockets, watching them. He pulled out his right hand. "Then come." The 3 of them moved simultaneously. Kumadori charged from the front. His size surged to 3 meters tall, and he clenched his fists, coating them in armament Haki like 2 iron hammers. He slammed his fists toward Eneru's head, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. Kaku attacked from the left flank, 4-sword style. Great Kaseya slash. 4 swords slashed out simultaneously, crossing into a massive X shape, sealing off all escape routes on the left. Jabra launched a sneak attack from the right flank. His wolf form was the fastest. He turned into a black shadow and circled to Eneru's right rear. His wolf claws, coated in armament Haki, aimed straight for his heart, a 3-sided pincer attack, sealing off all angles, nowhere to hide. Eneru watched them charge, not moving, until their attacks were only 1 meter away. He raised his right hand, a red sphere of light coalescing in his palm. The sphere of light was only the size of a fist, blindingly red, and radiating a terrifying heat. The surrounding air began to distort, and the wooden planks on the deck began to smoke. The pupils of all 3 contracted simultaneously. That was, the light sphere exploded. Red lightning spread in all directions. No direction, no blind spots. An omnidirectional, indiscriminate attack. Those streaks of red lightning were like countless venomous snakes, lunging at the 3 of them simultaneously. Kumadori was the first to be struck. His 3-meter-tall body was hit as if by a giant hammer, and he flew backward. Red lightning pierced through his chest, leaving a fist-sized, charred wound. Kaku was the second to be struck. His 4 swords flew out of his hands simultaneously, spinning in the air. Red lightning struck his limbs, causing blood to spray from his joints. He screamed as he fell to the ground. Jabra was the last. He was the closest, so he bore the brunt of the impact. Red lightning pierced directly through his abdomen, exploding into a bloody hole. He flew backward, crashing through the ship's railing and fell onto the deck. 3 screams rang out almost simultaneously. 3 figures fell to the ground at once. Enel stood in place, red electric arcs still dancing around his body. The sphere of light had vanished, but a faint red glow remained in his palm. He looked at the 3 charred, convulsing people on the ground and laughed. 3 on 1. That's it. On the deck, 3 charred bodies lay there. Kumadori lay on his back, a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest, spitting out bloody foam. His eyes were half open, and he was still muttering something. 2. That world. To see my mother. Kaku was curled up, the joints of his limbs mangled and bloody. He looked at the sky, his gaze unfocused. His 4 swords were scattered around him, with even more nicks on the blades. Jabra was lying prone, a bloody hole in his abdomen, blood pooling on the ground. He was still convulsing, letting out weak groans. Enel stood between them, looking down at the 3. Not dead yet, he had indeed held back. He had only used 30% of his power for that sphere of light. If he had released his full power, these 3 wouldn't even be ashes by now. He looked at Kumadori, who was still muttering lines about mother and cherry blossoms. He looked at Kaku, who had his eyes open but was staring blankly, as if thinking about something. He looked at Jabra, who was convulsing and cursing something. He laughed. Interesting. He was just about to say something. Suddenly, he stopped. He tilted his head to the left, looking at the distant sky. He opened his observation Haki to the fullest, extending it to its limit. His perception was like a massive net, covering the entire sea area, there, in that direction. Several warships were approaching at full speed. They were fast, their target clear. They were coming straight for him. One of the presences was very strong, stronger than Vice Admiral Kamal, stronger than Yamakaji, and far stronger than these 3 pieces of trash in front of him. That was, the corners of his mouth curled up. Finally, someone interesting has arrived. The 4 priests walked over and knelt on one knee. Shura spoke. God. Enel retracted his observation Haki and looked at them. Someone is coming. Shura was stunned. Who? Enel said. Ships from Marineford. Several of them. Shura's expression changed. God, shall we engage them? Enel shook his head. No rush. He looked at the 3 dying people on the ground. Take care of them first. Shura followed his gaze. Kill them. Enel laughed. Why kill them? He turned and walked toward the ark. Throw them off. Shura was taken aback. Throw them off. Enel nodded. Throw them into the sea. Shura frowned. God, they are so badly injured. Throwing them into the sea will kill them. Enel turned to look at him. If they die, they die. If they don't, it's their good fortune. Shura was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he signaled the other priests. Jidatsu and Satori walked over, each carrying one. When Kumadori was lifted up, he was still muttering. Yo-yo-yi, I am going to that world. Jidatsu rolled his eyes. Shut up, you. He carried Kumadori to the ship's railing and threw him straight off. Kumadori's figure disappeared into the clouds. Satori lifted Kaku. Kaku had his eyes open but said nothing. He just looked at the sky, at the golden ship, and at the man standing at the bow. Satori let go and Kaku plummeted down as well. Finally, it was Jabra. He was lifted by Om. Jabra lay on Om's shoulder, cursing. Bastard. Next time I will definitely kill you. Om was expressionless. Next time, see if you can survive today first. He raised his hand and threw Jabra off. 3 figures fell into the sea of clouds and vanished. Enel stood at the bow, watching the churning clouds below. His observation Haki continued to extend. Those warships were getting closer and closer. He turned and walked back to his golden chair. Ascend. Shura nodded. Ascend. The ark slowly ascended, higher and higher. It pierced through the clouds and entered the higher altitude. Below, the sea of clouds churned. Nothing could be seen anymore. Enel sat in the golden chair and closed his eyes. A faint smile still played on his lips. On the sea surface, 3 charred bodies fell from the sky, crashing into the sea. 3 splashes erupted. Seawater rushed into their wounds, the intense pain causing all 3 to wake up at once. Jabra was the first to surface, gasping for breath. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard. It hurts like hell. He struggled to swim, but the wound in his abdomen was too deep. He couldn't swim at all. Kaku floated nearby, his limbs drifting powerlessly. He looked at the sky. The ship was no longer visible. They're gone. Kumadori drifted further away, still muttering, Mother. Mother, I am coming to see you right away. Jabra was so angry he cursed. Shut up, we're not dead yet. Just as the three were struggling to survive, a massive black shadow appeared beneath the sea surface. The shadow grew larger and larger, closer and closer. Jabra's pupils contracted. What is that? A massive sea beast burst out of the water. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed Jabra in one gulp. The seawater churned and blood splattered everywhere. Kaku was stunned. Jabra, another sea beast, lunged at Kaku. He was too weak to struggle and was swallowed in one gulp. The third sea beast charged at Kumadori. Kumadori looked at the gaping maw drawing closer, muttering to himself. Yo-yo-ye, mother, I am coming. The sea beast swallowed him in one gulp. The sea surface returned to calm, leaving only churning water and a faint blood-red tint. The three sea beasts dived into the deep sea and vanished. Half an hour later, a sea beast surfaced and vomited violently. A person covered in slime was spat out. Jabra lay on a reef, gasping for breath. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard. Even sea beasts are bullying me. Not far away, another sea beast was also vomiting. Kaku was spat out and fell onto the beach. He lay on the ground, looking at the sky, and laughed, still alive. The third sea beast surfaced and hiccuped a few times. Kumadori was spat out and hung on a tree. He was still unconscious, muttering. Mother, mother. Jabra climbed up, watching the backs of the three sea beasts as they swam away. Damn it, even after swallowing us they had to spit us out. How bad do we taste? Kaku lay on the ground, laughing. It's good enough that we're alive. Jabra looked at him. You're still laughing, Kaku said. What else should I do? Cry. Jabra fell silent. He looked up at the sky. That golden ship was no longer visible. Only clouds were drifting slowly. He muttered to himself. Eneru. He had memorized this name. Kaku also looked at the sky. We will meet again. In the distance, several warships appeared on the sea surface. They were ships from Marineford, Chapter 50. Dissatisfaction in the Holy Land, merry GOIs. At the peak of the Red Line, the core of the world government. The entire city was built on a plateau 3,000 meters above sea level, with magnificent architecture and neat streets. Sunlight spilled down, making the white marble buildings gleam brilliantly. The authority room. The Gorosei meeting chamber. 5 old men sat on their respective sofas, intelligence reports in their hands. The room was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat. The bald old man sitting in the center put down the report, his face gloomy. CP9 has failed. He spoke, his voice low. The blond old man sitting on the left frowned. 3 elites, all defeated. The bald man nodded. Kumadori, Kaku, Jabra. The 3 of them joined forces and were defeated in a single blow. The blond old man was silent for a moment. Who is this person? The bald man said. A man who calls himself a god from Sky Island, named Eneru. He paused. According to intelligence, he only used one move to defeat the 3 CP9 members. The blond old man's expression changed slightly. One move, 3 CP9 elites with a combined Doriki of over 2,000 defeated in one move. The long-bearded old man sitting on the right spoke. What about Vice Admiral Kamal and Yamakeji? The bald man glanced at him. They were also defeated by him. The 2 vice admirals were also powerless to fight back. The long-bearded old man frowned. 2 vice admirals and 3 CP9 members, and they couldn't beat him alone. The bald man nodded. And according to Vice Admiral Kamal's report, he wasn't even serious. The meeting room fell into silence. The 5 old men each had their own thoughts. After a long while, the old man with the hat sitting in the corner spoke. What ability did he use? The bald man said. Red lightning with immense power. It can pierce a warship in one strike and split the surface of the sea. He paused. According to Vice Admiral Kamal, he can foresee the future. The hat-wearing old man frowned. Foresee the future. Observation Haki. The bald man nodded. And it is observation Haki far exceeding normal levels. Vice Admiral Kamal said he can clearly see all the opponent's movements 10 seconds in advance. The hat-wearing old man fell silent. 10 seconds. This time is too long. It means any sneak attack is useless, and any trap can be detected in advance. The curly-haired old man sitting next to the bald man spoke. We cannot let him be. Everyone looked at him. The curly-haired old man said. This man calls himself a god, is powerful, and is uncontrollable. If left alone, he will eventually threaten the world government. He paused. We must eliminate him before he causes greater destruction. The bald man nodded. That is my thinking as well. The blond old man asked. Who shall we send? The bald man was silent for a moment. CP0. The blond old man was stunned. CP0. Mobilize CP0 for one person. The bald man looked at him. Did you not hear just now? 2 vice admirals and 3 CP9 members were easily defeated by him. For this kind of person, CP9 can no longer handle him. The blond old man frowned. CP0 is the highest combat force protecting the celestial dragons and cannot be mobilized lightly. The bald man said. Then we ask those above. He looked up at the ceiling. There was a huge hoof of the celestial dragon painted there, the symbol of the world government. Ask those above the Gorosei. The blond old man was silent. The others did not speak either. After a long while, the bald man spoke. It is decided. Mobilize CP0 to capture the man who calls himself a god alive. He looked at the other 4. Any objections? The 4 shook their heads. The bald man nodded and picked up the Den Den Mushi. He dialed a number. The Den Den Mushi connected quickly, and a low voice came from the other side. Speak. The bald man said, New mission. Target, Sky Island God Eneru. Requirement, capture alive. The other side was silent for a moment. Understood. The Den Den Mushi hung up. The bald man put down the Den Den Mushi and looked out the window. The sunlight was dazzling and the sky was blue. But he knew that under that blue sky, someone was changing something. Outside the authority room, a man in a white suit hung up the phone. He wore a strange mask, showing only his eyes. Those eyes were deep and emotionless. He turned and walked into the depths of the corridor. On both sides of the corridor stood people also wearing white suits, 5 of them, all wearing masks. He walked to the middle and stopped. New mission. The other 4 looked at him. He said, Target, Sky Island God Eneru. Requirement, capture alive. A person wearing a smiling mask spoke. What is his strength? The man in the lead said. 2 vice admirals and 3 CP9 members were easily defeated by him. The smiling mask was silent for a moment. Interesting. Another person wearing an angry mask said, The 5 of us together. The man in the lead nodded. Together. The angry mask laughed. Then let him see what true CP0 means. The 5 of them turned and disappeared into the depths of the corridor. 3 days later, Grand Line, an uninhabited island. The island was covered in dense trees and the beach was white. Waves crashed against the reefs, making a splashing sound. A few seabirds circled in the sky, occasionally diving down to catch fish. Everything seemed very peaceful. On the beach, Eneru lay on a golden chair, his eyes closed. The sunlight shone on him, warm and comfortable. His white robe was blown by the sea breeze, fluttering gently. The 4 priests were patrolling not far away. Shura stared at the sea. Ohm closed his eyes to rest. Jidatsu was adjusting his jet dial shoes, and Satori sat on a reef in a daze. Whipper and the Shandians were exploring the island, looking for fresh water and food. The Ark was parked above the sea, its huge golden hull blocking a patch of sunlight. Eneru took a deep breath, smelling the saltiness of the sea breeze. This kind of life was much more comfortable than Sky Island. There was the sea, wind, and sunshine, and people who came to die from time to time. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, his observation Haki suddenly jumped. He opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the forest on the left. There were 5 auras there. Very strong, stronger than anyone he had encountered before. He stood up and stared in that direction. The 5 auras were approaching rapidly. The speed was very fast, surprisingly fast. Finally, someone interesting has come. As soon as the voice fell, 5 white figures appeared on the beach. They formed a circle, surrounding Eneru in the middle. All 5 people were wearing white suits and strange masks, smiling, angry, crying, faceless, and a blank mask with nothing on it. The leader was the man with the blank mask. He was tall, half a head taller than the others. Standing there like a statue, the other 4 stood on his sides behind him, forming a semi-encirclement. Eneru scanned them. CP0, the blank mask spoke. You know us, Eneru laughed. I know many things. The blank mask was silent for a moment. Then that saves the introduction. He raised his hand, and the other 4 moved at the same time. Soru. The speed was astonishingly fast. No afterimages, no sound of breaking wind. they just disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the four had already appeared beside Eneru, 4 directions, 4 angles. 4 hands reached out at the same time, grabbing at Eneru's limbs. Perfect coordination, not a single wasted movement. Eneru laughed. Red lightning surged from his palm, turning into a light curtain to block in front of him. That light curtain was like a wall, surrounding him in the middle. 4 hands pressed against the light curtain at the same time. Zzzzz, red lightning and Armament Haki collided, making a harsh sound. The 4 were shaken back a step, but immediately stabilized their footing. They stared at Eneru, their eyes changed. This person, his reaction was too fast. The Soru of their 5 people was the highest level of CP0. The speed was so fast that there were no afterimages, and ordinary people could not see their movements at all. But this person not only saw it clearly, but also set up a defense in advance. The blank mask spoke. Observation Haki can foresee the future. Eneru looked at him. The blank mask was silent. He raised his hand, signaling the other 4 to retreat. The 4 retreated 5 meters away, still surrounding Eneru. The blank mask stepped forward. "You are very strong," Eneru laughed. "I know." The blank mask said, "But it's not enough." He exerted force under his feet and disappeared directly, movement faster than Soru. Eneru's pupils shrank slightly. This person's speed was twice as fast as those 4. 3 seconds later, the blank mask would appear behind him and slash at his neck with a hand blade. 2 seconds later. 1 second later, Eneru moved sideways and a white figure brushed past him, the hand blade missing. The blank mask landed and turned to look at him, dodged it. Eneru nodded. "You are very fast," the blank mask said, "but you still dodged it." Eneru laughed. "I can see things 10 seconds later. No matter how fast you are, it's useless." The blank mask was silent. 10 seconds, this time was too long. All his attacks could be seen in advance. He raised his hand and signaled to the other 4. The 4 rushed up at the same time. This time they didn't grab, they attacked directly. The smiling mask clenched his fists. Armament Haki covered them and punched towards Eneru's face. The angry mask lifted his leg. A Rankyaku slashed out, aimed directly at Eneru's legs. The crying mask bypassed from the side, Shigen stabbing towards Eneru's ribs. The faceless mask leaped high, pressed down from above, and kicked towards the top of Eneru's head. 4 directions, 4 types of attacks, perfect coordination, sealing off all angles. Eneru raised his right hand. Red lightning surged from his palm, turning into 4 arcs of electricity, striking the 4 people respectively. The arcs of electricity were faster, striking first. All 4 were hit at the same time, flying backward, but they adjusted their posture in the air and stood firmly when they landed. There were no injuries on their bodies. They used Armament Haki to block that arc of electricity. Eneru raised an eyebrow. "Can block my lightning at 10% strength." "Not bad," the smiling mask spoke. "Is that all you've got?" Eneru laughed. "This much. Then try this." He raised both hands, and red lightning surged from his whole body, turning into countless arcs of electricity spreading in all directions. Those arcs of electricity were as thin as hair, dense, covering the entire beach. The 4 retreated at the same time, dodging frantically. But there were too many arcs of electricity, too dense. The smiling mask was hit by 3 arcs of electricity, and his Armament Haki was almost shattered. The angry mask dodged most of them, but his left shoulder was hit, leaving a charred patch. The crying mask used Kamii to dodge. His body twisted into an incredible angle, but was still grazed by an arc of electricity, leaving a scorch mark. The faceless mask leaped high, wanting to dodge the range of the arcs of electricity, but those arcs of electricity chased him, forcing him to land. The blank mask stood on the spot, black luster appearing around his body. He used Armament Haki to resist those arcs of electricity. The red arcs of electricity hit him, exploded, and dissipated. He stood there, motionless. Eneru still looked at him calmly, as if playing with ordinary people. He withdrew the arcs of electricity, and the beach returned to calm. The 5 surrounded him again, but the distance was a bit further than before. "Thank you for all the likes, comments, and shares. I've been a little busy lately, but I'll try to upload at least 1 video every day. Keep sharing your thoughts in the comments." We're already halfway to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and enjoying these novel audiobooks.